Chapter 681, 10 Rotten Corpses. The sky above Greatsword Mountain was enveloped in a blood-red color for a full day and night. It only began to gradually disperse only the next dusk. At this moment, a few figures flew over from far away, and leading the group was Sovereign of the Eventide. Sovereign of the Eventide looked at the tall mountain peak from afar. It was completely silent throughout the mountain. Without even needing to take a look, he scanned with his perception and he knew that the entire mountain was now a land of death. All the disciples who had all resided in Greatsword Mountain had died. The square on the mountain peak had cracked and there were traces of blood everywhere, but the corpses of Shinto Patriarch and company could not be found. The younger generation's corpses were scattered everywhere, while the legendary figures' corpses had disappeared. Beside the pools of blood, there were remnants of weapons and enchanted treasures. Sovereign of the Eventide saw a broken spear, and beside it, there was a piece of shattered jade strewn across the ground. It was the voice transmission jade slip that had been crushed. Sovereign of the Eventide crouched down to pick up the spear. As one of the most powerful figures in the Tian Yuan world, Shinto Patriarch's spear might not be the best one in the Tian Yuan world, but it was not that much different from the best. Especially after destroying Blood Moon, with the acquiring of the Blood Moon treasury, Shinto Patriarch was given a material known as Mystic Cloud Crystal. It took him 2 years to slowly merge the Mystic Cloud Crystal into his spear, allowing its quality to increase to the next level. Yet, such a spear had been forcefully broken. The ends of the broken spear showed no traces of it being cut through by a weapon, instead, it showed that it had been torn apart using one's bare hands. How much strength was required? Actually, when Shinto Patriarch was being killed, he had already crushed the voice transmission jade slip. He did not have the opportunity to transmit his voice, but Sovereign of the Eventide could hear the sounds that came from the battle. The entire battle broke out abruptly, but it lasted for a very short time. In such a short period of time, Shinto Patriarch and the other legendary figures that stayed behind at Greatsword Mountain, a total of 6 people, were completely annihilated. Not a single one escaped. Ignoring the fact that the 6 of them combined were not the match of the enemy, they could escape separately in different directions. Their opponent's strength was completely horrendous. What killed Shinto? An elder frowned. He could not think of anyone in the entire Tian Yuan world who had such strength. Sovereign of the Eventide took a deep breath as his expression turned ugly. It was impossible for Yi Yun to be the murderer. With Yi Yun eliminated, Sovereign of the Eventide could only think one entity, Blood Moon. Upon thinking of Blood Moon, the Sovereign of the Eventide felt his heart jump. What happened to the 10 corpses? He hurriedly took out his voice transmission voice slip, so he could communicate with the Sanctuary Island Lord. Sovereign of the Eventide was afraid that the 10 corpses had come alive. If that happened, the Sanctuary couple would be in danger. Although Sovereign of the Eventide had always yearned for the couple to die, so that he could be without threat, now with a formidable enemy in front of them, all of the warriors in the Tian Yuan world were on the same boat. If the boat were to sink, they would all be doomed. Just as Sovereign of the Eventide crushed the voice transmission jade slip, he suddenly turned his head. He saw a black and white figure quickly flying towards him in the overcast sky. The two traveled at an extremely fast speed. From the horizons, they had appeared in front of Sovereign of the Eventide in the blink of an eye. The 2 figures were the Sanctuary couple. It was natural for the couple to learn about what happened at Greatsword Mountain. How are the corpses? Sovereign of the Eventide immediately asked. See for yourself. As the Sanctuary Island Lord flung his hand out, 10 soul-sealing coffins flew out from his interspatial ring, lining up in the sky. Ka ka ka. The coffins opened one after another. Upon seeing the interiors of the coffins, Sovereign of the Eventide gasped. The 10 corpses had not disappeared, but they had undergone a tremendous change. There were no signs of the corpses coming alive, but they had all decayed. The 10 corpses had completely rotted, emitting a foul stench. The Blood Moon Alliance leader's corpse was considered fine, as the rate of decay was not that fast, but the other 9 had already been decomposed to bone. Even the corpses of mortals would not decay so fast in a warm, humid environment when buried underground, what more the corpses of warriors that could be preserved for tens of thousands of years. Now, these 10 corpses had undergone a drastic change overnight. Sovereign of the Eventide's heart sank. The rotting of the corpses and the appearance of a demon god that had happened at the same time, clearly, it was not a coincidence. The Sanctuary Island Lord sighed and said, "It seems that little brother Iyun wasn't wrong. We underestimated Blood Moon. Although it is unknown what means they have employed, I have a hunch that a major disaster is about to befall the Tian Yuan world, just like the apocalypse that happened tens of millions of years ago." The apocalypse? No one present had experienced the apocalypse that happened tens of millions of years ago. Even the history books did not have records of it. People found the calamity unreal and distant. As for what it was like, no one knew. The legendary figures present felt like they were being pressed under a boulder as their breathing turned heavy. It was not be surprising that an existence, which could easily annihilate them, could destroy the Tian Yuan world. It's already meaningless to talk about this. So what if Iyun expected that Blood Moon had other tricks up their sleeve? Would he be able to destroy such a terrifying existence? Upon mentioning Iyun, Sovereign of the Eventide frowned. Iyun was always a thorn in his side. Iyun definitely won't be able to destroy it, but if he's given a few hundred years, or even 1,000 years, he will approach the ancient Great Empress cultivation realm. Then he might be able to accomplish it. A few hundred years? 1,000 years? Sovereign of the Eventide sneered. By then, we would probably all be killed. So what use is it for him to destroy such a terrifying existence? Of course there is a use. The Sanctuary Island Lord looked up the sky. His eyes reflected the star-filled sky. In 1,000 years, you and I might be killed by that monster, but someone will survive in the vast Tian Yuan world, unless that existence has the ability to completely destroy an entire great world. As long as someone lives on, humans will carry on existing. Several thousand years later, they will prosper again. Rebirth after being destroyed is just like the cycle of death and rebirth. Upon saying this, he lowered his head and looked at Sovereign of the Eventide and said lightly, "The Tian Yuan world does not only have us." Sovereign of the Eventide was dumbfounded momentarily as he never expected the Sanctuary Lord Island to suddenly give such a speech. In a warrior's life, they would be able to go anywhere as they pleased, taking charge of the cycle of death and rebirth, living as brightly as the moon and sun, and as old as the heaven and earth. Who cares if the world collapsed after death? As the Tian Yuan world's legendary figures were panicking in chaos with the appearance of the demon god, Iyun, who was in reclusion in the Great Empress mystic realm, suddenly opened his eyes. He took out an information stone. A tiny crack had appeared on it. Upon seeing this, Iyun frowned. He knew what would come had come. Chapter 682, Armor's Seal. Iyun and Lin Xintong were flying above the untraversable sea, sticking close to the sea surface. The strong airflow that came as a result of their motion split the surface of the sea, leaving white foamy waves in their wake. Before Iyun entered his reclusion, he had left an information stone with the Lin family. He and Lin Xintong held a corresponding piece of an information stone, so as long as one shattered, the other would crack as a result. Iyun exhorted them to crush the information stone if any breaking news occurred in the Tian Yuan world, and he would receive the news as well. Now that the information stone had cracked, despite having expected it, a strong ominous feeling rose up in Iyun's heart. He did not know what was awaiting him. In 4 hours, Iyun and Lin Xintong had arrived at the Lin family. The entire Lin family was on full defense, awaiting the enemy. Disciples guarding the Lin family's entrance took Iyun and Lin Xintong to the courtyard where the Lin family's grand elders discussed matters. A blue and green tiled house stood in the courtyard that was about 100 feet in radius. At this moment, there were hundreds of Lin family disciples gathered around it. They're both people young and old that were prohibited from entering the courtyard, but Yi Yun and Lin Xintong were directly taken in. All the important figures of the Lin family were gathered in the courtyard. Either they were the Lin family's elders or the genius elites of the younger generation. There was also Matriarch Lin, who sat beside a stone table in the middle of the courtyard. Beside the matriarch, there were 3 elders. Yi Yun had met 2 of them back at the Great Empress Mystic Realm trials. As for the third, it was obvious who he was. The 3 people were the Lin family's 3 grand elders. Amongst the 3 Lin family grand elders, only one of them had broken through to the Heaven Ascension realm by his own efforts. As for the other 2, they only reached the level of half-step into Heaven Ascension before using endless amounts of treasures to forcefully push their cultivation level into the Heaven Ascension realm. As for things like nomological insight, they did not manage to keep up, so their strength was much worse. The leading member of the 3 grand elders sat in the middle of the stone table. He was an old man with sallow skin and squinty eyes, and he was somewhat ugly. The moment Yi Yun and Lin Xintong appeared, the elders stood up. "Come over here, have a sit quickly." Beside the stone table, there were already spots left for Yi Yun and Lin Xintong. In front of Yi Yun, even the Lin family grand elders would not demand the propriety expected for a senior. News of the battle between Yi Yun and Shintu Patriarch had proliferated throughout the Tianyuan world, and Shintu Patriarch's strength was stronger than any of the Lin family grand elders, yet he had been defeated by Yi Yun, and even came close to being killed. The elder knew that with Yi Yun's strength, all of them in the Lin family added up would not be his match. Even so, Yi Yun did not ignore propriety since he was indebted to the Lin family. After giving a junior's bow, he hurriedly asked, "Seniors, what happened?" The elder did not speak, but took out a disc array. With some energy injected into it, scenes appeared from the disc array. Not a long while ago, Greatsword Mountain was annihilated with many dead. As to how Greatsword Mountain was annihilated, no one knows. As for what is recorded on the disc array, watch it yourself. The projection flickered, revealing a gigantic mountain. The mountain hung high in the sky, and carved on the mountain cliff were the words, "Mystic Void Mountain." Yi Yun had heard of the large sect known as Mystic Void Mountain. Their sect's main peak was suspended midair due to a magnetic array. This large sect also had a Heaven Ascension realm grand elder who held down the ground. However, when it appeared in the visual disc array, Yi Yun had a hunch that things would not go well for the sect. Very quickly, the sky turned dark and a tall figure covered in black armor appeared along an horizon. He approached quietly like a ghost. Upon seeing this figure, Yi Yun's body trembled. "It's him." "Who?" The Lin family grand elder's eyes flickered. With a hand pressing on the visual disc array, the picture was put on pause. Yi Yun faltered and said, "Black-armored demon god." Yi Yun had obtained a visual disc array in the first level of the God Advent Tower. The scenes of the Azure Yang Lord slashing at the black-armored demon god had allowed Yi Yun to gain insights into the Sword Dao. He naturally would not make a mistake after watching the visual disc array numerous times. In fact, the black-armored demon god that appeared in the sky was different in exterior appearance than the one in the visual disc array. After all, he had been destroyed by the Azure Yang Lord's single sword strike, and he had been sealed in the Demon Mountain for tens of millions of years. With accumulation of various factors, he had a completely different look. It was also this reason why the youths, who had entered the Great Empress Mystic Realm with Yi Yun, did not manage to recognize the black-armored demon god despite catching a glimpse of the black-armored demon god through the visual disc array. However, the aura that emanated from the black-armored demon god was not something Yi Yun could be wrong about, despite it being a record in a visual disc array. "Who is the black-armored demon god?" Matriarch Lin asked solemnly. Knowing the monster's origin might allow them to come up with a means to counter it. Yi Yun immediately explained the history he had seen in the God Advent Tower to the Grand Elders and the Matriarch. After confirming the identity of the black-armored demon god, everyone from the Lin family felt their hearts go cold. The black-armored demon god came from the Eternal Whirlpool, one of the 7 demon disciples that destroyed the world tens of millions of years ago. His strength was probably beyond the comprehension for many of the people present. A Lin family grand elder sighed and said, "I never expected that. What should we do?" As the elder spoke, he gently pressed the visual disc array, and the projection began to move again. The visual disc array contained the black-armored demon god slaughtering of Mystic Void Mountain. It was a complete disaster. The Mystic Void Mountain disciples powered the formation array by the entrance, launching intense attacks on the unwelcomed guest. With Mystic Void Mountain's Grand Elder presiding over it, such an attack was enough to destroy Heaven Ascension Realm experts. Yet, in front of the black-armored demon god, the attacks were like clouds that passed through him, not harming him one bit. The gap was too large. The black-armored demon god charged into the crowd, and he was like a giant trampling a bunch of ants to death. They were life forms on completely different levels, no one had the ability to hinder him at all. Even the Mystic Void Mountain's Grand Elder, a Heaven Ascension Realm warrior, did not manage to put up a fight in front of the black-armored demon god. He killed the Grand Elder without any fanciful moves. He did not use any laws, just using absolute speed and strength, appearing before the poor old man nearly instantly. With a crisp sound, the poor old man's protective Yuan Qi, including his chest, was pierced, splattering blood everywhere. However, it did not end. The next scene alarmed Yi Yun and Lin Xintong greatly. They saw the elder, who had his chest pierced through by the black-armored demon god's arm, being held up in the air by an invisible force before his body began to shrink, again and again. Finally, a 7 feet tall elder was shrunk to the size of a finger segment. Following that, the tiny-sized elder was absorbed into the black-armored demon god's armor and sealed in the armor. What? Yi Yun was stunned. What was that magical power? Chapter 683, Response Plan. For a person who was 7 feet tall to be sealed in a piece of battle armor, it was definitely through the use of spatial dimension laws. However, Yi Yun had never heard of such a method of sealing people in battle armor. If he wasn't wrong, the black-armored demon god was using this method to gain strength. He was injured, and very badly at that. Be it the Azure Yang Lord's sword strike or because he had been sealed for tens of millions of years, they had all caused his life force to be like a flickering candle in the wind. Furthermore, with one of his eyes completely petrified, this made Yi Yun even more confident of his theory. The black-armored demon god was not as strong as what he seemed to be. Hum hum hum. As the Mystic Void Mountain's legendary figure was drawn into the armor, a ghostly wail echoed from the black-armored demon god's armor. It sounded like a few suffering souls were wailing within. Upon hearing these wails, Yi Yun had a thought as he faintly felt a familiar presence. Shintu Patriarch. Yi Yun suddenly realized that Shintu Patriarch and company, who were thought to be dead, were most likely sealed in the armor. Yi Yun knew that after Greatsword Mountain was destroyed, only the corpses of the younger generation were left behind, while the corpses of the legendary figures had all disappeared. If they did not die, but were sealed by the black-armored demon god, then everything could be explained. The black-armored demon god is using such a technique to absorb power. Yi Yun said with a solemn voice, his face grim. In the battle tens of millions of years ago, he must have suffered a serious injury. Now he might look strong, but his life force and spiritual force in his body is unstable. It might even very likely collapse from inside out. Lin Xintong watched the projection's black-armored demon god intently. The power that the black-armored demon god exhibited could be described as that of invincibility, so it was very difficult for people to believe that it was possible that he would collapse. Then what do we do? Should we grab the opportunity to set up a massive formation array to kill him while he is weak, hoping to spark off the collapse of his life force? A Lin family elder asked without much confidence. No matter from what angle the scene was looked at, the black-armored demon god looked undefeatable. However, they had no understanding of the black-armored demon god. Their past experiences were useless. As for Yi Yun and Lin Xintong, who had entered the Great Empress Mystic Realm, they understood a lot more. That is equivalent to suicide. Yi Yun immediately rejected the thought. Despite the black-armored demon god being severely injured, the remaining amount of strength he had was still terrifying. Yi Yun did not have any hopes of beating him even if he was to attack him with Lin Xintong. As for the unstable and chaotic spiritual energy and life force in the black-armored demon god, it was possible for them to collapse, but Yi Yun didn't know the method to trigger that. If he were to charge together with Lin Xintong, that was equivalent to betting with their lives. He had to ensure victory before making any moves. And before that, the only choice available to him was avoidance. Then, isn't the Tianyuan world doomed? The Grand Elder, who posed the question, asked dejectedly. No one was looking at the visual disc array anymore. The only thing that was shown was a one-sided slaughter. After the death of the Mystic Void Mountain's Grand Elder, the remaining disciples may have turned distraught, swearing to fight to the death, but in front of the black-armored demon god, ants were still ants. He did not change at all even if they were fighting to the death. The situation may not be that bad yet. All of you should withdraw first. Yi Yun suddenly said this, stunning everyone from the Lin family. Withdraw? The Lin family had established themselves on this piece of land for tens of thousands of years, establishing a family clan through painstaking efforts over generations. Now, they were to withdraw? However, other than withdrawal, they had no other method. However, where were they to withdraw to? Then what about you and Xintong? Matriarch Lin asked with concern. She could faintly sense that Yi Yun had other plans from the way he said it. I have something else to do, Yi Yun said without much thought. With the appearance of the black-armored demon god, he only felt things were unfortunate, but he was not in panic. This scene was completely different from more than a decade ago when the Tai A divine kingdom he resided in had experienced the beast horde, or when he was harmed by Shintu Nantian, as well as being forcefully separated from his elder sister Jiang Shiro. At that time, Yi Yun was weak, with no place to reside in and faced an unknown future. Although he was resolute and determined, there was no avoiding feeling a bit at a loss. But today, Yi Yun already possessed immense strength. He had Lin Xintong by his side, and he had the great Empress Mystic Realm. Even against the black-armored demon god, he did not lack the ability to resist. Yi Yun, what are you planning to do? Don't tell me that you and Xintong are planning to fight the black-armored demon god by yourselves? Matriarch Lin's voice was filled with worry. From Matriarch Lin's standpoint, even if they abandoned the Lin family's grounds or the Lin family was slaughtered by the black-armored demon god, it was something she could accept. However, she could not accept anything happening to Yi Yun and Lin Xintong. They were the Lin family's hope and the future of the Tianyuan world. Matriarch, rest assured. I'm cognizant of that. Yi Yun's voice remained calm, and in an intangible manner, he gave people a sense of confidence. Young Master Yi, you suggested withdrawing, but where should we withdraw to? A Lin family elder found the future unpromising. The black-armored demon god was already threatening the entire Tianyuan world. He was like a killing machine without any consciousness. Greatsword Mountain and Mystic Void Mountain were not the only two factions that were destroyed by him, there were also large numbers of human warriors that had been slaughtered by him. Wherever he passed, rivers of blood formed with massive numbers of lives extinguished. This was an unprecedented calamity, and there was nowhere to hide. Withdraw to the divine wilderness, to the desolate race. Yi Yun said without any hesitation. Desolate race? Upon hearing these words, everyone was stunned. The human race and the desolate race had been sworn enemies for tens of millions of years. The two races were separated by the vast divine wilderness, and it was a long journey. There had been numerous disasters throughout history, but even those exiled human forces did not think of withdrawing to the desolate race. However, Yi Yun was different. People knew Yi Yun's elder sister, Jiang Shiro, was the new desolate queen of the desolate race. And there was no need to doubt Yi Yun's relationship with Jiang Shiro, because Jiang Shiro would do anything for Yi Yun without any hesitation. Furthermore, in the Soul Tomb, Yi Yun and Lin Xintong had saved the desolate race elites. Putting aside Jiang Xiao, Yi Yun had extremely high prestige amongst the Desolate race. All of these reasons added up meant that Yi Yun and Lin Xintong had a unique position amongst the Desolate race. Even if the human race and the Desolate race were like unmixable elements like fire and water, with Yi Yun present, his will and orders would ensure the acceptance of the Lin family by the Desolate race. Upon thinking of this, people had indescribable thoughts. In a period of 7 years in the past, the Tianyuan world's human race had the Martial Alliance as its leader. They were nearly about to go to war with the Desolate race. People were certain the Desolate race would bring havoc to the Tianyuan world, while Yi Yun and Lin Xintong were considered traitors of the human race. They were hated by countless numbers of people, and people hoped that they were hacked to death. But now, the true calamity of the Tianyuan world had arrived. There was nowhere in the Tianyuan world that they could reside in. The Desolate race that was on the other side of the distant divine wilderness had instead turned into an unstained land. Withdrawing to the Desolate race was also the best choice to preserve the family. It was quite ironic how many large family clans of the human race had to eventually seek asylum from the original enemy. As for the Desolate race, they could accept the people brought by Yi Yun, but for those brought by other humans, it was hard to tell if they would accept them. They might even be rejected at the door. At this moment, the visual disc array finished its projection. Yi Yun pressed down on the disc array and said, "The Lin family's mortals and low-level warriors are to evacuate. There are no teleportation arrays in the divine wilderness, so we won't be able to take so many people. Low-level warriors might not end up as the hunting goals of the black-armored demon god. As for all the important personnel of the Lin family, I will lead them to the divine wilderness. After you are settled, Xintong and I will leave the divine wilderness to do something important." In a few words, Yi Yun finished explaining the appropriate response plan that the Lin family had to take up while facing this disaster. It was very simple, but it was extremely effective. His confidence had infected them. When they first saw the black-armored demon god appear, destroying one faction after another in an indomitable fashion, they felt that the end of the world had arrived. Even the revered legendary figures felt despair. But now, with Yi Yun and Lin Xintong's return, they calmed down. They suddenly seemed to have a backbone supporting them. The matter was not as terrible as it seemed. They still had hope. Chapter 684, Entering the Divine Wilderness. The vast divine wilderness was endless in expanse. There were very few traces of humans deep in the divine wilderness, but today, all the experts of the Lin family had entered the divine wilderness in a mighty formation. The distance from the Tianyuan world to the divine wilderness was extremely great. Furthermore, after entering the divine wilderness, there were no more teleportation arrays, so it would take at least a month to proceed forward. The Lin family had acted in accordance to Yi Yun's instructions by evacuating all the mortals and low-level warriors in the family. They were divided into groups, taking some of the family's riches as they reluctantly left the Lin family's grounds. As for the Lin family's experts, they accompanied Yi Yun and Lin Xintong into the divine wilderness. It was relatively easy for this group of experts to navigate through the divine wilderness with Yi Yun and Lin Xintong leading the way. Ignoring the primordial species that filled the entire divine wilderness, just trying to find the Desolate race in the divine wilderness was extremely difficult. Humans did not know where the Desolate race resided, so if they were to get lost and enter a dangerous area of the divine wilderness, it would be extremely dangerous for them. Over tens of millions of years of accumulation, the divine wilderness had many lands fraught with great danger. A human race's Heaven Ascension Realm warrior might even suffer great losses if he brought his family's younger generation into such places. Heaven Ascension Realm warriors may be strong, but they could only barely withstand a primordial true spirit from the divine wilderness. Without any preparations or a map of the divine wilderness, going deep into the divine wilderness without thought would result in disastrous outcomes. Yi Yun and Lin Xintong may be familiar with the divine wilderness, but they couldn't identify all the danger zones. However, when they reached a distance of 1,000,000 miles into the divine wilderness, they saw a group of people covered in tattoos riding fierce beasts charging towards them. Yi Yun could tell from far that they were the Desolate Race's garrison troops in the Divine Wilderness. In the vast Divine Wilderness, the Desolate Race had several garrison troops, guarding various spots in the Divine Wilderness. These garrison troops were not easily dealt with. Even if they did not have experts amongst them, they could mobilize the primordial species in the Divine Wilderness or take advantage of the danger zones in the Divine Wilderness to attack the enemy. The combat power they wielded was extremely terrifying. And such small garrison troops were distributed throughout the Divine Wilderness. Their locations were hidden and there were so many of them. They were mutually coordinated and they had great strength. In the Soul Tomb, the Desolate Race was not the human race's match, but the moment they were in the Divine Wilderness, they were like flood dragons entering the sea. They were the absolute sovereigns of the Divine Wilderness. A Desolate Race at the Yuan Opening Realm was already extremely terrifying in the Divine Wilderness, and for a Desolate Race great emperor like the Shepherd Boy, his power in the Divine Wilderness was even more horrifying. In the war between humans and Desolate Race, the humans had always been more on the defensive since ancient times. Basically, no human would dare to attack the Divine Wilderness, they would only cross swords with the Desolate Race on human territory. The reason why the Desolate Race could withstand the human race for tens of millions of years was a result of its deep heritage. Even if all the family clans in the Tian Yuan world joined forces to attack the Divine Wilderness at all costs, there was still a chance of them being completely wiped out. Of course, if the Desolate Race attacked the Tian Yuan world en masse, they too would lose the advantage by leaving their territories. The group of Desolate Race garrison troops moved extremely fast. They traveled like a gust of wind. They were barebacked and covered in tattoos, having an aggressive stance. The Lin family elders could tell that it was not any ordinary Desolate Race garrison troop. Their aura was extremely powerful and the person leading them was even more terrifying. The Lin family experts secretly held their weapons tight. Although they did not believe a battle would break out, it was always better to be vigilant. However, the Lin family did not expect that from miles away, these people would leap off their beasts and walk forward, respectfully saluting Yi Yun. The Desolate Queen has orders, we have waited here for a long time to welcome young Master Yi. Yi Yun had obviously informed Jiang Xiao before bringing the Lin family into the Divine Wilderness, and all the Desolate Race garrison troops that littered the Divine Wilderness were ordered to receive Yi Yun. The Lin family heaved a sigh of relief. They were also amazed at Yi Yun standing amongst the Desolate Race. The Desolate Race was very courteous to Yi Yun. The leader of the garrison troops was probably similar to a general in the Desolate Race. Not only did he come in person to receive Yi Yun, he had even dismounted miles away and walked forward to salute Yi Yun. Sorry for troubling you, General. Yi Yun returned the salutation. With the Desolate Race leading the way, they could enter the deep reaches of the Divine Wilderness, without any worry for danger. As Yi Yun was leading the Lin family to seek asylum with the Desolate Race, a bloody wave was set off in the Tian Yuan world. Wherever the black-armored demon god went, all the warriors there were slaughtered. The weaker warriors were easily killed by the black-armored demon god, while the strongest ones were sealed in the black-armored demon god's armor, enduring endless torment. The black-armored demon god did not have any emotions. He hardly spoke, and when he killed, he was always expressionless. It was as if he was mowing down grass when he killed a bunch of people. He was elusive and he traveled exceedingly fast. He could appear deep in the Tian Yuan world, and a few hours later, he could appear on the boundaries of the Tian Yuan world. His every appearance was accompanied by a blood cloud that filled the sky. This blood cloud was like nearing death and despair to the Tian Yuan world warriors. No matter where they escaped, they could not hide from the blood cloud's cover. One sect or family clan after another were flattened and destroyed. Some of these family clans had been handed down for hundreds of thousands of years or even more than 1,000,000 years. Sacred or holy grounds were dyed red with blood, becoming zones of death. The Tian Yuan world's family clans had never imagined that a single life form would one day threaten their entire existence. In front of death, many people turned afraid, resulting in many family clans beginning to flee. They abandoned their family's foundation and spiritual lands that they had accumulated for years. With their family's fortunes and the important disciples of the family, they began migrating. With the entire family migrating, they fled in all directions, but nowhere in the Tian Yuan world was safe. There was nowhere for them to go. Some of them escaped to the divine wilderness, but without the desolate race leading the way, it was also unsafe for them to escape into the divine wilderness. In fact, many family clans had encountered the black-armored demon god while migrating, and it only ended with a massacre. The black-armored demon god seemed to have an ability to find mighty people in this vast world. Of course, in the ailing Tian Yuan world, there were valiant human warriors who teamed up against the black-armored demon god or stayed behind to protect their family clans, fighting to their last. However, their efforts were like smashing a rock with an egg. Staying behind to protect their family clans was the same as waiting for death. However, even though they knew that they would have a bitter end, these people still faced it head-on. Humans were a complex life form. They had their jealousy, machinations, betrayal, and contempt. But in troubled times, there were many who would sacrifice their lives for justice. They achieved honor by martyring themselves. They were willing to sacrifice themselves, at the expense of their lives for freedom and all life. The entire Tian Yuan world was covered in blood, with an atmosphere of tragedy and despair resonating throughout. Many sects or family clans that enjoyed a lustrous past turned empty overnight, becoming ruins. Corpses laid strewn across the ground, being torn apart by wild dogs and wolves. No one entered Greatsword Mountain either. A brilliant, sacred ground of the past was now immersed in complete silence. At night, a cold wind would howl, bleak and desolate. Chapter 685, Zhang Xiaoro's Birth Origins. In a distance of 100,000 miles, which stretched into the divine wilderness, there were no humans around. Deep in the divine wilderness, the desolate race and desolate beasts enjoyed a peaceful coexistence. Their location was unknown and nearly no human had stepped foot in the desolate race's territory. But today, in one of the altars in a valley, a soft glow suddenly appeared. After the glow dissipated, a large group of people appeared on the altar. These people were of all ages and genders. The moment they appeared, they immediately looked around nervously and curiously. They were the members of the Lin family. At this moment, there were many members of the desolate race standing near the altar. From afar, Yi Yun spotted Zhang Xiaoro. She was dressed in a long, red gown. She held a bone staff in hand, and in the middle of her eyebrows, there were cinnabar dots. She really had the bearing of a queen. And beside Zhang Xiaoro was Qin Fei, who had been in control of the Skyfox Formation Array Corps back in the Soul Tomb. The desolate race dressed differently to the humans. Many men were bare-chested with all sorts of runes tattooed on their bodies. Their necks and arms were covered in ornaments made of beast teeth and bone. As for the women, they mostly wore white fur. Feathers were pinned through their hair, and their eyes looked beautiful and sharp, with some wild charm in them. Yunar. Upon seeing Yi Yun safe and sound, Zhang Xiaoro experienced a heartfelt joy. Sis Xiaoro. Yi Yun stepped forward to hold Zhang Xiaoro's hand. My mother has been waiting in the Grand Palace for you. She has something important to tell you. As she spoke, she turned to Lin Xintong. Miss Lin, follow my people and they will settle your family clan first. I'll be back in a while with Yunar. All right. Lin Xintong nodded her head. With that, Zhang Xiaoro began to instruct her people on the accommodations needed for the Lin family's residence. The Lin family was worried that they would suffer while living under someone else's roof, but the desolate race was extremely hospitable to the Lin family. They specially arranged a palace as the Lin family's residence, and they had even allocated a few members of the desolate race to serve the Lin family. After the Lin family took up residence, Zhang Xiaoro took Yi Yun to the desolate Queen Hall. Chen Fei and company respectfully followed the duo. All the Desolate Race members were respectful towards Lin Xintong and Yi Yun. As the Desolate Race worshipped the strong, news of the Yi Yun and Lin Xintong's performance in the Soul Tomb had proliferated in the Desolate Race. Towards the duo, the members of the Desolate Race, especially the youth, were filled with heartfelt respect. Yi Yun accompanied Jiang Xiao as he stepped into a teleportation array. Chen Fei controlled the array and he began to utter profound and abstruse chants that sounded like the howling of the wind. Very quickly, the altar emitted a glow, enveloping the people on it. With a flash, Yi Yun and Jiang Xiao appeared in front of a magnificent palace. This palace looked unsophisticated but solemn. In the strong, howling winds, Yi Yun saw a few gigantic primordial desolate beasts that were as large as mountains lingering not far from the grand palace. There was a powerful aura that emitted from these desolate beasts, and without a doubt, they were primordial true spirits. They were the protectors of the Desolate Race's grand palace. The human race had several legendary figures at the Heaven Ascension realm. In comparison, there were few experts in the Desolate Race that were at an equivalent level. However, with these primordial true spirits, the strength of the Desolate Race far exceeded the humans. Upon entering the Grand Palace, Yi Yun saw Jiang Xiao's mother. She was dressed in a long, bluish-purple robe as she sat on a throne. Beneath her feet proned a tiger. Of course, it was not any ordinary tiger, it was a powerful desolate beast that had a pure bloodline. This woman had a dignified beauty of aristocracy. The passage of time had not left any traces on her body. Standing beside Jiang Xiao, they looked like a pair of sisters. This junior, Yi Yun, sends his greetings to senior. Yi Yun bowed to Jiang Xiao's mother. The Desolate Race had previously saved him from Shintu Nantian in the past. Although the Desolate Race had ulterior motives for doing so, Yi Yun still appreciated it. As the woman looked at Yi Yun, she sized him up with a smile hanging on her face. After looking at Yi Yun for about 30 seconds, she said softly, "So you are Yi Yun, you are really a dragon amongst men. In the past decade or more, I have heard Xiao mention you several times. I actually did not wish for Xiao to have anything to do with you, but it seems like I was wrong back then." With the former Desolate Queen saying those words, Jiang Xiao gave a knowing smile. She was naturally very happy that her mother had changed her attitude towards Yi Yun. In the future, she would be able to accompany Yi Yun. Yi Yun said, "Thank you, senior. This junior has undergone all sorts of hardship with Sis Xiao. So no matter what happens in the future, this junior will definitely face it alongside Sis Xiao." Yi Yun did not blame the Desolate Race for his forceful separation with Jiang Xiao. To the Desolate Race, humans were not to be trusted. The former Desolate Queen gave a faint smile before sighing. She said, "The black-armored demon god has appeared once again, whipping up a bloodstorm throughout the Tianyuan world. Although the Desolate Race and the human race are enemies, this is also a calamity for my Desolate Race. Today, I'm meeting you also about this matter. I believe you should already know about how strong the 7 demon disciples are. You even probably know that the black-armored demon god is severely injured and that the life force and spiritual energy within him is unstable, right?" "Yes." Yi Yun nodded. He was also planning on getting some enlightenment from the former Desolate Queen. He wanted to know what this powerful woman, who ruled the Desolate Race, planned on doing in this disaster. The former Desolate Queen said, "Yi Yun, the reason why I'm calling Xiao and you here is not to give you any advice, but to tell you of Xiao's origins. It is also something to do with her father. The reason why I forbade Xiao from having any relationship with you was also actually due to her father." Yi Yun was stunned at the twist in the former Desolate Queen's words. He expected the woman to discuss how to deal with the black-armored demon god with him, but he never expected her to mention Jiang Xiao's father. Yi Yun had no inkling of understanding regarding Jiang Xiao's father. He had even pondered why Jiang Xiao had the surname Jiang. Back in the Lian tribal clan, Yi Yun had heard Jiang Xiao reminiscing about her youth. She seemed to live in a large family clan in the past, and he had not heard of Jiang Shiro talking about growing up with desolate beasts. Hence, Yi Yun had guessed that Jiang Shiro's father might be human. However, over the years as Yi Yun traveled the Tian Yuan world, he had not heard of any large family clans with the surname Jiang in the Tian Yuan world. There were a few weaker family clans of the same surname, but they did not seem to have anything to do with Jiang Shiro. Yi Yun looked at Jiang Shiro's mother, waiting for her to proceed with her story. The woman sighed, as if recalling the past, giving her all sorts of mixed emotions. Yi Yun, before talking about Shiro's father, let me ask you first. When you entered the great Empress mystic realm and understood many of the secrets of the ancients, have you ever considered leaving this world? Leaving this world? Yi Yun was stunned. He knew what leaving this world meant. It meant heading for the 12 Empyrean heavens. In fact, after Yi Yun and Lin Xintong obtained the great Empress mystic realm inheritance, they had talked about heading to the 12 Empyrean heavens before. The more they understood the secrets of the ancients, the more the two of them felt that the world they resided in was too small. Lin Xintong was not a person who wished for normalcy. She had a resolute heart for martial arts. When she learned about the 12 Empyrean heavens, knowing about the 12 supreme great Tao, she yearned for it greatly. As for Yi Yun, he had also thought about heading to the 12 Empyrean heavens after his cultivation reached its limits in the Tian Yuan world. Yi Yun nodded his head silently. The former desolate queen was not surprised as she said, "My invitation for you here today was not to discuss about dealing with the black-armored demon god. First, I'll tell you about the route that leads to the 12 Empyrean heavens, which is also a route of retreat." The route leading to the 12 Empyrean heavens? Upon hearing the words of Jiang Shiro's mother, Yi Yun was alarmed. Yi Yun knew that the world the Tian Yuan world resided in was actually a sealed ground. Even the Tian Yuan world itself was a gigantic enchanted treasure used to suppress the eternal whirlpool. It was by chance that the Azure Yang Lord arrived in the Tian Yuan world back then. And it was because of the Azure Yang Lord that the primal enchantment of the Tian Yuan world shattered. As a result, this world and the exterior world, where the 12 Empyrean heavens was, had means of communicating with each other again. However, Yi Yun had no idea on how to go from the Tian Yuan world to the 12 Empyrean heavens. He never expected that Jiang Shiro's mother knew the way. Chapter 686, Jiang Family's Disaster. Yi Yun had first heard the former desolate queen mention Jiang Shiro's father before she talked about a route that led to the 12 Empyrean heavens. This allowed Yi Yun to make the connection and suddenly realize a possibility. "Senior, you mean? Sis Shiro's father actually came from the 12 Empyrean heavens?" Yi Yun deduced. He looked at Jiang Shiro but he noticed her complicated expression. Clearly, she already knew about her father's life. The former desolate queen nodded and said, "That's right. Past events hundreds of years ago now seem like they were lifetimes ago, in retrospect." As the former desolate queen spoke, she gently shook her head with grief and lamenting expression. Jiang Shiro gently walked over to hold her mother's arm. She silently comforted the former desolate queen through such a method. Yi Yun quietly listened, waiting for the former desolate queen to tell the story of the past. Everything begins about 600 years ago. The former desolate queen lovingly touched Jiang Shiro's hair and said with a faint voice, "I met Shiro's father 600 years ago. He came from the 12 Empyrean heavens, but he was not as powerful as you would imagine, being able to dominate the Tian Yuan world easily. On the contrary, he was severely injured, with his meridians broken, and highly probable that his martial path would be completely severed. He came from the 10,000 Fei Empyrean heaven of the 12 Empyrean heavens. He was a member of the ancient Fei race, and they were engaged in war. He was injured in the war, and he came to the Tian Yuan world while escaping death. Later on, I met the seriously injured him and took care of him. He had a special aura that attracted me, and later on, we fell in love. He told me that he came from the 12 Empyrean heavens and I knew his background was to be kept a secret. He was too seriously injured, and he did not have the means to protect himself in this world. The moment someone knew of his background and coveted the inheritance and treasures that came from the 12 empyrean heavens, it was very possible for the tragedy of people murdering and plundering him to happen. I was about to inherit the position of Desolate Queen back then. According to the Desolate race's rules, as the successor to the Desolate Queen, I could not marry a person from a different race. And back then, he came from the 10,000 Fey empyrean heaven, and no one knew he was an ancient Fey race member. As he concealed his identity, people thought that he was human. And you know that humans are the arch-enemies of the Desolate race. When the former Desolate Queen spoke up to this point, Yun nodded. As the Desolate Queen, it was necessary to ensure that the bloodline of the Desolate race was pure-blooded. It was possible for the offspring of the Desolate Queen to inherit the position of Desolate Queen next. But if the Desolate Queen married a human, a member of the Desolate race's enemy, how could they appease the Desolate race masses? The clan did not agree with my decision, so I insisted on forging my own path. The clan imprisoned me, and back then, I was stubborn and rebellious. I escaped and hid from my clan's pursuers. In the end, I left the Desolate race and went to the Tian Yuan world. I cut off all ties with the clan, lived with him in the Tian Yuan world. As such, the clan could not do anything to us. We hid our identity, and through our own strength and a few loyal servants who came with me when I left the Desolate race, we set up a small family clan in a remote area of the Tian Yuan world. That was the Zhang family. The goal of establishing the family clan was to search for resources to treat his injuries. Of course, the Tian Yuan world's resources were limited when it came to healing him. He used more than 500 years, but he still failed to join up all of his meridians. By then, I was already pregnant. When the former Desolate Queen said this, she looked lovingly at Jiang Xioro. She was from a different race from Jiang Xioro's father, and since it was not easy for the ancient Fey race to reproduce, it was even more difficult for him to produce an offspring with the Desolate race. It could be said that Jiang Xioro's birth was an accident which Jiang Xioro's father did not expect. It was very difficult for me during my pregnancy with Xioro. The pregnancy lasted many years before I entered labor. And the labor process made me endure extreme pain. It nearly caused me to drop in a cultivation realm. The stronger a life, the stronger the bloodline, and the more difficult the pregnancy and labor were. For weaker life forms like insects or mice, their labor was much simpler. This seemed like a law of nature, limiting the proliferation of powerful life forms, so it could maintain nature's balance. When Xioro was born, rainbows filled the sky. Her bloodline was extremely powerful, exceeding any preceding Desolate Queen of the Desolate race. This is also why she successfully obtained the recognition of the Desolate race's sacred spirit. Upon saying this, the former Desolate Queen looked at Jiang Xioro, who was beside her, with eyes full of love and gentleness. However, when Xioro reached the age of 1, her father left, returning to the 12 empyrean heavens. Returned? Yun was momentarily stunned. Yes, return. He did not belong to this world after all. In this world, he managed to repair 80% of his broken meridians and he was unable to make a full recovery. Besides, his family clan had a mission for him to complete, so he had to return. He said that once everything was settled, he would return to this world, taking me and Xioro away. Upon saying this, the former Desolate Queen shook her head gently. It was not that she did not believe Jiang Xioro's father's promise, but nothing was a certainty in this world. Who could accurately predict what would happen in the future? Just like how she would have to face the calamity brewing in the eternal whirlpool after she returned to the Desolate race. Who would know what the outcome would be? The 12 empyrean heavens were too far from the Tian Yuan world, and the round trip was definitely not easy. Jiang Xioro's father had said that he had to settle everything before he would come back for the duo, but could he really successfully settle those matters? If they were such simple matters, would he have been forced to this world after having all his meridians severed? Hence, when Jiang Xioro's father left, the former Desolate Queen was mentally prepared to not see his return. The former desolate queen did not elaborate on the separation, but Yi Yun knew that she had probably experienced painful struggles. Then how did Sis Xiao end up in the cloud wilderness? Yi Yun asked again. The color of sadness disappeared from the former desolate queen's eyes and a coldness replaced it. The Jiang family we established was in the territory of another large faction of the Tian Yuan world. We never wanted to vie for anything in the Tian Yuan world and we always kept a low key. We stayed out of the large faction's ways, but I never expected that even with such a low-key life, disaster still struck us. Some things are that coincidental. That faction's patriarch was out searching for herbs. He had a spirit beast that could find treasures and sense the seismic networks to find divine herbs. When the patriarch arrived at the spirit mountain where the Jiang family was living in seclusion, he failed to find any primordial herb using his spirit beast, but instead he found Xiao. The treasure-seeking spirit beast had sensed the extraordinary bloodline from Xiao's body. And the patriarch had failed to find any satisfactory treasures and instead, he intended on using Xiao as a herb. And you probably have guessed who this person was. He was Shintu Patriarch. That is also the reason why I later left the Tian Yuan world and returned to the desolate race. That is also the reason why Qing Kuei led the divine wilderness beast horde, charging into the Tian Yuan world, severely weakening the Shintu family clan. Although my desolate race is more powerful than the Shintu family clan, being far from the divine wilderness, and being besieged enemies from all corners of the Tian Yuan world, it was also difficult to completely annihilate the Shintu family clan. They were rooted in the Tian Yuan world and they had many allies. Furthermore, the Beast Horde's movement had a wide target. So anytime they found things amiss, they would escape in advance. So that was the reason. Yi Yun's eyes turned cold. It was no wonder Shintu Nantian wanted to refine Jiang Xiao into elixirs back when he first saw her. So all of this was a result of Shintu Patriarch. But now, the Shintu family clan was completely destroyed. From their arrogance and dominance of plundering children back then to the utter collapse of the family clan now. The former desolate queen added, Xiao's birth had expended too much of my energy and life force. When I encountered Shintu Patriarch, my life force had not completely recovered. Besides, I'm a member of the desolate race. If I had a primordial true spirit beside me, I wouldn't have been afraid of a few Shintu patriarchs, but I naturally could not bring a primordial true spirit into the Tian Yuan world. Finally, it ended in disaster. In the battle, I could only end the battle with Shintu Patriarch with a tie. And by then, Shintu Patriarch had discovered that we were members of the desolate race. This ignited the greed in his heart, and he wished to capture me as well. He summoned all the Shintu family clan members in the vicinity. And the Shintu family clan had half-step heaven ascension realm experts and plenty of allies. As reinforcements rushed over from all directions, the tiny Jiang family I established was naturally no match. The Jiang family was destroyed and I could not take care of Xiao during the battle. An old, faithful servant took Xiao away in the chaos. As for what happened after that, I do not know. Xiao was also unconscious then, and she had already forgotten about it as she was still young. When the old servant escaped, she was already severely injured. She was also pursued by the Shintu family clan, so I was afraid that I would never see Xiao for the rest of my life. I never expected that the old servant managed to escape into the deep desolate lands under the Shintu family clan's pursuit, allowing Xiao to survive. For Xiao to end up living in the desolate lands, that old servant has probably passed away. The former desolate queen was filled with grief upon saying this. The old servant that had died was an old granny that took care of her through her youth. She never expected that her moment of rebellion caused the old granny, that was so loyal to her, to die in the cloud wilderness, without even her bones being found. Chapter 687, Ancient Teleportation Array. In the deep and dark Grand Palace, the ground was lined with heavy black rocks. In between the black rocks, there were bits and pieces of beast bones. Yi Yun and Jiang Xiao followed the former desolate queen through a black stone corridor. Weak fluorite lights hung on both sides of the wall. It's here. The former desolate queen pushed a heavy stone door open, and through it was a vast hall. On the ground, there was a foot-tall altar with a six-pointed star formation carved on the altar. The formation's runes were twisted like tadpoles, and it looked very simple. After taking a look, Ian felt that it was different to the grand teleportation array that he expected. He turned to look at the former desolate queen, and asked with some uncertainty, "Is this the ancient teleportation array that Senior Jiang used in the past to return to the 12 Empyrean heavens from the divine wilderness?" According to Ian's imagination, such a teleportation array should take up a large amount of land, just like the trademark divine bone altar of the desolate race. However, the teleportation array in front of him was just 100 feet wide. Compared to a teleportation array that could traverse the endless universe, it did seem a bit small. The former desolate queen knew what was on Ian's mind. She nodded and said, "It is it, however, it will not allow you to traverse the universe. The 12 Empyrean heavens and the lower realm have several spatial nodes connecting them together. A spatial node can link up two locations far apart. Through these spatial nodes, you can reach the 12 Empyrean heavens." Originally, the Tian Yuan world was a sealed world and all the spatial nodes were sealed. However, ever since tens of millions of years ago, the seal over the Tian Yuan world was released, resulting in the opening of those spatial nodes. The purpose of this teleportation array is to send you to a spatial node that links the Tian Yuan world to the 12 Empyrean heavens. The distance isn't that far. The true long distance is from the endless void past that spatial node. Teleportation arrays are built by people, but those spatial nodes are formed by the natural laws of the universe. The spatial node can teleport you a further distance, but it does not expend too much energy. It itself is a law. When the former desolate queen said this, Ian sighed after hearing it. The universe's laws were profound and mystical. Naturally formed spatial nodes connected the far reaches of the universe. If warriors wanted to obtain a full understanding of those mystical laws, a lifetime worth of pondering would probably be a drop in the bucket, while those who could truly grasp a portion of the heavenly Tao could be considered kings and emperors in the 12 Empyrean heavens. They were existences that supported the lives of all beings. "Mother, it isn't that simple to travel through the spatial node, right?" Although Jiang Shiro already knew about her father's life, the teleportation array that her father used to return to the 12 Empyrean heavens from the divine wilderness had been sealed in an underground hall by her mother. She did not know the exact location, and this was the first time she had seen it. "It's indeed not easy." The former desolate queen nodded. "With your present strength, it's impossible for you to pass through the spatial node. In the spatial node, there are lots of spatial storms. The moment you enter, you will encounter all sorts of danger. The destination is also hard to grasp. If you lack the appropriate strength, you might be torn to shreds by the spatial storms, or be forever lost in the spatial turbulence, unable to orientate yourself." When the former desolate queen said this, she looked at Yun. "Yun, the reason why I brought you and Shioro here is to tell you the location of the ancient teleportation array. I wish that there will be a day you will take Shioro out of this world, and into the 12 Empyrean heavens." The former desolate queen's words stunned Yun. "This world is an abandoned land of death. Shioro inherited my desolate race and ancient Fey race's bloodline, resulting in extraordinary talent. I can stay behind in this land of death, carry on fulfilling my mission, leading the desolate race to explore, and survive in this land of death, eventually finishing my lifespan. That would be enough, as I would have been accountable to the desolate race. I do not want Shiro to stay here, wasting her life." As the former desolate queen slowly said those words, Jiang Shiro tightly grabbed her, momentarily at a loss as to what to say. Yun felt his heart being repressed. "Senior, you say that this world is a land of death? A world that seals the ancient demon god has long been sacrificed and abandoned by the ancient gods. If not for Azure Yang Lord entering this world through the sinkhole by mistake tens of millions of years ago, this world would have been forever isolated from the 12 Empyrean heavens. We would all be like frogs in a well, never knowing how vast the exterior world is. Even later on, when Azure Yang Lord released a few seals, the number of spatial nodes that appeared were pathetically few in number. There were probably 1 or 2. To the 12 Empyrean heavens, this world is probably like an ant's nest hidden in some mountain, difficult to find. Over the tens of millions of years, the number that have come from the 12 Empyrean heavens to this world through the spatial node are probably extremely few in number. What the former desolate queen said was all her own speculation. However, she knew the history regarding the Azure Yang Lord very well. She had also lived with Jiang Xioro's father, who had truly come from the 12 Empyrean heavens, so her speculation was probably very close to reality. After bidding farewell to the desolate queen, Yi Yun felt his heart heavy. The Tian Yuan world was just a land of death abandoned by the ancient gods? Yi Yun always had the intentions to head to the 12 Empyrean heavens. The former desolate queen said that he lacked the strength currently. Then, it was probably enough when he reached the Heaven Ascension realm. As for the black-armored demon god that suddenly appeared, Yi Yun shook his head. Before he left, the former desolate queen had exhorted Yi Yun numerous times to not seek the black-armored demon god. The black-armored demon god was engaging in a massacre in the Tian Yuan world, drawing on the life force of massive numbers of the dead, so he could restore his life and soul that was about to collapse. Amongst those killed, many of them had perpetrated every conceivable crime, and they were deserving of death. However, there were good people and innocent commoners as well. It wasn't Yi Yun being cold-blooded, it was just that he was indeed no match for the black-armored demon god. Even if the black-armored demon god was extremely weak, with the possibility of his soul collapsing, Yi Yun did not possess the ability to cause his soul to collapse. Before having sufficient strength, Yi Yun could only hide in the divine wilderness to wait. He was in great need of time. After returning to the Lin family's residential grounds, Yi Yun saw a figure with fluttering clothes in the distance. It was a stretch of granite hills. The bright moon hung in the sky, sprinkling down its cool brilliance. Lin Xintong was dressed in clothes as white as snow. She stood silently on the granite hill, under an ancient pine tree. In the late night, as if a dark blue curtain was thrown over the sky, the arms of the galaxy could be seen. It reached down to the horizon, and it seemed to cross Lin Xintong's body. Water like starlight traced her body, dripping down her long hair. They seemed to be one with Lin Xintong. At this moment, all her pores were open, as she expirated the endless amount of starlight that she could. Upon seeing this scene, Yi Yun felt his heart jolt. Lin Xintong cultivated pure Yin laws. And by absorbing the starlight and the Yin energy from the moon, it was the derivation of the laws she cultivated. Seeing Lin Xintong cultivate and in deep thought was always such a picturesque beauty. It caused people to sink in imperceptibly. Such beauty not only came from Lin Xintong herself, it also came from the Tao she gained from meditation. Under the moon, Lin Xintong and the Tao she understood formed a perfect unity, as if she was one with the heaven, giving a very harmonious feeling. Tao was nature, furthermore, nature and harmony resulted in beauty. Yi Yun's lips quivered. His voice traveled through the night wind, entering Lin Xintong's ears. Xintong, follow me. I'll take you somewhere. Translator note: I'll give a bonus chapter in a few hours' time to thank everyone for supporting the Crayon Pop MV. Chapter 688, Returning to Meteorite Abyss. With the brilliant moon in the sky, across a vast desert, Yi Yun and Lin Xintong flew together, hand in hand. The desolate race's location in the divine wilderness was extremely concealed. Even the Lin family that used a teleportation array to arrive there did not know where they were. If they were to leave, it was also impossible for them to find the desolate race again. However, Yi Yun was different. As a person being trusted unreservedly by Jiang Xioro, Yi Yun not only knew where the desolate race was located in the divine wilderness, he even had Jiang Xioro's token, allowing him to activate any of the desolate race's teleportation arrays located in the divine wilderness. Just a while ago, Yi Yun and Lin Xintong had gone through a teleportation array, traversing millions of miles. Yi Yun and Lin Xintong had flown together for more than 2 hours. Using his memory, Yi Yun was constantly recalibrating his position. Throughout the course of their flight, the temperature of the surrounding environment slowly rose. It was late in the night, but the temperature was already comparable to that at noon. This abnormal change made Yi Yun happy because he knew that he had found the destination of his trip. The divine wilderness was too vast, and Yi Yun and Lin Xintong had just come out from deep in the divine wilderness. Even though Yi Yun had come here before, it was not easy to find its exact location. Yi Yun, where are we going? Along the way, Lin Xintong did not speak a word until now, because the temperature was rising. Lin Xintong could vaguely see a dark red haze far in the horizon. It looked like a dancing flame. We are going to Meteorite Abyss. Yi Yun answered as he recalled the past. It had been more than 10 years. More than a decade ago, he had entered the divine wilderness for training. He entered Meteorite Abyss, and then went to Fallen Stargate, right at the core of Meteorite Abyss. He then found Pyongyang Sword Palace in Fallen Stargate. Meteorite Abyss? Lin Xintong's eyebrows twitched, and she had a pondering expression. I've heard of that place. Meteorite Abyss' existence was no secret. In fact, in the world where the Tianyuan world resided, there were many unique places. Meteorite Abyss was one of them, but it did not have a distinguished reputation. This was because Meteorite Abyss had a difficult-to-explain Pyongyang fire that burned for tens of thousands of years to no end. But if these mighty figures entered Meteorite Abyss, other than finding some fire-elemental primordial species or primordial herbs, there was not much reward. In terms of danger, Meteorite Abyss was nothing compared to the eternal whirlpool beneath the Tianyuan world. So other than a minority of Yuan opening experts, no one else would explore Meteorite Abyss. Meteorite Abyss was itself a huge crater. It was surrounded by cliffs. Yi Yun led Lin Xintong down the cliffs, as they went straight to Fallen Stargate, deep in Meteorite Abyss. At the core of Meteorite Abyss, Fallen Stargate was buried deep underground, reaching thousands of meters deep. It was an independent underground world. A falling star had crashed in the world, resulting in its name, Fallen Stargate. Of course, Yi Yun knew that the so-called falling star was actually the fragment of the world where the Pyongyang Sword Palace resided. As for what realm the Pyongyang Sword Palace's owner was, Yi Yun could not predict it. However, after Yi Yun entered the Great Empress Mystic Realm, and saw the Azure Yang Lord's sword attack in the visual disc array, he realized that the Azure Yang Lord's sword attack contained the sword Dao of the Pyongyang Sword Palace owner. Back then, before the Azure Yang Lord had experienced the betrayal of his love, and had lost his position as Azure Yang Lord, he had entered a sinkhole, happening to chance on the traces of the Pyongyang Sword Palace owner. Not only did Azure Yang Lord receive the sword intent from that strike, he had also discovered the other half of the Pyongyang broken sword. It was also because of his discoveries that eventually strayed into the world where the Tianyuan world resided. The same strike, in the hands of the Azure Yang Lord, lacked the power of the Pyongyang Sword Palace owner. Back then, when the Pyongyang Sword Palace killed the Bronze Ancient God, it was really a strike that chopped a great world off. Such a magnificent scene made Yi Yun guess something. He had previously guessed that since the world that the Tianyuan world resided in was sealed by the ancient gods, could those so-called ancient gods have anything to do with the Pyongyang Sword Palace owner? As for the bronze ancient giant that was killed by the Pyongyang Sword Palace owner, could he be the same entity as the one sealed in the eternal whirlpool? If the bronze giant, that was killed by the Pyongyang Sword Palace owner, had been sealed in the eternal whirlpool, there would be many questions that would be answered. These thoughts resonated in Yi Yun's mind, but no matter what the truth was, they were too far from Yi Yun. Fallen Stargate, is this where you are taking me? Lin Xintong was well learned. She even knew about the core of Meteorite Abyss, which was Fallen Stargate. It's here. Back then, I discovered an ancient sword palace in Fallen Stargate. However, I was only able to look around the exterior of the sword palace. I couldn't even enter the depths of the sword palace. Sword Palace? Lin Xintong was momentarily stunned. And at this moment, she and Yi Yun had reached the deep depths of Fallen Stargate, entering the Inferno Sea. Yi Yun knew Purian laws, and he had the purple crystal. It was extremely easy for him to enter the Inferno Sea. Later on, Yi Yun activated the 9-9 as one array in the deepest depths of Fallen Stargate, opening the door to the independent world. When she saw the ancient bronze door open, feeling the forceful power from the door, as if it contained the worldly energy that came from universe's origins of Great Tao, Lin Xintong was completely stunned. To think that such a forbidden land had a sealed world. And in this world stood an ancient sword palace? Around Lin Xintong, there were endless colorful flames that curled towards the door, as if 100 phoenixes were flying to the sun. As Lin Xintong stood in the middle of this vast energy, her hair began to fly up. As she looked at the world, she saw mountains truncated off, dried up rivers, as well as immortal palaces that had collapsed and a countless number of ruins. It was a broken world, a world chopped off forcefully by a mighty figure. At the ends of the world, Lin Xintong could see a mountain peak that pierced the sky like a blade. On the mountain peak stood a mysterious immortal palace. That was the only immortal palace that was still intact in this broken world. The immortal palace emitted a faint glow. When Lin Xintong accompanied Yi Yun in his flight towards the immortal palace, she saw the large sword scar behind the immortal palace. The sword scar seemed to separate this world into two. More than a decade ago, Yi Yun had entered the Puriyang Sword Palace, awaking the sword spirit guarding the sword palace. It had told Yi Yun back then that if he really wanted to enter the depths of the Puriyang Sword Palace, he had to first understand the sword intent left behind by the Puriyang Sword Palace owner. Back then, the sword spirit believed that it was too difficult for Yi Yun to gain any insight into the sword intent. It did not have any hope. Yi Yun also knew that back then that it was impossible for him to pass the Puriyang Sword Palace owner's test. But now, after more than 10 years later, Yi Yun had once again appeared, hoping to attempt at entering the inner sanctum of the Puriyang Sword Palace. Chapter 689, You're Unqualified. Without mentioning the inner sanctum of the Puriyang Sword Palace, just outside it, there were several vestiges that one could comprehend from on the mountain. A 7-kill stone pillar that was suspected to be the work of the Puriyang Sword Palace owner contained an intensely powerful sword intent. Established 7-kill stone pillar, announcing my will. Awaiting the future, collapse of Heavenly Tao, the non-existence of the universe, me as the world, control over life and death, destroying the cycle of reincarnation, obtaining the souls of everything, casting my sword, spilling my immortal blood, obliterating evil demons. Kill. 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 The stone pillar emanated a staggering amount of killing aura that prevented people from looking at it straight. There were 56 words and every single word had a deep concept within it. If any insight could be gained from it, it would be a stunning opportunity. Lin Xintong was also a sword user, so the moment she saw the 7-kill stone pillar, she could not move her eyes from it. However, it was unfortunate that her heart of the sword and her cultivation level prevented her from looking straight at 7-kill stone pillar for long. The sword intent in the stone pillar nearly caused her slashing injuries. After about 30 seconds of looking, Lin Xintong felt as if her eyes were being stabbed by needles that resulted in excruciating pain. In front of 7-kill stone pillar, there was a black stone statue. The statue was carved in the form of a tall and large middle-aged man. As for who the sculpture was supposed to be, Yi Yun did not know. He felt that it had to be the Puriyang Sword Palace owner, but years ago, the Puriyang Sword Palace owner that he saw in the dreamlike state was somewhat different from this person. Let's enter first. There's no hurry to trying to comprehend it. With Yi Yun saying that, Lin Xintong nodded. She followed Yi Yun to step in front of the Puriyang Sword Palace. The simple entrance had signs of it having experiencing a long passage of time, yet, it still contained powerful sentiments that was quite alarming. Yi Yun and Lin Xintong stood in front of the door, and with a flash, they were sucked in directly. There was no test of their comprehension towards Sword Dao to enter the Pyongyang Sword Palace's first door. Back then, Yi Yun had easily entered, and he found the Pyongyang broken sword in the hall behind the door. This sword had accompanied Yi Yun all the way to now, helping him to fight off his enemies numerous times. Senior Sword Spirit? Senior Sword Spirit? Yi Yun called out in the large hall. More than 10 years ago, Yi Yun had entered the Pyongyang Sword Palace, awakening the sword spirit that guarded the large hall. Back then, the sword spirit was extremely weak. It only exchanged a few words with Yi Yun before returning to its slumber. It had also said that once it entered its slumber, it would not know when it would wake up again. The hall remained empty, with no response from the sword spirit. Yi Yun called out a few more times before sighing softly. The Sword Palace's sword spirit was probably too weak. He also did not want to disturb the sword spirit's slumber, so he stopped in front of the second large door in the hall. It was this large door that sealed off Yi Yun's path into the inner sanctums of the Pyongyang Sword Palace. As for what was inside the Pyongyang Sword Palace's inner sanctums, Yi Yun had no idea. In fact, the first time he came to the Pyongyang Sword Palace, other than receiving the broken sword, as well as gaining some sword intent from the sword scar outside Pyongyang Sword Palace, he had not received any other opportunities. Furthermore, the Pyongyang Sword Palace owner was the strongest expert in Yi Yun's current knowledge of the world, a power far exceeding his comprehension in scope. The immortal cave left behind by him must have treasures that went beyond his imagination. Yi Yun stood in front of that mysterious ancient door that seemed to seal another world behind it. He did not know how to open the door, but according to what the sword spirit said, a test of his insights into sword intent that was necessary to enter the inner sanctums of the Pyongyang Sword Palace. However, how was his degree of sword intent comprehension going to be measured? It couldn't be him brandishing his sword to slash at the door, right? The sword spirit was already deep in slumber. Without anyone to ask, he could only search by himself. Shinton, go outside the Sword Palace, and try to study the 7-kill stone pillar and the sword scar. I'll be here to search for a way to enter the inner sanctums of the Sword Palace. When it came to the Great Empress Heart Sutra, Lin Shinton's attainment was naturally higher than Yi Yun. When it came to Pyongyang and Purine laws, their insights were most likely about equal. But when it came to Sword Dao, Yi Yun was superior to Lin Shinton. Lin Shinton came from the Lin family, and throughout her growing years, the heritage and outlook she received was restricted. She did not come into contact with any profound Sword Dao, while Yi Yun had the Pyongyang Sword Palace, so it was completely different. If he could not figure out a way to enter the inner sanctums of the Pyongyang Sword Palace, then keeping Lin Shinton here would be pointless since she would also not be able to figure anything out. He might as well let Lin Shinton stay outside the Pyongyang Sword Palace to comprehend the 7-kill stone pillar and the sword scar. It was more beneficial for her. All right. Lin Shinton exited the Pyongyang Sword Palace, leaving Yi Yun alone in the large hall. Yi Yun was momentarily at a loss. He did not know where to begin. He silently circled the hall once, eventually stopping at the door leading to the second level. He stood there motionlessly for a very long time. As he looked at the door, he slowly got engrossed with it. The door was made of an unknown material. It appeared to be like metal or stone, but it wasn't both either. And the door's surface was not smooth. It had a slight texture to it, like water streaks. As Yi Yun grew more and more focused, the water streaks turned more and more obvious. Slowly, it spread in all directions, swallowing Yi Yun. With a bright flash, Yi Yun felt his surroundings suddenly change. As he looked around him, he realized that he was no longer in the Pyongyang Sword Palace's hall. He had come to a vast world of whiteness. The world was blank, resembling flickering lights. And in the lights, there was a white figure. As Yi Yun focused his eyes, the white figure looked like a white dragon. White dragon! Yi Yun was slightly stunned. Before he could clearly see the white dragon's looks, it had shrunk into a ball. As the light focused together, the white dragon transformed into a white-dressed youth. The white-dressed youth held a white sword of light. His build was very similar to Yi Yun, and he had handsome features. However, on careful look, it did not seem possible to see what he looked like clearly. "You are." Yi Yun held his breath. He could sense a killing aura from the sword-wielding youth. Without a word, the white-dressed youth suddenly attacked. With the white sword of light in hand, he slashed out. The sword beam from this strike was like a river that led to the heavens, completely filling the sky before it poured down at Yi Yun. Yi Yun was alarmed. He was already on the alert before this, so he instantly made his move. He slashed out with the pure yang broken sword. Behind Yi Yun, his golden crow aspect totem screeched. If the white-dressed youth's sword was like a river of stars falling from the sky, then Yi Yun's sword was a golden crow charging into the sky, burning the heavens. Boom! The two sword beams clashed, resulting in a tumultuous tremble, shaking the universe. The youth's sword beam was too powerful, so despite Yi Yun's golden crow charging through the river of stars by hundreds of thousands of feet, it could not reach the end. The limitless sword beam extinguished all of Yi Yun's sword chi. Yi Yun was awed as he forcefully gathered energy, slashing his sword horizontally, producing his second strike. Shi La. The sword beam was like a waterfall, splitting the sword chi river apart. The powerful sword chi produced by the youth surged down like river water on either side of Yi Yun, hitting the ground. As the ground trembled, it hit Yi Yun's protective Yuan chi. The intense energy caused Yi Yun's protective Yuan chi to crack slightly. However, just as Yi Yun's protective Yuan chi was about to shatter, his sword chi was also exhausted, finally coming to a stop. Yi Yun exhaled. He looked at the youth who was still standing straight with sword in hand. His blade was tilted diagonally to the ground as if he had not moved. What a powerful strike! Yi Yun's heart quivered. He could tell that the amount of energy contained in the youth's strike was not that much, and it was even weaker than his. What he was truly strong at was in his sword intent. The strike he produced had an undying aura. No matter how much energy was in the slash that he produced, it would be gradually dissipated. The white-dressed youth looked at Yi Yun and suddenly said, "Go back, you are unqualified." His voice was cold and arrogant, with a tone of unwavering doubt. When Yi Yun heard this, his heart sank. Unqualified? Without a doubt, the white-dressed youth's strike was a test. As the sword spirit said, only one who had sufficient comprehension of sword Tao would one be able to enter the inner sanctums of the Pure Yang Sword Palace, or else they would be turned away at the door. More than 10 years ago, Yi Yun had been turned away at a door. And more than 10 years later, Yi Yun had gained insight into various sword Tao laws, and his cultivation realm had greatly increased. But at his first return to the Pure Yang Sword Palace, the answer of the first stage was unqualified. Yi Yun puffed with a sigh. It was impossible to say that he was not depressed, but he was not discouraged. Ever since he came to this world, he had started in the poor and backward cloud wilderness. He too had nothing back then, without any strength to do a thing. But slowly, he took step after step, walking out of the cloud wilderness, achieving what he had today. He said to the white-dressed youth, "I will come again. My insights into sword Tao may be insufficient at present, but there will be a day when I will have the qualifications to step here." The youth gave Yi Yun a cold look and said without a trace of emotion, "You have no special affinity with swords. Hard work is only futile. You might not know that your age has already surpassed the requirement. Go back. You won't be able to pass the test, nor are you suitable." The youth was completely unreasonable. His coldness was itself a form of arrogance. And he indeed had the qualifications to be arrogant. Yi Yun frowned. This youth had predicted his future achievements, so how could he be convinced? His future martial path was to be decided by himself. However, at this very moment, he was indeed no match for the youth. He had no other options since he said that he was unqualified. He took a deep breath and he was about to exit this world, but at this moment, a weak and old voice echoed. "Wait a moment, let him stay." "Oh?" The youth frowned and looked at the void not far away. There, water streaks appeared out of thin air, slowly coagulating, forming the vestige of an elder. The elder was dressed in gray, looking like he was approaching death as he seemed extremely weak. He looked at the white-dressed youth and said once again, "Let him stay." Yi Yun was very familiar with this voice. He knew that this gray-dressed elder was the Pyryang Sword Palace sword spirit that he had encountered in the Pyryang Sword Palace more than 10 years ago. Chapter 690, The Realms of the Sword. The sword spirit, who had entered deep slumber years ago, had awoken once again. However, it was still as weak as ever. Sleep could only slow its decline, but it could not recover its energy. The sword spirit's words did not seem to change the youth's decision. He insisted, according to our master's standards, he does not have the qualifications to stay. The master's standards. The sword spirit sighed and shook his head. That standard is too high. To be at the large success stage of sword intent before the age of 20, and to comprehend the heart of the sword before the age of 100. This standard was indeed set by our master, but it was established based on the 12 Empyrean heavens back then, provided that one had a powerful master, and had perfect heritage. In this lower realm, how can there be such things? In this desolate land, to have such a successor is already great luck. Chibai, we do not have much time left. Even if we rely on sleep, it will just extend our lifespans by a few million years or 10 million years. Do you really believe that we will be able to find a successor who can be at the large success stage of sword intent before the age of 20 in that period of time? The white-dressed youth might look young, but in fact, the amount of time that he had lived was not much shorter than the sword spirit. It was because the Pyryang Sword Palace owner's companion sword had been broken, causing the sword spirit to be severely injured. As such, he had to sleep in the Pyryang Sword Palace, which made him look even weaker. As for the white-dressed youth, he was the Pyryang Sword Palace's temple spirit. Although his lifespan was longer than the sword spirit's, it was not that much longer. The gray-dressed elder's words made the youth frown. He was arrogant and cold. To him, the rules set by the Pyryang Sword Palace owner was everything. And in fact, the Pyryang Sword Palace owner had never thought of leaving the Pyryang Sword Palace in a lower realm. It was easier said than done finding a successor in the lower realm. Seeing the youth not speak, the sword spirit looked at Yi Yun. More than 10 years ago, he had understood Yi Yun's strength very well. Back then, Yi Yun had never used a sword, yet, now, he had today's achievements. Although he had not completely reached the Pyryang Sword Palace owner's standards, with his background and the amount of time he had been practicing martial arts, the achievements he had attained was stunning. Although you have failed to meet the owner's standards, for tens of thousands of years, we have only managed to wait for you. Tens of millions of years ago, the Pyryang Sword Palace received a visitor. He cultivated Pyryang laws and he was a sword user. It could be said that his talent was excellent, but unfortunately, he was too old. He far exceeded the upper limits of the age demanded by our master. He already had his own sword Dao and martial Dao. His life potential had also been mostly used up. It was very difficult for him to inherit the inheritance. So, we gave up on him. As for you, you can be considered to be a piece of white paper. Although your foundation is weak, it has a lot of room for growth. For us to manage to wait for your arrival, we probably do not have time left to carry on waiting. The sword spirit's words stunned Yi Yun. What? Tens of millions of years ago, another person had come to Pyryang Sword Palace? Yi Yun knew that discovering and entering the Pyryang Sword Palace was not easy. Even Yi Yun himself, together with the purple crystal, managed to break through the 99 as one array through a certain amount of luck to enter this world. That person had the ability to enter the Pyryang Sword Palace and cultivated Pyryang laws and swords. Could he be Azure Young Lord? On careful thought, it could only be him. Even the Azure Yang Lord had been rejected by the Pure Yang Sword Palace. Upon thinking of this, Yi Yun was secretly horrified. However, upon careful thought, it was understandable. If the Azure Yang Lord was a beautiful piece of wood carving, the wood carving was already formed, so it was very difficult to change it any further. As for himself, he came from a poor background. In all the cultivation he had, a lot of standards never reached a proper level, yet he was still an uncarved, rough piece of wood. He still had a lot of room for growth. The sword spirit had already decided on Yi Yun, but the white-dressed youth was still frowning. He seemed like a perfectionist. Picking a successor that did not match his ideals caused a knot in his heart. As the Pure Yang Sword Palace's temple spirit, he naturally had a greater right to decide on a successor. He refused to choose Yi Yun, but he also had to admit that the sword spirit had a point. He looked deeply at Yi Yun and he did not wish to speak to Yi Yun any further. He turned around and left. As his figure turned dim, he disappeared into the white and empty void. Yi Yun gave a wry smile. The temple spirit could not even be bothered to speak to him. Don't mind him. Chi Bai and I are far from what we were in the past. We just want to see this piece of world vibrant once again. We are indignant about it while lingering on our last breaths. My sleep is not for recovery. It is just to extend the tiny bit of useful time in the lifespan that I have left to find a successor. Although I don't have any hopes, I still have the hope that maybe one day, this divine palace will be restored to its former glory, even if the chances are a tenth. As the sword spirit spoke, he sighed. He had decided on Yi Yun, while the youth had reluctantly acquiesced to this. As such, Yi Yun's identity as successor was decided. Senior, I have a question. How far am I away from the standards of the Sword Palace's successor? Yi Yun wanted to know the gap that he had. He wanted to know what it meant to be at the large success stage of sword intent before the age of 20, and to comprehend the heart of the sword before the age of 100. The sword spirit said, Sword Dao is one of the 3,000 great Dao in martial arts. A warrior's understanding of Sword Dao is divided into realms by itself. However, in this world, due to the limitations of its heritage, it does not have any system of Sword Dao, nor is there any divisive realms in Sword Dao. The realms of the sword begins with gaining insight into sword intent, followed by condensing one's heart of the sword, then tempering one's sword soul, and finally creating the heavenly Dao of the sword. In these four large realms, there are smaller realms dividing them, being the initial stage, small success stage, large success stage, and perfection. There aren't many realms, but just breaking through one realm is extremely difficult. Those who consider themselves kings in the 12 empyrean heavens are usually in the initial stages of sword soul. As for the final heavenly Dao of the sword, that is our master's realm. Even our master failed to reach the peak of Sword Dao. Of course, the path of martial arts number in the thousands. Sword Dao is just one of them, and there is no need to specifically choose the Sword Dao. Other great Dao can equally allow a person to reach the position of a mighty expert. As for your current realm in the way of the sword, you are barely considered to be at the small success stage of sword intent. The successor of the Pure Yang Sword Palace was required to reach the large success stage of sword intent before the age of 20, or achieve Heart of the Sword before the age of 100. Yi Yun was already 20 years old when he entered reclusion in the God Advent Tower. He had already failed the first condition, but Yi Yun wanted to achieve the second condition of cultivating the Heart of the Sword before the age of 100. The white-dressed youth's disregard for himself was because he was weak. Although Yi Yun had nothing to say about that, he still felt like he was suppressing some anger in his heart. He had been painstakingly cultivating for more than 10 years and he had yet to meet the criteria of the Pure Yang Sword Palace. He only became the better-than-nothing successor because Chi Bai and the gray-dressed elder had little lifespan left. However, Yi Yun would not sell himself short because of this. His path was still long. He had came from the cloud wilderness where he could not even have a meal. There was no point even mentioning the geniuses from the 12 Empyrean heavens. Just a genius in a small family clan in the Tian Yuan world was enough to show the huge disparity. He had came from the lowest possible background, taking step after step to this day. He might be lacking in qualifications now, but it did not mean that he was any less or that he would be inferior all his life. He was unable to decide on his starting point, but how far his ending point could go to, it was all decided by him. When the sword spirit saw how quickly Yi Yun swept away the dark clouds in his heart, he also nodded silently. As a swordsman, to cultivate one's heart of the sword, one had to persevere and move forward fiercely. With one's heart bent on martial arts, seeking one's Tao, only such a person had the true qualifications to pursue martial arts. Follow me, I'll take you into the inner sanctums of the Pure Yang Sword Palace. The sword spirit said. Just as he finished speaking, Yi Yun was faced with blurriness. After a moment of haziness, he was standing in front of that large door once again, as if he had never taken a single step. And at this moment, the runes on the door began to light up. It began to tremble, rumbling as it opened. The Pure Yang Sword Palace that had been sealed for countless numbers of years had finally opened for Yi Yun. Chapter 691, A God Spirit. With the sword spirit walking in front, they stepped through the large door of the sword palace. The light from inside the door fluctuated, forming curtains of light. Passing through this curtain of light felt like going through thin layers of mercury. Junior, the sword palace is divided into a few major parts. Although you have barely obtained the recognition of Qi Bai and me, according to the rules that Master set, you lack the qualifications to enter a large number of zones in this sword palace. Now, you can enter the Tao Enlightenment Hall and Heavenly Construct Hall. Tao Enlightenment Hall is the core of the Sword Palace, and now, I'll take you there. As the Sword Spirit spoke, he passed through the final curtain of light. When all the light disappeared, Yi Yun's vision suddenly opened. He found himself on a grassland. There was lush grass everywhere and it seemed boundless. There were white clouds floating in the sky, and the bright sun shined. Winding rivers meandered around the grasslands, as the river water reflected the sunlight, scattering it in like emerald fragments. This grassland was an independent space. Many immortal palaces and caves might appear like a small hill from the outside, but upon entering, they were a world of their own. Those ancient mighty figures who could refine such immortal residences could even refine an entire small world in the immortal residence. Together with various large arrays that gathered heaven-earth yuan qi, it would fill this tiny world with spirituality. It was possible to plant herbs and rear spirit beasts in them. It was really like one's very own world. The vast grass plains had wormwood that was not higher than one's knee. They grew very close together, and despite existing for so long, they resembled an army. They did not grow in a haphazard manner, which was quite amazing. And in the middle of this grassland, Yi Yun saw a tree. This was an ancient tree, and when Yi Yun saw what it looked like clearly, he was utterly amazed. This tree was not tall, it was only about twice the height of a person. The roots looked ancient and strong, as they twisted around, looking like an old coiled dragon. The tree's canopy was not dense. It had very few leaves, and they were even easily countable if one wished. However, the shape of the leaves were all very special. They looked like tiny swords. The leaves were green and they rustled gently in the wind, reflecting the warm sunlight. It was as if every leaf had a life of its own. This tree. Before approaching this ancient tree, Yi Yun could already sense its extraordinariness. This is a Tao tree. The sword spirit said. It has existed for so long that it is impossible to validate how long it has been alive. When Master discovered it back then, it had already condensed to Tao. In this world, there are odd worldly items. They were born in the primal chaos, and they were nearly born at the same time as great worlds, or even the universe. After their appearance, they would condense the heavenly Tao, and over many years, become God spirits. This Tao tree you are looking at is a God spirit. God spirit? Yi Yun was stunned. What was a god spirit? It was quite vague. The former desolate queen had said that the ancient gods had sealed the world that the Tian Yuan world resided in years ago, but Yi Yun guessed that so-called ancient god spirits were just more powerful warriors. Why do you say that this Dao tree is a god spirit? Is it very powerful? Yi Yun asked. The first impression that a god spirit gave was immense power. Only the strong could become a god. The sword spirit said, "This Dao tree is indeed powerful, however to what extent its power is, I do not know. This is because over the many years, I have never seen it make a move." Oh? Yi Yun was dumbfounded. It's powerful, but it doesn't make a move? Why is that so? It might because there is nothing in this world that requires it to make a move. It doesn't have any consciousness, it's just standing here in between the heavens and earth. It doesn't have any consciousness? Yi Yun was even more dumbfounded. When he first heard that the Dao tree was a god spirit, he thought that it could transform, such as changing into the shape of a human. As for generating consciousness, that was nothing spectacular. Even some primordial herbs that grew in the divine wilderness could produce some elementary consciousnesses after a prolonged period of time. However, as a god spirit, the Dao tree did not have any consciousness at all. The sword spirit sighed and said, "The ways of the world are full of vicissitudes, and in it, there is the grief at separation and joy in union, the suffering of life and death. No matter how thick a history book is, it would not be able to record everything down. However, it is such infinite matters of the past that can pass by with a finger snap. In one's old age, while looking back at the past, only then would you feel like everything was ephemeral. For the Dao tree to not be able to produce consciousness is actually an advantage for it. As such, it would not be lost in the kindness and enmity of the mortal world, reaching the true state of being without joy or sorrow. What's considered the thoroughly awakened domain is not to see through the ways of mortals, it is to have a heart like that of the heavens and earth, with one's Dao the same as nature. It is because of these that this Dao tree can condense its body into Dao, becoming a god spirit." The moment the sword spirit said those words, it made Yi Yun shocked and distraught. To have one's heart like that of the heavens and earth, with one's Dao the same as nature. What the sword spirit said seemed to be a truth in itself. What was said was not a cultivation technique, nor was it some secret manual, but just coming to understand it made Yi Yun feel like his own Dao heart had turned clearer. This was the philosophy of the Dao tree becoming a god. So, the sword spirit carried on saying, the Dao tree might be powerful, but it is not because it is powerful that allows it to be called a god spirit. It is a god spirit because it had condensed the way of the heavenly Dao, or it could be said that it itself is a great Dao. It has existed for such a long period of time, far exceeding Chibai's or my lifespan. And in the future, when the both of us die, it would carry on existing, all the way till the Dao that it had condensed is extinguished. As for how long that will take, I do not know. Even if it might not be the same age as the heavens and earth, it is probably not that far off. When the sword spirit finished saying this, he looked at Yi Yun. If you are able to condense your great Dao, casting your life into a Dao itself, then the heavenly Dao is you, and you are the heavenly Dao. You will then be able to share the same age as the heavens and earth, enjoying eternal life. This is also the realm of eternal life that most of the mighty figures of the 12 empyrean heavens pursue, but when the sword spirit said this, he shook his head. It's too difficult. Humans have emotions, so it is very difficult for them to completely blend with the heavenly Dao. They would not be able to be like this tree. It does not have consciousness, it doesn't have joy or sorrow, existing forever. Thank you, Senior, for your teachings. Yi Yun said humbly. He followed the sword spirit and walked towards the front of the tree. As he looked up, the sky looked like it was filled with exquisite greenery, as if tiny green emerald swords were dancing in the sky. This vast piece of land was full of indescribable laws and comprehension. It was after all a divine tree. Not even a divine tree, even a piece of dead wood would be tempered over many years by the great Dao, nourishing the ground into divine soil. Junior, this Tao tree is the core of the immortal palace. And it is because of this Tao tree that it's called Tao Enlightenment Hall. Sitting under this Tao tree will let your understanding of Tao improve by leaps and bounds. Seeking Tao enlightenment here for 3 days is equivalent to seeking Tao enlightenment outside for a year. Back then, Master sought Tao enlightenment here too. Tao Enlightenment Hall. Only now did Yun know the origins of the Tao Enlightenment Hall. Indeed, how could it not be fast sitting under a God spirit that was condensed from the great Tao of heaven and earth? The sword spirit added on. The Tao Enlightenment Hall is for you to seek Tao enlightenment. As for Heavenly Construct Hall, it has treasures that Master left behind. You can choose according to your preference one enchanted item meant for Heaven Ascension Realm experts. When you break through to the Heaven Ascension Realm, you can choose others. This opportunity is hard to come by, so cherish it well. Chapter 692, Eye of the Heart. With that, Yun sat under the Sword Palace's Tao tree. It was a God spirit. The Tao that it contained was not something understandable by mortal means. Although it was said that seeking Tao enlightenment in Tao Enlightenment Hall for 3 days was equivalent to seeking Tao enlightenment in the mortal world for a year, it was based on being able to fully gain enlightenment inside here. This required extraordinary perception. How much enlightenment do you think he will gain? As Yun was meditating quietly, the white-dressed youth had appeared behind the gray-dressed sword spirit. The sword spirit had asked the question without even turning his head. If he can gain a tiny fragment of enlightenment, it would already be pretty good. As for letting the Tao tree resonate, such as the rustling of leaves, that is impossible. The white-dressed youth shook his head gently. Yun's starting point was too low. Cultivating in the world where the Tian Yuan world resided, due to the limitations of one's outlook and all sorts of nomological insight, Yun was just at the beginning stages. As for the way of the sword, Yun had never gone through any systemic practice. All the insight he gained were just a fragmentary sword intent. This sword intent was naturally stunning in the world where the Tian Yuan world resided, but it was far inferior compared to the true supreme great Tao. And this Tao tree was such a supreme great Tao. Even if divine lords from the 12 empyrean heavens sat here, they had to quieten down their hearts to carefully seek enlightenment just to gain a tiny beat. This far exceeded Yun's realm and knowledge. For a baby who has just learned to crawl, suddenly forced to learn how to jump, he will naturally fall very badly. Shibai shook his head and left. The gray-dressed elder did not say a word. He only looked at Yun with a sparkle in his eyes that no one could understood. The Tao tree had a total of 3,000 leaves. Every leaf contained a different Tao. When a Tao enlightenment seeker sat under the tree to gain enlightenment, the Tao tree would resonate only if he truly gained some insights. When one's insights reached an extraordinary realm, the Tao tree's leaves would rustle in the wind, as if responding to the Tao enlightenment seeker's pursuit of enlightenment. And if it went another stage further, people whose enlightenment were even deeper could even make the leaves generate phenomena. The surface of the leaves would be hallowed in light as every vein in the leaf would light up. This was the glow condensed from great Tao, and that would be extremely rare. The more insight one gained, the stronger the glow would be. However, even such a phenomena was a very difficult outcome even for the geniuses that come from the major factions of the 12 empyrean heavens. When the glow reached its extremes, it will spontaneously condense into Tao runes, circulating around the Tao tree in a dance, with the sounds of chanting. That sound was a result of the condensation of great Tao, and the Tao runes would even land and condense in the Tao enlightenment seeker's body. This was a peerless opportunity for the Tao enlightenment seeker. This was one realm further ahead, and even peerless elites would fail to become such Tao enlightenment seekers. Of course, the gray-dressed elder did not have such expectations to find such a successor. That was something nearly impossible. Yun ignored the sword spirit's focused attention, because his mind was completely immersed in the process of seeking enlightenment. Sitting under the Tao tree, he felt like everything around him had distanced away from him. His body seemed like it was immersed in a vast ocean. Every drop of seawater was a condensation of Tao. His eyes were tightly closed together, but another pair of eyes slowly opened. Warriors could use their heart to view the world, also known as Eye of the Heart. By using one's eye of the heart to view the world, one could communicate with the heaven and earth, and seek enlightenment in Tao. And Yi Yun's eye of the heart not only had his insights, because in his heart was the purple crystal sleeping. The purple crystal was already a part of Yi Yun's body. With the existence of the purple crystal, by using his eye of the heart to view the world, it was also viewing the world through the purple crystal. In the purple crystal's vision, he was surrounded by colorful streams of light. And in these streams of light, there were sparkling Tao runes darting through the light in a fleeting fashion. Above Yi Yun, the ancient tree towered into the heavens. It was extremely tall. It was much taller than the actual body of the Tao tree Yi Yun saw. As the breeze blew, the leaves rustled. Yi Yun could hear the sound that every single leaf produced very clearly. This Tao tree was fully integrated with the heaven and earth. It was the heaven and earth itself, and Yi Yun was outside this world. He was just a passerby. Thousands of years of life and death passed with a finger snap. Not only humans, even the other billions of life forms were just passers-by to the heaven and earth. Yi Yun listened to the wind and to the rustling leaves, as his thoughts were fully immersed in the purple crystal. Suddenly, Yi Yun seemed to have a pair of eyes that could penetrate through everything as his gaze landed on the Tao tree. There were runic patterns on every lead on the Tao tree which Yi Yun saw very clearly. Yi Yun could even use his vision to penetrate the tree bark and see the growth rings in the trunk. This was something even elites from the 12 Empyrean heavens could not do. The ancient tree rings circled again and again, a condensation of great Tao itself. Over countless years would one tree ring be formed. 3,000 tree leaves, 108 tree rings. Yi Yun saw through it all, but when he tried to see the energy flow trajectories in the tree rings and the Tao runes they contained, he felt like his spiritual energies were rapidly depleted. This had never happened before. Back then, Yi Yun had used his purple crystal's energy vision to see through all origin energy flows, and the rules that governed the flow of energy were laws themselves. Hence, Yi Yun could easily see through the great Tao laws. It was the same back in the Sword Tomb and the Great Empress Mystic Realm. However, today, Yi Yun found his spiritual energy failing to hold up while watching the energy flow. Yi Yun took a deep breath and cut the purple crystal's energy vision off. He was in no hurry. Even if he saw it once clearly, with enough time, he would be able to see the 3,000 leaves and 108 tree rings in their entirety. As the Tao charms gently flowed, the breeze blew at the tree leaves, emitting rustling sounds of great Tao. This was the truth of life, and everything that the Tao tree had seen while standing here for the endless ages. Yi Yun immediately felt his body being impacted by a surge, as if he was in the rolling rivers of time. Without being able to do a thing, he rolled away. The more a passerby peeped, the more he would not be able to withstand the accumulated insights over the endless years. As the waves tumbled, after an unknown period of time, Yi Yun recovered his spiritual energy again and again. He struggled to peep, seeing each leaf's Tao runes sporadically. Seeing them clearly was one thing, but to gain any insights from them was very difficult. Yi Yun suddenly understood that a passerby was just a passerby. The amount of insights gained would be extremely limited. It was all borrowed from the Tao tree. Seeking enlightenment through the Tao tree's Tao, and seeing through the Tao tree's runic patterns did not mean that it would become his own. Then what should he do? Yi Yun suddenly recalled the time he cultivated the Taiya sacred technique. He had used the purple crystal to see through the Taiya sacred technique's picture of the sun. The Taiya sacred technique may be low in quality, but after Yi Yun entered the Great Empress Mystic Realm, he learned that the Taiya sacred technique had a tinge of connection with the Azure Yang Lord. And the Azure Yang Lord's Tao came from the Yang God Manual, and the Yang God Manual was truly one of the 12 supreme great Tao formed at the very beginning of the 12 Empyrean heavens. Although the Taya sacred technique was no longer worthy for Yi Yun to gain any further insights into it, the method that Yi Yun used to gain the insights from the picture of the sun back then was not necessarily unusable. And that was copying. Chapter 693, Fallen Leaf. By using the energy he controlled to copy again and again, he could copy the Dao runes that he saw. When the Dao runes were completely copied, by bringing it into his life, it would become his own Dao. The Dao tree has been in existence for billions of years. It has made its body the Dao itself, while I have the purple crystal. Why don't I try making the purple crystal turn into a Dao tree itself? When that happens, I will be Dao itself too. The Dao charms I produce could even be used for others to gain insight in. Yi Yun suddenly came up with this idea. This idea was extremely crazy. Even the Dao lords of the 12 Empyrean heavens were in constant pursuit of this realm. To have one's body be Dao itself was seemingly just a legend. Although countless numbers of people pursued it, in the entire history of the 12 Empyrean heavens, no one had succeeded in doing so. Yi Yun's cultivation level was still very low, yet he had suddenly came up with such an idea. And after that, he could no longer repress this idea, as it started to grow wildly like weeds. If others were to know of his idea, they would mock him. However, with the purple crystal, Yi Yun could control all the energy in the heavens and earth, so that might not be an impossibility. He controlled his own energies, slowly condensing Dao runes. As he looked at the Dao tree's leaves, again and again, Yi Yun immersed himself gradually. He felt like he had become the leaves himself. And he sensed the lushness of the Dao tree and the blowing breeze. His thoughts slowly emptied out. Tree leaves sprouted in spring and wilted in autumn. Their lifespans were as short as human. Tree leaves did not experience sadness or pain, they would just gently move along with the wind. It was unknown how much time passed as Yi Yun sat silently under the tree. Other than the occasional breeze ruffling through his hair, he did not move one bit. The sword spirit was still waiting in Dao Enlightenment Hall. He sat in meditation, occasionally opening his eyes to glance at Yi Yun. However, Yi Yun was sitting there like a statue, with nothing changing. The white-dressed youth would come take a look at Yi Yun once in a while. Seeing Yi Yun sitting there meditating without any signs of progress and there not being any phenomenon from the Dao tree, he too was a bit disappointed. Although he did not think highly of Yi Yun was still considered to be the successor of the Pure Yang Sword Palace. He still wished Yi Yun would have some improvement, at least so that he would not embarrass his master when Yi Yun went out into the world. However, up to now, he did not know if Yi Yun had gained any insight, or how much was gained. It's already been 3 months. Although it's said that 3 days in Dao Enlightenment Hall is equivalent to a year, that means he has been seeking enlightenment for 30 years. The white-dressed youth shook his head, while the gray-dressed sword spirit said with a smile, "You also know that only by gaining some insight would it really be 3 days as a year. And in fact, no matter who sits below the Dao tree, they would forever not attain the speed of 3 days as a year. Such high speed of gaining insight would be not bad if they can maintain it for 10 days. Let's just watch and see what the situation is when he wakes up." The sword spirit was very optimistic, however. The youth did not possess such a good mood. He said, "Without any phenomenon from the Dao tree, so what if he wakes up?" As the sun set and rose, the clouds gathered and dispersed. The grasslands that the Dao tree grew on were just normal and ordinary life forms. Yi Yun saw the insects and worms in the grasslands spend their short lives, as new wild grass sprouted out from the soil, as the cycle of life persisted. In a state of no sorrow or joy, Yi Yun silently watched all of this. He seemed to be a piece of leaf himself, living the life of a leaf. As autumn came, the leaf turned yellow and with a gust of wind, he swayed and fell from the Dao tree towards the ground. In the process of separating from the Dao tree, Yi Yun saw his body and the Dao tree clearly. It seemed like he had instantly gained a lot of knowledge. His mind was clearer than ever, as the vast heaven and earth suddenly seemed to expand. Yi Yun slowly regained consciousness during the falling process. He saw himself approaching the ground, and finally, he landed gently on the ground. The feeling of being down to earth was also the end of life. Hence, Iyun opened his eyes. The world returned to Iyun's vision once again. It was still that grassland, and still that old tree with coiling dragon-like roots. However, in Iyun's eyes, everything was no longer the same. He has awoken. The sword spirit's eyes lit up. He had waited for a long while, and finally, he had waited to the day that Iyun awakened. He has finally awoken. The youth sighed. He immediately looked at the ancient Dao tree behind Iyun, hoping to see some phenomenon from the Dao tree. Although he knew that the chances were extremely slim, he still subconsciously took a look. The ancient tree was as before, without any reactions. There was no halo formed from great Dao, nor were there any Dao runes or chanting sounds. Even the Dao tree's leaves did not rustle despite the breeze. There was no phenomenon. Although he had expected it, such silence and calmness was quite depressing. The youth kept his spirits up forcefully, hoping to ask Iyun what insights he had gained, but at this moment, his gaze suddenly froze. He saw, under the gentle breeze, a leaf connected to the Dao tree slowly fell like a falling leaf in autumn. It left the tree branch simply, and like a green butterfly, it fluttered in the wind, and after a few spirals, it dropped towards Iyun. Iyun did not lift his head, as if he already knew about the leaf. He gently raised his hand, with his palm facing up. With that, the leaf gently landed in the middle of Iyun's palm. This scene was similar to when he was seeking enlightenment, where Iyun's body was a leaf. At the final instant of his life, he had landed on the soil. It was light and silent. This was the falling leaf's return to its maker. However, this simple scene stunned the white-dressed youth completely. And beside him, the sword spirit also stood up immediately. The two of them remained motionless like sculptures, looking at the fallen leaf in Iyun's hand. The Dao tree shed a leaf? The Dao tree had 3,000 Dao leaves, which had never changed in all these years. In fact, years ago, the Pure Yang Sword Palace owner had used the grassland where the Dao tree grew as a blueprint to construct the Pure Yang Sword Palace. And back then, the Dao tree already had 3,000 Dao leaves, all the way until now. The sword spirit looked at the tree's crown, and he realized that on the tree branch, a tiny shoot had sprouted up to replace the fallen leaf. The shedding of one leaf was met with the birth of a sprout. This was something that he had never seen despite the endless years he had been guarding the Dao tree. But today, it had happened. It was naturally not a coincidence that the fallen leaf fell into Iyun's palm. Iyun's Dao enlightenment seeking did not cause the Dao tree to exhibit any phenomenon, except for the shedding of a leaf. Why did this happen? Be it the sword spirit or Qi Bai, the temple spirit, they were not true life forms. Their understanding of Dao were established the moment they came into existence. It was the Dao insights that their creator gave to them. They could not understand why the Dao tree shed a leaf. At this moment, Iyun gently pinched the leaf's petiole, as the lead slowly swirled in Iyun's hand like a tiny fan. Falling. Birth. Iyun looked up to the bud on the tree branch and he gently held the leaf in his palm. Although it had withered, the leaf was still as green as ever. Chapter 694, Dao Leaf Seeking Dao. What exactly happened? The sword spirit looked at the fallen leaf in Iyun's hand and murmured. He was still in shock. As for the white-dressed youth, he had taken brisk steps forward to stand in front of Iyun. Let me take a look. Without any explanation, the youth stretched out his hand to grab Iyun's leaf. It wasn't that he was trying to steal it from Iyun, it was because this matter was too unbelievable. However, this action of his made his palm feel an intense burning sensation, as if the leaf was a ball of fire. When he grabbed the leaf, his palm was burnt. The youth's facial muscles twitched and he could only retract his hand. He stared frustratingly at the leaf. The Dao tree was spiritual, so the Dao leaf was spiritual too. He could not touch the leaf apparently because he had not gained the recognition of the Dao leaf. However, Yi Yun was a young man whose sword Dao had only reached the small success stage of sword intent. To euphemistically put it, he was a genius of a lower realm. To put it bluntly, he was a country bumpkin. Yet, he had gained recognition of the Dao leaf. As for himself, he was an immortal residence's guardian item spirit. And the immortal residence he resided in was one of the top residences in the entire universe. This Dao tree was a divine tree that was the foundation basis of this immortal residence. Even being an immortal residence's item spirit, he could not even pick up the foundational divine tree's leaf. But Yi Yun, a country bumpkin, had caused the leaf to fall, automatically drifting into his palm. How could this difference not make the youth feel a setback? You? How did you do it? The youth seemed to not be able to accept the fact. Senior, I do not know either. Yi Yun said very innocently. Yi Yun naturally knew what had happened. Actually, when the Dao leaf fell, even Yi Yun was slightly surprised himself. He never expected that the enlightenment of a falling leaf's life that he obtained in the spiritual world would be reflected in reality when he opened his eyes. The Dao tree's leaf had really fallen. However, Yi Yun knew that the fact that the Dao tree would wilt a leaf was most likely not because of him, but because of the purple crystal. As the purple crystal, a worldly divine item that could control energy, was in his body, the Dao tree's falling of a leaf was for the purple crystal. The purple crystal was originally equivalent to a heavenly Dao, or it could even represent the highest heavenly Dao laws. As for the Dao tree, it was an amalgamation of heavenly Dao, so the fallen leaf was not pursuing him, but heavenly Dao. This Dao tree was unitary, but every leaf had their own lives. The leaves themselves would make their own choice when seeking Dao. For a leaf to shed, and a bud to sprout, the Dao tree did not have a reduction in leaves. The fallen leaf was like a child growing up, and leaving their parents, walking to the outside world. With a thought from Yi Yun, the Dao leaf suddenly merged into his body. He could clearly see that the Dao leaf was like a piece of ice crystal that had fallen into water. It slowly melted, initially only having the middle veins left, and following that, the veins disappeared as well. The leaf had merged into his bloodstream, and traveling through his bloodstream, entered his heart. That was where the purple crystal was located. The purple crystal did not block the Dao leaf. As such, the leaf successfully entered the purple crystal, reforming once again in the purple crystal. The emerald and crystal-like Dao leaf was like the most beautiful jade carving, silently floating in the purple crystal space. With a gently breeze blowing across, the Dao tree's branches swayed gently, rustling in the wind. It was as if it was responding to Yi Yun, and also bidding farewell to the departing Dao leaf. Yi Yun looked up at the Dao tree above him. The sparse, green leaves were like crystals. There were 3,000 Dao leaves, each equivalent to the 3,000 great Dao. Although the Dao leaves were small, they contained the truths behind the heaven and earth. It merged with him. Upon seeing the Dao leaf merge into Yi Yun's body, the white-dressed youth's mouth twitched slightly. Naturally, he could not trace where the Dao leaf went to after it merged into Yi Yun's body. He could easily see through Yi Yun's body's energy flow, but he could not see the Dao leaf or the purple crystal. These two existences far exceeded the confines of his perception. What? What's your name? The youth asked Yi Yun's name. In the past, as he was arrogant, he did not even ask for Yi Yun's name. But now, his arrogance was completely wiped out by this leaf. Although he was powerful, he was after all an item spirit. He could not seek Dao enlightenment. Although the Dao tree had grown in the Pure Yang Sword Palace, it did not belong to the Pure Yang Sword Palace. The youth also had no control over the Dao tree. In fact, all these years, the youth had always worshipped the Dao tree as if it was a god. If it wished, the Dao tree could leave any time. In the future, even if the Pure Yang Sword Palace was destroyed, the Dao tree would remain immortal, still existing in this world. Answering the senior's question. This junior is Yi Yun. Yi Yun bowed and said with a deferential attitude. However, Yi Yun's deference made the youth turn embarrassed. In a world of warriors, success gave one a seat of honor. For Yi Yun to obtain the Dao Tree's recognition and at such a young age, he was bound to have a promising future. As for him, he was just an item spirit. He might at best live another 10 million years. Ignoring the fact that his strength would not increase, and it might even decrease, this comparison with Yi Yun made it obvious who had the upper hand. The youth knew his limitations. So under this situation, he could no matter put on airs in front of Yi Yun no matter how arrogant he was. He said, "You do not need to bow to me. Since I have recognized you as the master's successor, once you have sufficient strength, you will have full control of the Sword Palace. Then, you would be the next owner of the Sword Palace, and also my master. When that happens, it will be me bowing to you." The youth looked at Yi Yun with a look that had changed from embarrassment to anticipation. He anticipated Yi Yun's growth, to become a person of glory, dominating the world. When that happened, he could rest easily, changing into Origin's energy and dissipate. "Senior, you speak too highly of me. This junior's martial path has just begun. I still need to rely on senior's advice. As such, senior is this junior's teacher." Yi Yun's attitude was modest. He knew that his martial path was still long and far. The purple crystal could aid him, but he could not completely rely on the purple crystal. "I am not worthy of being your teacher." The youth quickly shook his head. "Your teacher is my master." Although the youth was arrogant, he had heartfelt respect and loyalty to the Sword Palace's owner. At this moment, the gray-dressed elder walked over. The way he looked at Yi Yun was also one filled with promise. "Your body is filled with mystery. I can't see through your future, but although you have entered Dao Enlightenment Hall, the other places in this immortal palace still have restrictions left behind by Master. Even Qi Bai and I have no means of manipulating it. I believe that you would not be able to enter those places for now. I'll bring you to Heavenly Construct Hall, for you to pick 2 treasures that you want. They should play some role in your growth." "Thank you, Senior." Yi Yun naturally did not expect that he could gain control of the entire Pyongyang Sword Palace after gaining a Dao Leaf in Dao Enlightenment Hall. As for the treasures in Heavenly Construct Hall, he looked forward to it eagerly. Originally, the gray-dressed elder had said that he could only be given 1 treasure meant for Heaven Ascension Realm warriors, but now, he was allowed 2. The original 1 treasure was probably a rule set by the Pyongyang Sword Palace owner, as for the second treasure was probably an additional gift from the Sword Spirit. Chapter 695, Thousand Snow Domain. The Heavenly Construct Hall, which was used to store all sorts of treasures in the Pyongyang Sword Palace, was connected directly to Dao Enlightenment Hall's entrance. The gray-dressed elder held on to Yi Yun's arm, and with a direct leap through space, they arrived in Heavenly Construct Hall. Heavenly Construct Hall's interior space spanned tens of meters in radius. In the middle of the hall stood a 20-meter-tall pyramid. The pyramid was completely pale gold in color and it was made of an unknown material. It gave off an air of mystery. The treasures are stored in that pyramid. The treasures used by Heaven Ascension Realm warriors are all in the first level. Send your consciousness into it and you will see the treasures inside. Below every treasure, there is an introduction to it. All right. Yi Yun sank his consciousness in, and immediately, a scene of the first level of the treasure pyramid appeared before his eyes. All sorts of treasures were floating, countless in number, and it was quite a dazzling sight. The treasures in the Pyongyang Sword Palace were nothing that the Tian Yuan world could compare with. Especially with the treasures that Yi Yun was looking at, they were suitable for Heaven Ascension Realm warriors. Just any item placed in the Tian Yuan world would result in a huge stir. Of course, now with the black-armored demon god slaughtering everything in his path, even if these people really scrambled for the treasure, it would not result in any large-scale killing. Yi Yun looked at each treasure one by one. There were too many treasures, as they were all collected by the Pyongyang Sword Palace owner throughout his life. Inferno Sword. The blade was tempered using pure yang fire, with the pure yang spirit cast in it. Every slash would produce billowing flames, and it was extremely domineering. The blade was 6 foot long, and it resembled a spear. Yi Yun recalled the Thousand Army saber that he used in the past, and it was somewhat similar in style. However, he already had the pure yang broken sword, so he did not consider the Inferno sword for the time being. The weapons stored within Heavenly Construct Hall were not limited to swords. There were sabers, spears and halberds to name a few. And other than weapons, there were all sorts of enchanted items. For example, Black Hellion Charm. It was a cursed charm with a demonic spirit sealed in it. A warrior could use his blood to summon the demonic spirit to possess his body, releasing extremely powerful combat strength, even to the point of being able to battle someone a realm higher than him. However, after the demonic spirit exited his body, the warrior would become extremely weak. It could even result in the demonic spirit taking advantage of his weakness, devouring the warrior as its food. Such evil objects existed in Heavenly Construct Hall too. The collection of the Pure Yang Sword Palace owner was not particular about separating good and evil. Yi Yun looked at other things again. There were a wide range of treasures. There were some that strengthened souls, and others that could absorb Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi. Comparing Blood Moon's treasure collection with the Pure Yang Sword Palace's Heavenly Construct Hall was like a village's tycoon's treasures against a royal palace's treasury. It was simply on completely different levels. Heretic Blood Saber. Becomes stronger after tasting blood. This is practically a saber specially used to kill. Wind Howling Flag triggers heavenly lightning, augmenting one's body to make one exceedingly fast. This is also good. I have 9 neonate and I am in need to trigger lightning. This flag is suitable for me. These two items tempted Yi Yun, but he was in no hurry to choose. But very soon, Yi Yun saw a treasure that he could not pry his eyes away from. Thousand Snow Domain. Upon casting, like snowfall, all the enemies enveloped in the Thousand Snow Domain will be endlessly torn apart by the snowflakes, leaving only their skeletons. And the Thousand Snow Domain killed enemies not based on Frost Ice laws, but flying sabers. There were a total of 999 flying sabers that composed the domain. The flying sabers would dance in the air like countless snowflakes. Together with the caster's body being like a flying saber, there were a total of 1,000 flying sabers, giving it its name. When enemies confined in the Thousand Snow Domain saw the beautiful snowflakes, it was also simultaneously their doom. The reason why the Thousand Snow Domain was collected by the Pure Yang Sword Palace owner was because of its extraordinary power. Even in the 12 Empyrean heavens, it was considered a top skill. And casting it was extremely demanding. It required the caster to have extraordinary spiritual power and energy control. If not, how would it be easy to control 999 flying sabers? With so many flying sabers conjured to kill an enemy, poorly controlling it could cause the entire domain to collapse, revealing a huge flaw. It was equivalent to stretching out one's neck to be chopped off. And once the Thousand Snow Domain was mastered, it would truly make him unstoppable amongst people at his cultivation realm. Even if he had to kill someone whose cultivation realm was higher, it would also be very simple. This treasure was made up of 999 flying sabers, but it was only considered one enchanted item. It could be taken away as a set. Every one of the 999 flying sabers were half a foot long and they were supreme grade sabers. They were all made of the same material, and they were made in one setting by a refining master. Such a set of flying sabers were extremely difficult to produce, and it had a ridiculously high value. After all, to make so many flying sabers in one sitting was extremely demanding on the refining master. If there was any mistake in the refinement, then this set of flying sabers would no longer be considered perfect. Although the Thousand Snow Domain's requirements were demanding, Yi Yun was best at energy control. Every flying saber was augmented with Origin's energy, so it would be as easy as moving his fingers controlling them with the purple crystal. This was a flying saber array that was tailored for Yi Yun. Below all the flying sabers of the Thousand Snow Domain, there was a Thousand Snow Domain saber manual. Yi Yun browsed through it slightly and he felt a sense of affinity. Yi Yun was one who dual cultivated in both sword and saber. He too had gained insights in saber intent. Although in terms of attainment, it was weaker than Yi Yun's insight into sword intent. That was because when it came to swords, Yi Yun had entered the Pure Yang Sword Palace and seen the Azure Yang Lord display his swordsmanship. He had better teachers, so he gained more insights. As for saber techniques, other than entering the saber tomb, he had to figure things out himself. Yi Yun continued reading the saber manual of the Thousand Snow Domain. Yi Yun was pleasantly surprised to see that in the later half of the saber manual, the producer of the Thousand Snow Flying Sabers had left methods that described how to produce and advance the Thousand Snow Flying Sabers behind. The Thousand Snow Flying Sabers creator was a person given the title of artisan god in the 12 Empyrean heavens. According to the creator's account, the Thousand Snow Domain was a saber manual found in an ancient ruin. Although it was very powerful and had ingenious moves, he himself was not a saber user. Hence, he had never used the Thousand Snow Domain before. Only later in his life, when his cultivation level and insights into Tao reached a bottleneck, signifying that he would no longer be able to break through, he placed all his efforts into refining items. He attempted creating a variety of divine weapons, and also took the opportunity to produce the 999,000 snow flying sabers. The 1,000 snow flying sabers was an amalgamation of the refiner's top refinement skills, but the materials used were not top grade. This resulted in the 1,000 snow flying saber having room for upgrading. As for how to upgrade the 1,000 snow flying sabers, the refiner had also recorded it in the saber manual. Yi Yun took a deep breath, for he really wanted this set of flying sabers. Just the amount of time spent looking at the Thousand Snow Domain exceeded the cumulative time of him looking at the other treasures. Yi Yun resisted the impulse to immediately choose the Thousand Snow Domain, and he carried on looking. He saw a few more treasures, but although they were supreme grade, they were still much more inferior to the Thousand Snow Domain. And at this moment, Yi Yun's eyes swept past an item, causing him to pause slightly. This treasure was also very tempting to him. Chapter 696, Death Soulwood. The second item that caught Yi Yun's attention was very unique. Compared to the 999,000 snow flying sabers, it was on the complete opposite end of the spectrum. The 1,000 snow flying sabers was gorgeous and dazzling. It was a product of an artisan god, and it was accompanied by a top-grade sutra. There was no doubt to its power. But looking at this enchanted item, it was extremely simple, and it looked unremarkable. It was a piece of dead wood, about the length of an adult's arm, and it was as thick as a thumb. This dead wood looked like commonly seen dead twigs in forests at a first glance. However, just taking a more careful look would instantly make one discover how different it was. As Yi Yun looked at this piece of dead wood, he felt like his heart was gradually being attracted to it. If he took another look, countless images would seemingly appear in front of his eyes. There was the passing of spring, and the arrival of autumn, with grass wilting and leaves turning yellow. It seemed like they were the memories of the dead wood. Yi Yun immediately recalled the Dao leaf that he received under the Dao tree. This dead wood was quite similar to the Dao leaf, but it was also different. The Dao leaf withered, but it also had new life. As for this dead wood, Yi Yun could only see death. It was a strange piece of dead wood. What kind of treasure was it? Yi Yun looked at the dead wood's introduction and it alarmed him slightly. The dead wood was called Death Soulwood. It was originally an ancient enchanted tree that had lived for so long that no one knew how old it was. One day, a demon god died on the tree. The demonic blood that flowed out from the demon god splattered on the enchanted tree, corroding it. After the enchanted tree was corroded by the demonic blood, it eventually lost its vitality, becoming a piece of dead wood. And this piece of dead wood happened to be obtained by the Pure Yang Sword Palace owner. He found it extraordinary, and he wanted to hire an artisan god to create an enchanted treasure out of the dead wood. He believed that with the death soul wood being stained with the demonic blood, and it being the remnants of an enchanted tree, the enchanted treasure produced would definitely be exceptional. However, he never expected that his bosom friend artisan god only said one line after looking at the death soul wood for a long while. Decayed wood cannot be carved. The artisan god did not wish to transform the death soul wood, and gave it back to the Pure Yang Sword Palace owner. He was initially puzzled, but after pondering about the profound meanings in the death soul wood in meditation, he felt that the artisan god's words contained some philosophical truth. After some contemplation, the Pure Yang Sword Palace owner gave up the thought of carving the dead wood. Hence, he placed this dead wood in the first level of the heavenly construct hall. The death soul wood came from remarkable origins, and it was a lot more valuable than many of the treasures in the first level of heavenly construct hall. The only reason why it was placed on the first level was because it was neither a weapon or an enchanted treasure. It was very difficult to use against enemies. However, this treasure that seemed to lack any offensive or defensive abilities had a special value in Yun's eyes. It could be said that its importance was not any weaker than the Thousand Snow Domain to Yun. After seeing the Thousand Snow Domain and the Death Soul Wood, Yun had already decided on the two treasures. However, Yun still finished looking through all the treasures in the first level. Yun had originally thought that there would not be any other item that would spark his interest, but just as he was about to finish browsing through all the treasures, he discovered an item that caught his eye. It was a formation skill, called God Confining Lock. The core of God Confining Lock was a disc array the size of a palm. It was refined by an array master from the 12 Empyrean heavens. To use the God Confining Lock, 7 experts with nearly equal strength were needed to power the formation array. Once the formation skill was activated, it would be like a complete entrapment. If the participants of the array were strong enough, it could entrap and kill demon gods. Yun was actually not interested in such enchanted treasures that needed many people to be deployed. It could not raise Yun's strength, and it was of not much value. Yun was also not the leader of a sect, so how could he easily find 6 powerful experts to aid him? But now, the situation was somewhat different. If he had this God Confining Lock array, it would make the situation against the black-armored demon god much better. However, if he were to give up the Thousand Snow Domain or Death Soul Wood for this God Confining Lock, then the price was too much. It was something that Yun definitely did not want. Without needing to talk about the Thousand Snow Domain as a powerful killing move, it was what Yun was lacking at the moment. Yun was very lacking in attacking techniques. As for the Death Soul Wood, it contained indescribable profoundness. Yun had a premonition that choosing this Death Soul Wood would aid him greatly in his future martial path. He did not want to give up any of the 2 items. Are you done choosing? After Yun spent 4 hours to browse through all the treasures in the first level of Heavenly Construct Hall, the Sword Spirit asked Yun. The selection of treasures also allowed one to see another's mental disposition. With so many treasures in front of him, it was very easy to be dazzled by them, making it hard to decide. At times, warriors who lacked the disposition might even abandon what suited them the most just to choose a better treasure. The grey-dressed sword spirit and the white-dressed youth were both waiting to see how Yun chose. This first treasure selection in Heavenly Construct Hall was very important to Yun. The treasures of Heavenly Construct Hall, even those in the first level, were all astonishing items. The treasures in the Heavenly Construct Hall's first level were all considered foundational, but foundational items did not necessarily mean they had little value. I've chosen. The first item is Thousand Snow Domain, Yun said firmly. The grey-dressed sword spirit and the white-dressed youth looked each other in the eye and frowned slightly. Thousand Snow Domain. It was obviously an extremely powerful killing move, but it was a flying saber array. Both of them were also worried that Yun was too haphazard in what he learned, which could be a waste of time. The Thousand Snow domain is extremely demanding on the cultivator's spiritual energy and energy control. To perfectly use the Thousand Snow domain, it requires a lot of practice. The white-dressed youth said. He was still hoping for Yi Yun to focus on Sword Dao. This was also the path that the Pure Yang Sword Palace owner had taken. Just Sword Dao alone was enough for Yi Yun to ponder over. This junior naturally understands what senior is implying, but this junior will still choose the Thousand Snow domain. Yi Yun was resolute in his decision. Others might spend large amounts of time and energy to master the Thousand Snow domain, but Yi Yun had the purple crystal. Each of the 999,000 snow-flying sabers had Origin's energy. It was completely effortless for Yi Yun to control it. So how could he miss out on such a technique? Besides, Yi Yun did not want to completely duplicate the path that the Pure Yang Sword Palace owner took. Although he was powerful, but Yi Yun had his own understanding towards his martial path. He wanted to take all the advantages of his predecessors and go down a path that belonged to himself. If he were to forever follow behind someone, he would be living in the shadows of others. If that is the case, all right. The sword spirit endorsed Yi Yun's choice. Then what is the second item you're choosing? Yi Yun turned silent upon the sword spirit's inquiry. He was somewhat hesitant, but finally, Yi Yun still said, I choose the Death Soul Wood. Oh? Death Soul Wood? The white-dressed youth was stunned. He did not expect Yi Yun to choose the Death Soul Wood. This is actually an idiom meaning an intractable person cannot be taught. Chapter 697, Eye of Destruction. Are you sure you want to choose the Death Soul Wood? The white-dressed youth put his hand out as a gray beam of light shot out from the pyramid, landing in his hand. This beam of light transformed into the Death Soul Wood and it hovered an inch above the youth's palm. I'm sure. Yi Yun nodded. The white-dressed youth and the gray-dressed sword spirit found it quite surprising. Although the Death Soul Wood was extremely valuable, it was not an enchanted item. From a certain point of view, it had no practical value, and it could not directly increase Yi Yun's strength. Could it be that you chose the Death Soul Wood because of the concepts it contains? The sword spirit asked. The concepts in the Death Soul Wood were difficult to put into words. When the artisan god evaluated it with the words decayed wood cannot be carved, it was because if he wanted to refine the Death Soul Wood into an item, it was very likely he would destroy the concepts in the Death Soul Wood. He felt like it was a destruction of heavenly property. And precisely because the artisan god did not have a very good understanding of the concepts in the Death Soul Wood, it was impossible for him to use them when refining it into an item. This junior has indeed gained some insights from it. Yi Yun looked at the deadwood as images of him meditating under the Dao tree appeared in front of his eyes. The sprouting of a leaf, its growth, it turning yellow and eventually its withering. He reached out his hand to hold onto the Death Soul Wood and felt like his life force froze, as if he had experienced death. This feeling did not make Yi Yun panic. Instead, he meticulously experienced the runic patterns on the Death Soul Wood, indulging the feeling of his life force being frozen bit by bit. The Death Soul Wood was completely different to the Dao leaf that he had obtained before. The Dao leaf came from the Dao tree that existed before the primal chaos. It contained exquisite laws, but these laws were in all form and variety. It made it very difficult for Yi Yun to make a huge improvement in any particular law. But for the Death Soul Wood, it contained death and withering concepts. Upon seeing Yi Yun's reaction, the sword spirit was slightly surprised. Despite immersing yourself in the Death Soul Wood's near-death concepts, you still remain so calm. I can tell that you indeed have a very deep understanding in the laws contained within it. It is very suitable for you. A treasure that could be used to gain enlightenment was very precious. The Death Soul Wood may not be an enchanted item, but if Yi Yun could gain any insight from it, then it would be more valuable than any other treasure. They were after all mere worldly possessions. Only one's strength was essential. Yi Yun chose the Thousand Snow domain and the Death Soul Wood. It could be considered as him choosing the two most suitable treasures in Heavenly Construct Hall for himself. Furthermore, the two treasures' value was extraordinary. Thank you, seniors. After receiving two treasures and his understanding of the laws upgraded, Ian bowed and thanked the sword spirit and the youth. The youth said, "It was all earned by yourself. They are also heritage left behind by Master. We are just their guardians. However, you can only explore a very tiny portion of the Sword Palace. In the deeper sanctums of the Sword Palace, there are restrictions set up personally by Master. If you manage to obtain the Heart of the Sword before the age of 100, you will be able to enter the deeper sanctums." The Pure Yang Sword Palace was an immortal residence left behind by one of the strongest experts in the ancient 12 Empyrean heavens. It was obviously not easy to gain control over it. Ian's current strength was far from being able to control the Pure Yang Sword Palace. This was something Ian knew himself. Seniors, this junior wants to know if the number of items that this junior can retrieve from Heavenly Construct Hall is a rule set by the Sword Palace owner? When Ian asked this question, the sword spirit and the youth pricked up their eyebrows. This sentence of his seemed to imply that Ian was not satisfied with only having two treasures. Why? Do you think there's not enough treasures for you? The youth spoke without beating about the bush. Choosing one or two items from Heavenly Construct Hall is indeed a rule set by Master. With the rule set in place, it is first to tell the successor who enters the Sword Palace to not be too reliant on external items. It is essential to possess true strength yourself. If you have too many external items, that would affect your practice in martial arts. There's another consideration that might not sound nice. Even if the successor of the Sword Palace has their talent recognized, it is hard to say what sort of character he has. Furthermore, the path of martial arts is fraught with danger. It is not surprising for one to die midway. Master only has that much in his collection. If one person took everything from it and if he betrayed his teacher or died midway, then those treasures would be good. There would not be any left for future successors. Upon hearing the white-dressed youth's words, Ian nodded. Character and dying midway were considerations that the Pure Young Sword Palace owner had to take into account back then. The rules he set up were very reasonable. Seniors, don't worry. Since this is a rule set by the Sword Palace's owner, this junior will not go too far and trouble you seniors. However, there is one treasure in Heavenly Construct Hall that is very important to this junior. Junior wishes to take it away, not for myself but to borrow it. This junior wants to borrow an array technique. It needs many people to cooperate to power it. It doesn't allow this junior to rely on external items. Furthermore, this junior swears that he will return this item in 3 years. As such, the second situation would not occur. What do seniors think about this? Ian had eyed the God-confining lock array earlier on. This array could be used to deal with the black-armored demon god, but to Ian, it could only be used once or twice in the final battle. It would then be useless after that. To waste a choice for something that could be used once or twice was not worth it. And if it could be borrowed and then returned, then it would be the best of both worlds. Upon hearing Ian's request, the youth and the sword spirit were somewhat surprised. Indeed, if the array was to be borrowed, it was not in conflict with the 2 points that the Pure Yang Sword Palace owner worried over. The array technique that you want to borrow should be the God-confining lock array, right? Ian nodded at the sword spirit's question. There were not many array techniques in the first level of Heavenly Construct Hall, so it was easy to guess what he wanted. You are going to use it to fight against the 7 demon disciples from the Eternal Whirlpool? The sword spirit knew about the 7 demon disciples' appearance. However, the survival of all life in the Tian Yuan world was nothing important to him. Yes. Yun nodded. Upon saying this, he added, Seniors, if this junior did not guess wrongly, the existence sealed under the God Burial Abyss Eternal Whirlpool has to do with the Sword Palace's owner, right? Yi Yun mentioned the speculation he had on his mind. In the entire Tian Yuan world, only the pure Yang Sword Palace owner had equivalent strength to the Eye of Destruction sealed under the Eternal Whirlpool. The mighty figure that sealed the Eye of Destruction was also most likely the pure Yang Sword Palace owner. As Yi Yun spoke, he was focused on the sword spirit and the youth's reaction. However, the two of them remained unperturbed and they were calm as usual. You are right. The existence in the Eternal Whirlpool indeed has a huge relationship with Master, the youth said with a sigh. If not for that existence, Master would not have died so early. Oh. Upon hearing the youth's lamenting, Yi Yun was slightly alarmed. At this moment, the sword spirit sighed and said, right at the beginning of the formation of the universe where the 12 empyrean heavens reside, ancestor gods were born out of the chaos that were in control of the heavenly Tao. They dominated everything in the universe. However, there were so many living beings in this universe. The story of the past that they had with the ancestor gods cannot be described in words. In summary, in ancient times, the strongest experts amongst the sacred beings wanted control over their fates, so they went to war against the ancestor gods. The war in ancient times was completely heaven and earth-shattering. The participants were not limited to my master. There were many peerless experts from the 12 empyrean heavens back then. All of them had a common endeavor and finally defeated the ancestor gods that ruled the worlds back then, allowing them to create a new order. And amongst these ancestor gods, the strongest king of the gods had an immortal body. There was no way to kill him. Finally, the mighty figures of the 12 empyrean heavens could only split the king of the gods' body and seal them separately. Back then, 33 large worlds were chosen to be the sealing containers of the God King. The God King's body was also split into 33 parts. They are eyes, ears, nose and mouth, head, hands, legs, forearms, upper arms, thighs, calves, the 5 visceral organs, the 6 bowel organs, the brain, the spinal cord and torso. The 33 parts were sealed in 33 large worlds. Every world seal was set up personally by an ancient mighty figure. It was an enchanted item constructed from a heaven-earth divine material used to seal. As for the Tian Yuan continent itself, it was the large enchanted item used to suppress the God King's body part. And the part of his body suppressed is the god's right eye. The ancestor god's left eye is known as the Eye of Creation, while its right eye is known as the Eye of Destruction. This Eye of Destruction is also the gigantic eyeball which appears in the Eternal Whirlpool, spanning thousands of miles in radius. The gigantic eye in the God Burial Abyss Eternal Whirlpool is really only a single eye? Yi Yun was alarmed. He knew that the eye that appeared in the God Burial Abyss was 10,000 miles in diameter. From tens of thousands of miles away, people only saw an eye and found it as big as a star. Yi Yun originally believed that there was an ancient demon sealed in God Burial Abyss and it had only revealed itself in the form of an eye. But now, he was informed that it was actually the right eye of the ancient ancestor god. Just a single eye had such power. It was hard to imagine what sort of power an ancient ancestor god had. How spectacular and grand was the battle in ancient times. Just this thought shocked Yi Yun. If that is the case, in the worlds including the world that the Tian Yuan world resides in, the only significance for their existence is to seal the ancient ancestor god. The sword spirit nodded and said, "That's right. The Tian Yuan world is one of the 33 chosen worlds. The reason these worlds were chosen because they are large and stable enough, and their locations are remote." Stable world? Remote location? Yi Yun frowned slightly. It seemed that it was indeed not easy for him to leave the Tian Yuan world to the 12 empyrean heavens. The ancient ancestor god was sealed separately, but isn't there the fear that one day he would come back to live again? If it's fortune, then it isn't calamity, and if it's calamity, then it can't be avoided. The ancestor god was born at the beginning of the universe. He is equivalent to heavenly Tao. If the heavenly Tao destines something to happen, then it would be very difficult to prevent it. However, Just those puny demon disciples aren't enough to release the ancient ancestor god's eye of destruction. The sword spirit and Shibai were not too worried about the black-armored demon god's appearance. As long as they did not affect the god burial abyss seals, then they would be unperturbed even if all the life in the Tian Yuan world was wiped out. Yi Yun, if you really want to borrow the god-confining lock array, we can lend it to you. However, I still want to advise you. It is best not to mess with those ancient existences. You are too young. Compared to their long lives, your age is nearly negligible. The Tian Yuan world is just one of the lower realms under the 12 empyrean heavens. The lives here compared to the universe are as tiny as dust. The sword spirit wished Yi Yun to undergo honing experiences, but 2 dangerous experiences were not optimal. On the long path a genius had to take, there were too many who died. He did not want a fine successor to be lost just like that. Seniors, rest assured. This junior would not mess with that malignant star for no reason. Without absolute confidence, I will only lay dormant and cultivate. This junior is only borrowing the god-confining lock for exigent purposes. Yi Yun was after all a person who crossed worlds. It was impossible for him to have the determination to swear to protect the Tian Yuan world. Many innocent lives were taken by the black-armored demon god, and for this, it was against Yi Yun's conscience. But as he was limited in strength, he could do nothing about it. All right. It's best that you understand that. No matter when, strength is fundamental. Upon saying this, the sword spirit took out the set of flying sabers of the Thousand Snow Domain. He then passed them to Yi Yun, including the Thousand Snow Domain's technique methods. The Thousand Snow flying sabers were all stored in a belt. This belt was itself an interspatial enchanted item. It was only 5 feet long and it could hold 999 flying sabers. Yi Yun nonchalantly took one flying saber out. The blade was grayish-white in color and it did not have a metallic texture. Instead, it resembled jade. Yi Yun knew that the Thousand Snow flying sabers were not made out of metal. It was the artisan god, who killed a dragon-devouring divine shark in the sinkhole in ancient times, that created them. He then used the divine shark's teeth to construct them. Although the dragon-devouring divine shark was said to be dragon-devouring, it did not devour true dragons, it devoured flood dragons. But even so, such ancient divine sharks were still terrifying. A divine shark had a mouth full of teeth and it came from the same origins. By specially choosing from the teeth to construct the 999 flying sabers, the sabers were all connected spiritually, making them extremely powerful. However, when the artisan god created this set of flying sabers, it was never meant for himself, so he did not put too much thought into it. If he had added more top-grade materials into the flying sabers, this set of flying sabers would be more exceptional in quality. And if that happened, even Yi Yun would have problem controlling this set of flying sabers. Even with the purple crystal in his body, controlling such powerful flying sabers was also extremely demanding on Yi Yun. After taking the 3 treasures, Yi Yun thanked Shibai and the sword spirit once again before walking out of the Pyryang Sword Palace. After more than half a year, this was the first time that Yi Yun stepped out of the Pyryang Sword Palace. Outside the Sword Palace, facing the ruined world under the peak, Yi Yun took a deep breath. After gaining enlightenment of a Dao Leaf's life, he now had a transcendental feeling, as if he himself had experienced a life that went from birth to death. At this moment, in front of the 7-kill stone pillar, Lin Shintong was sitting cross-legged in silence. She was trying to gain insights into the sword intent left behind by the Pyryang Sword Palace owner. Despite existing for so many years, the sword intent had remained as sharp as ever. Back then, when Yi Yun first came to the Pyryang Sword Palace, he had spent 10 months just to understand the sword intent. Yi Yun did not disturb Lin Shintong. He stood quietly in front of the 7-kill stone pillar, and gently looked at the peerless beauty. Much later, Lin Shintong sensed something and she slowly opened her eyes. Instantly, Yi Yun could feel a cold inkling of sword intent from her watery eyes. The sword intent was like a cold wind or icicles. Just one glance could make someone feel as if their souls were frozen. However, Yi Yun also understood sword intent. When the cold sword intent came in front of him, it automatically dissolved. Lin Xintong looked at Yi Yun, and after more than half a year, Yi Yun still looked the same, but his bearing had changed greatly. The way he stood there was as if he did not exist. It made people not help but blink their eyes to confirm what they saw. Some warriors, who had deep insight into the laws, would be harmonious with the heaven-earth great Tao, making them seem to be integrated with the heaven and earth. Yi Yun had clearly reached that stage. This made Lin Xintong happy from the bottom of her heart. She knew that Yi Yun had gained a lot from the Sword Palace. Yi Yun also looked at Lin Xintong in admiration. Back when he was outside the Pyongyang Sword Palace trying to gain insights, he had the purple crystal, allowing him to see the energy flows in the 7 kill stone pillar and the shocking sword scar. Lin Xintong did not have that ability and she had to rely on her own perception. Lin Xintong exceeded him when it came to perception. Xintong, it's been more than half a year and you have already figured out your own sword intent. This sword intent should be Frost Ice sword intent, right? Now, Yi Yun had a deep understanding of sword intent, so not only did he sense the sword intent from Lin Xintong's body, he could also sense the properties of the sword intent. The sword intent left behind by the Pyongyang Sword Palace was pure yang in nature, and it was completely opposite to the laws that Lin Xintong cultivated. It did not seem like it would be useful for Lin Xintong, but in the Great Tao laws, yin and yang supplemented each other with extreme yang producing yin. Lin Xintong had used this point to comprehend a sword intent that suited herself from the Pyongyang sword intent. It sounded easy, but it was difficult to accomplish. It required extraordinary perception to be able to draw parallels from inference. Lin Xintong looked at Yi Yun and smiled lightly. Yi Yun, it seems that you did not only stop at gaining insights into sword intent, and you have gone another level higher. It seems that I need to work harder. I can't fall behind you. Another level higher, not really. Yi Yun shook his head. The higher level of sword intent was the heart of the sword. Yi Yun now was only at the large success stage of sword intent. He was still quite far from being able to condense the heart of the sword. Xintong, it's time that we leave. Yi Yun had gained a lot when he entered the Pyongyang Sword Palace. Now, it was time to leave the Pyongyang Sword Palace. Although the Tao Enlightenment Hall in the Pyongyang Sword Palace was good, it was difficult to maintain a high speed of comprehension while seeking Tao Enlightenment in the Tao Enlightenment Hall. The first entry into Tao Enlightenment Hall indeed could be described as having a year's worth in the outside world while gaining enlightenment inside for 3 days. But slowly, when all the things that could be comprehended was finished, the remaining great Tao would usually be abstruse. To gain new insights, it needed the warrior to gain experience and accumulation. It was impossible to complete everything in one sitting. Previously, when Yi Yun first began his Tao-seeking enlightenment, the white-dressed youth did not believe that Yi Yun could gain much out of it. He believed Yi Yun would awake after meditating for 2 or 3 days. Later on, Yi Yun ended up meditating for nearly 7 months. He even caused the Tao tree to drop a leaf. This far exceeded the time a typical warrior would take to gain enlightenment. Hoping to gain more insight would be more haste, less speed. Even though Yi Yun had the purple crystal, he still needed time and experience to digest the Tao lines that he had copied. As such, Yi Yun and Lin Xintong left the Pyongyang Sword Palace. They flew out of Meteorite Abyss, and they flew towards the teleportation array set up by the Desolate Race in the Divine Wilderness. The Divine Wilderness was vast, so for ease of travel, the Desolate Race had set up a teleportation array for entering and exiting the Divine Wilderness. The locations of these teleportation arrays were highly confidential, but Jiang Shuro had given the detailed map of the teleportation arrays to Yi Yun. Yi Yun was heading towards an important teleportation array that the Desolate Race had set up in the perimeter of the Divine Wilderness. It could reach straight into the Desolate Race's grounds. However, when Yi Yun and Lin Xintong came to where the teleportation array was, Yi Yun's heart strung up. The region around the teleportation array was a long stretch of mountains, but it seemed like it had suffered a major earthquake. Cracks had opened up in many mountains, and the rivers were dried up. The array that was set up deep in the mountains to hide the location of the teleportation array was also torn apart. In the air, a faint scent of killing aura lingered, making Yi-Yun apprehensive. What happened? Lin Xintong's heart tightened up as she could smell the faint smell of blood in the air. Let's go! Yi-Yun's expression turned serious as he held Lin Xintong's hand and rushed to the source of the killing aura while holding his breath. In a blink of an eye, he had gone past a split mountain and he saw a hellish scene. A teleportation array had completely exploded and around it, there were dismembered corpses and blood. Yi-Yun's face sank as the dismembered corpses were those of the desolate race and desolate beasts. Gigantic desolate beasts were dismembered, and large quantities of blood dyed the ground that stretched for miles. The smell of blood wafted dozens of miles out. To ensure the security of the teleportation array, the desolate race had left guards here to protect it. There were many of these guards, who were equivalent to Yuan Opening Realm human warriors, holding the ground. In addition to the numerous primordial species guarding this location, the defensive capabilities were extremely high. But now, they had been wiped out. Chapter 698, The Destroyed Teleportation Array. Upon seeing the desolate race's teleportation array in such a state, Yi-Yun's heart tightened. He did not know how the hidden desolate race teleportation array had been razed to the ground. Black-armored demon god? At this moment, this could only be done by the black-armored demon god. It was unlikely that the human race would oppose the desolate race when their lives and deaths were on the line. Yi-Yun became extremely uneasy when he thought of the black-armored demon god. Could the black-armored demon god have abandoned the Tian Yuan world and gone to the divine wilderness? Yi-Yun was unsure why that was so. He had previously seen from the disk array images that the black-armored demon god was slaughtering and drawing heaven-earth Yuan Qi at the same time. Even some of the mighty figures of the Tian Yuan world were sealed in his armor. The black-armored demon god was doing so most likely because of his serious injuries. He needed to mend his soul and life force that was about to collapse at any time. If the black-armored demon god carried on his slaughter in the rich and dense Tian Yuan world, just killing one martial family clan would allow him to replenish even more energy. But, he had abandoned the Tian Yuan world and gone to the divine wilderness? The divine wilderness was sparsely populated and it was low in resources. There was a single soul in sight for hundreds of thousands of miles. The desolate race were few in number and their whereabouts were a secret. Why did he come to the divine wilderness? Yi-Yun, this teleportation array should have been forcefully opened. Lin Xintong carefully investigated the shattered teleportation array, and she came out with this conclusion from the energy fluctuations in it. Some powerful existences, who knew spatial dimension laws, could indeed forcefully use a teleportation array and be transported to the other end through the void. If he was powerful enough, he could even cause the teleportation array to crumble while passing through. Lin Xintong believed that the teleportation array in shambles in front of them was likely a result of that situation. And of all things, this teleportation array directly led to the desolate race in the core of the divine wilderness. Just thinking of the desolate race's core residents, the Lin family's elites as well as Jiang Sharo were all there. If the black-armored demon god went there, Yi-Yun's heart sank. Lin Xintong did not dare to think either. How could the desolate race and the Lin family withstand the black-armored demon god? It has been a long time since the black-armored demon god traveled through the teleportation array. The blood that covered the ground was slowly turning black. The blood of warriors was not easily susceptible to decay, but now, the blood had turned black, indicating that a long period of time had passed. It was reasonable after all. Yi-Yun and Lin Xintong had been cultivating in the Puryang Sword Palace for more than half a year. Coincidences would not occur with them coming out on the same day the black-armored demon god traveled through the teleportation array. Damn it! Iyun clenched his fists as his knuckles trembled. I should have left an information stone, so Shiro could crush it to inform me in times of danger. Iyun was feeling regret. He and Jiang Shiro had supported each other in the Cloud Wilderness, and they had undergone a few life and death separations. If Jiang Shiro was killed by the black-armored demon god, he did not dare to imagine the scenario. He had sought enlightenment in the Puryang Sword Palace, losing track of time. He never imagined that this situation would occur. Lin Shintong sighed, leaving the information stone would be useless. When the black-armored demon god traveled through the teleportation array, this teleportation array was already destroyed. We would not have made it in time coming from the Puryang Sword Palace. Besides, even if we could get there in time, Miss Jiang would probably not crush the information stone at that moment. The black-armored demon god was too powerful. With Jiang Shiro's feelings for Iyun, she would rather face the black-armored demon god alone than implicate Iyun. I know, Iyun said with a deep and solemn voice. His expression was slowly turning very terrifying. An air of killing intent began to emanate from his body. Even Lin Shintong felt breathless while immersed in the killing intent around Iyun. She had never felt such a terrifying killing intent from Iyun's body. Without a word, Iyun suddenly shot into the sky and flew towards the desolate race. The teleportation array had been destroyed, so they naturally could not use it. They could only use their own bodies to traverse the divine wilderness, crossing tens of millions of miles. Iyun was extremely fast. All the heaven-earth Yuan Qi was gathered towards Iyun. With this energy augmenting him, he was like a burning shooting star. Everywhere he passed, the atmosphere was torn apart, causing tumultuous rumbles that resembled thunder. A terrifying aura radiated in all directions. The powerful pressure cracked the land open, swept towering trees away, and cut off rivers. Along their path, primordial species who felt his aura trembled. Even primordial true spirits avoided the suppressing aura. Iyun passed through with an indomitable momentum. As for Lin Shintong, she was following close behind. As she looked at Iyun charging ahead of her, she was slightly astonished. She nearly could not keep up with his speed. After seeking enlightenment in the Puryang Sword Palace, Iyun seemed to have integrated with the heaven and earth. As the two of them shuttled through the air silently, Iyun's expression was solemn and the atmosphere was extremely repressive. Lin Shintong was also very worried for Matriarch Lin. It was Lin Shintong and Iyun who had suggested for the Lin family to seek refuge in the divine wilderness. If the Lin family was slaughtered as a result, Lin Shintong would feel great remorse. The distance that spanned tens of millions of miles did not need more than a few days at the blazing speed Lin Shintong and Iyun were traveling at. The closer they approached the desolate race headquarters, the more nervous Iyun and Lin Shintong felt. Reason told them that the desolate race and the Lin family were probably finished because it was impossible for them to fight the black-armored demon god. However, without seeing the outcome, they still held that tiny bit of hope. Finally, the two of them arrived at the desolate race's territory. Ruins. It was all ruins as far their eyes could see. The glorious and grand desolate race divine palace of the past now lay in ruins. Arrays were in shambles, and there were still remnants of a brutal heaven-earth Yuan Qi in the air. Iyun's heart turned cold. The desolate race headquarters gathered the strongest forces of the desolate race. It was definitely not the work of the humans to be able to cause such destruction. It could only be the black-armored demon god. Iyun had a deadpan expression, but killing intent emerged from his body once again. Beside Iyun, Lin Shintong had a feeling that the present Iyun was like a demon god. If the black-armored demon god appeared, Iyun would have been a fair match for him. Iyun, don't worry. There aren't that many corpses here. The situation might not be as bad as we think. There were not many corpses scattered around the desolate race ruins. The few primordial true spirits that Iyun and Lin Shintong saw who guarded the desolate race's grand palace were dismembered, and large amounts of blood dyed the ruins crimson. As for other places, there were few corpses scattered around. There were indeed not many. It was much fewer in number than the Desolate Race army stationed in the Desolate Race headquarters from Yi Yun's recollections. With a scan using his consciousness, every spot in the ruins were enveloped in Yi Yun's perception. He was probing the situation underneath the destroyed palace. There were tumbled boulders that crushed many members of the Desolate Race. Amongst them were Lin family disciples. Their bodies were badly mutilated and they had probably died immediately from a terrifying explosion. Although the faces of these corpses were unidentifiable, according to the remnant energy fluctuations in the corpses, Yi Yun could analyze their strength back when they were alive, and from that, infer their identity. From these corpses, Yi Yun did not find any important figures of the Lin family, nor did he see many Desolate Race elites. If these people died, the energy fluctuations from their bodies should have been stronger. This made Yi Yun's heart calm down a bit. There was still hope. Chapter 699, The Desolate Race Attacked. Chapter 700, Refuge. Yi Yun very quickly finished searching through all the ruins with his perception. He did not find a dead Jiang Xiaro, nor did he discover Jiang Xiao's mother. Yi Yun knew Jiang Xiao too well. If Jiang Xiao was trapped in the ruins, Yi Yun would not even need to identify her by her looks. Just her aura was enough to quickly let him find Jiang Xiao. It was inevitable that he previously could not help but imagine a scene of Jiang Xiao covered in blood with no signs of life. Just this thought made Yi Yun feel like choking. But now, this terrible scene had thankfully not happened. Yi Yun felt as if a large stone was lifted off his chest a little. Sis Xiao might very well be alive. Yi Yun heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Jiang Xiao was not here, there was still hope. They managed to escape? Lin Xintong was also pleasantly surprised. She had also seen few corpses around the Lin family's residence. Matriarch Lin, whom she worried about the most, was most likely still alive. Lin Xintong found it hard to imagine how the Lin family and the Desolate Race managed to escape from the hands of the black-armored demon god. According to what she knew, the Desolate Race and the Lin family had no means of withstanding him. The black-armored demon god had used the teleportation array to directly appear in the heart of the Desolate Race. What happened next was most likely a massacre. Under such a situation, having a few people from the Desolate Race and Lin family escape was pretty good. And from the looks of it, the Desolate Race and Lin family managed to survive relatively well in this disaster. It was completely a miracle. Of course, it was now not the time to consider this. They had to first find out where the Desolate Race and the Lin family went. Xintong, let us search carefully. Something must have been left behind. Yi Yun entered the collapsed palace, while Lin Xintong flew into the Lin family's residence. They began to search for any clues left behind. With disasters suddenly befalling them, the Lin family and the Desolate Race should still leave some clues for Lin Xintong and Yi Yun even while fleeing. No matter how chaotic the fleeing was or how tight time was, it was not to the point of not being able to do this tiny gesture. Very soon, Yi Yun found a map jade slip in the ruins. It was very easy to find because it was placed in Jiang Xiao's palatial bedroom. Although the bedroom had collapsed, some of its structure remained intact. On the jade slip, there were remnants of Jiang Xiao's aura. Yi Yun's heart tightened up as he stretched out his hands, splitting the collapsed roof above the bedroom open. Boom! Rocks and dust scattered everywhere as a jade slip shot out of the dust cloud, landing on Yi Yun's hand. As he injected his consciousness into the jade slip, Yi Yun held his breath. There was a very messy map inside the jade slip, and on the corner of the map, there was a mark. Behind the map were the words, "Yuner, be careful." The words were nearly illegible, and it was probably left behind by Jiang Xiao in a hurry. Yi Yun's heart relaxed. With the arrival of the demon god and in their fleeing, Jiang Xiao had no means of telling him anything else. Just a simple sentence contained all of Jiang Xiao's feelings. Sis Xiao should be fine. The hope in Yi Yun's heart grew. He knew that the map and the jade slip indicated where the desolate race and the Lin family fled to. The mark on the map was a teleportation array used by the desolate race to a secret location. Previously, Jiang Shiro had informed Yi Yun of all the locations of the desolate race's teleportation arrays, hence Yi Yun knew where it was. If someone did not know where the teleportation arrays were located on a map, even if someone received the jade slip, they would not know where the desolate race and the Lin family had escaped to. Jiang Shiro had done this to be safe. Xintong, I found it. Yi Yun transmitted his voice to Lin Xintong. Lin Xintong left the Lin family ruins and flew to Yi Yun's side. The Lin family did not understand the divine wilderness much after all, so it was not easy to leave anything behind in their haste. Lin Xintong did not understand a thing when she looked at the map. However, she did not ask what the map represented, but asked Yi Yun, "Are we leaving now?" She was also anxious to confirm the safety of Matriarch Lin. "Yes, let's go now. We must be careful of not being tracked." Being tracked? You are talking about the black-armored demon god? That can't be. Lin Xintong was stunned. She found it impossible that the black-armored demon god would track them. According to the black-armored demon god's actions in the past, he would directly attack to kill the moment he discovered them. Yi Yun nodded and said, "Just to be sure. I had always believed the black-armored demon god was just a killing machine, but maybe we do not fully understand him. I never expected that the black-armored demon god could use the desolate race teleportation array to find the desolate race's residence. For the black-armored demon god to abandon the resource-rich Tianyuan world to the sparse divine wilderness puzzles me." Yi Yun did not know what the black-armored demon god was plotting. Yi Yun had even believed that the black-armored demon god lacked any intelligence. From the moment the black-armored demon god appeared, he had only been engaged in wanton killing everything alive that he saw. He was completely like a killing puppet that did not have any intelligence. Yi Yun knew that the black-armored demon god was injured by the Azure Yang Lord and he had been sealed for tens of millions of years. His soul had been inflicted with a great deal of trauma. And before the black-armored demon god appeared, Blood Moon had seemingly conspired against the black-armored demon god. As for what actually happened, or if the black-armored demon god's soul was irreversibly damaged, Yi Yun did not know. Now with the black-armored demon god in such a mental state, Yi Yun also did not know if he had intelligence or just killing instinct. "All right." Lin Xintong nodded. Being careful was never wrong. She did not know what means the desolate race and the Lin family had used to escape the black-armored demon god's grasp. Even if they managed to escape once, it did not mean that they could escape a second time. She did not dare take the risk. Due to the long-distance travel of them flying tens of millions of miles, Yi Yun and Lin Xintong were also tired. So they rested in the ruins for an entire day. Late at night on the second day, the sky above the divine wilderness was filled with stars and a crescent moon. Yi Yun and Lin Xintong flew away from the divine wilderness's palace ruins. Yi Yun opened his energy vision in the air. After seeking enlightenment in the Pure Yang Sword Palace, Yi Yun's spiritual energy had improved once again. By using the purple crystal, he could easily see everything in a 5-mile radius. Although the black-armored demon god was powerful, it definitely was no match for a worldly divine item like the purple crystal. He definitely could not escape the purple crystal's energy vision. After confirming that there were no powerful life forces around them, Yi Yun led Lin Xintong and flew to a small teleportation array placed around the palace. This teleportation array was not damaged. Using it, they traversed a distance of about 5,000 miles. After that, Yi Yun destroyed the teleportation array. He then locked onto a particular direction and traveled at super speed ahead. The two figures very quickly disappeared in the starry night sky. The land that they escaped to, which Jiang Shiro had marked, was about a few million miles away from Yi Yun's present location. It was located in deep mountains and marshlands. The location was hidden and remote. Yi Yun knew that this place was originally the desolate race's prison. Chapter 701, Old Acquaintances. Divine Wilderness, in the Remote Mountains. If one was to say that the Divine Wilderness was a place where very few humans resided, then the remote mountains deep in the Divine Wilderness was where even the desolate race did not come often. There were millions of mountains here, in a long winding range. There were lakes in between the mountains that resembled seas. Other than that, the remote mountains also had vast swamps, deep valleys as well as miasmafiled lands where many powerful beasts lay dormant. The remote mountains, that was filled with all sorts of mythical creatures, was considered the most terrifying area of the Divine Wilderness. Without the desolate race that could communicate with desolate beasts, even a human imperial king would have to be careful in a place like this. Once they chance upon a large-scale beast horde, there was even the risk of death. The remote mountains was a distant place for penal servitude in the Divine Wilderness. Members of the desolate race who had committed crimes would be banished here. Other than that, there were also other races detained here. And of course that included humans. Humans and the desolate race were sworn enemies. After human warriors were captured by the desolate race, they would naturally not be released back to the human race. Most of them would be imprisoned in the remote mountains, never to leave again. And it was such a remote and secret place that had become the temporary shelter of the desolate race. Due to the large number of desolate race members settling in here, the prison cells that were there originally were removed. Many of those who had been held prisoner were also given temporary freedom. Of course, they would not escape either. The remote mountains had arrays sealing them in. Furthermore, with desolate beasts lurking around, the chances of successfully escaping were very low. At this moment, these prisoners, who had been chased out of their cells, were all gathered in front of a pasture. This was a desolate beast farm established by the desolate race. The pasture covered hundreds of thousands of miles and they reared all sorts of desolate beasts. These desolate beasts had been domesticated by the desolate race, and they were used by many of the desolate race elites as mounts. In ancient times, when the desolate race and human race battled, the desolate race army would ride such beasts to lead their crusade against the Tian Yuan world. Most of the combat strength from the desolate race army mostly came from their desolate beast mounts. Furthermore, with some desolate beasts accompanying them in their charge, their battles had an indomitable momentum. Many of the prisoners in the remote mountains needed to engage in labor. And one of those included caring for the desolate beasts. At this moment, in the desolate beast farm, an azure-clothed scholarly man was nonchalantly sitting on a lone rock. He was looking at a dozen desolate beasts not far from him. These desolate beasts were all primordial species. They were irascible, and when prisoners fed them, there was a chance of the prisoners being injured. However, in front of the azure-clothed scholar, these primordial species appeared rather tame. They did not growl and they only lowered their heads to eat meat obediently. As they wolfed down large pieces of meat, the primordial species' mouths were covered in blood. The azure-clothed scholar only looked at all of this calmly. He had a learned bearing, and compared to these ferocious, desolate beasts in front of him or the vast remote mountains around him, he appeared very out of place. The world is changing. The azure-clothed scholar sighed. Over the past few days, he had seen the desolate race army withdraw into the remote mountains. Many of them were injured, while the most powerful members of the desolate race all had solemn expressions on their faces. Clearly, the situation was worse than they originally expected. A few days ago, the azure-clothed scholar had also listened in to the desolate race members who had withdrawn to the remote mountains, in which they explained the reason for their fleeing. This was because the Tian Yuan world was currently undergoing a terrible catastrophe. A powerful black-armored demon god, who exceeded the strength of the Tian Yuan world and the desolate race, was engaged in a massacre. With just him alone, he was causing a bloody storm in the large world. Wherever the black-armored demon god went, life would be extinguished, with nothing spared. Many people guessed that the black-armored demon god would likely grow in strength, and become so strong that he could destroy the Tian Yuan world and the desolate race's martial civilization. That was definitely an outcome of a calamity. I wonder how the Tai Divine Kingdom is. Have the citizens of the Divine Kingdom been slaughtered by the black-armored demon god? The azure-clothed scholar muttered to himself and looked worried. This azure-clothed scholar was the Tai Divine City's city lord. More than 10 years ago, the desolate race had opened a pathway from the divine wilderness into the Tian Yuan world. As such, the Tai Divine City was destroyed by the desolate race, and all the strongest figures in the Tai Divine City, including the city lord, were captured. It was impossible for them to resist the shepherd boy. Furthermore, the shepherd boy had led a huge army of desolate beasts, and there was even a primordial true spirit that was no weaker than a human imperial king. It was definite that the city would be overrun. Not even the Tai Divine City's city lord, even the Tai Divine Kingdom's royalty, who were stationed along the Divine Kingdom's border, had been captured in large numbers. This included 2 kings and 2 princes, as well as a princess of the royal family who had the beauty to topple countries. As the Tai Divine Kingdom's royalty was captured by the desolate race, the country was greatly eviscerated, causing the country's strength to decline greatly. And those members of the royal family who were captured, as well as the mighty figures of the Tai Divine City, had all been imprisoned for more than a decade. They were isolated from the outside world and they did not know anything that had happened, nor know if the desolate race had ever taken the fight to the Tian Yuan world. Only today, when the desolate race fled into the remote mountains, did they get some information regarding the outside world. So in the past decade or so, the outside world had undergone upheavals. They knew that the desolate race had a new desolate queen. She was young and she had obtained the recognition of the sacred spirit, inheriting the throne. They also knew of a hidden organization, Blood Moon, in the Tian Yuan world. They were known as the Martial Alliance on the surface, but they were actually an important chess piece that had instigated the ancient war tens of millions of years ago. With the Blood Moon overthrown, many of the elders from the Tian Yuan world's major factions formed a Tian Yuan Elder Consortium, so as to maintain a new order in the Tian Yuan world, as well as fight against the black-armored demon god, but it was to no avail. Now, the black-armored demon god had attacked the divine wilderness, but the Tai Divine City's city lord did not derive any pleasure from their misfortune. If possible, he wished that the desolate race could destroy the black-armored demon god, while he carried on living out his life in the remote mountains. He did not wish for the Tian Yuan world, especially the Tai Divine Kingdom's inheritance, to be destroyed, or to see numerous citizens being slaughtered by the black-armored demon god, causing rivers of blood to flow. Just as the azure-clothed scholar was worrying about the future of the Tai Divine Kingdom, an old man walked up behind the azure-clothed scholar and said, "City Lord, the desolate race has sent someone, asking us to go over." Although they had been imprisoned for many years, those who came from the Tai Divine Kingdom were still accustomed to calling the azure-clothed scholar City Lord. And the old man who called out to the City Lord was the one elders of the Tai Divine City, Song Yan. Back in the Tai Divine City, Elder Song Yan was a person who had an attitude of frivolous defiance. Despite more than a decade having passed and his imprisonment, he was still living quite a leisurely and carefree life in the remote mountains. He had food and drink here, and this place had abundant primal heaven-earth yuan qi. No one abused them either, so other than not being able to leave the remote mountains, it was actually nothing to Song Yan. The desolate race wants us there? The azure-clothed scholar was surprised, before he shook his head with a wry smile. He said, for the desolate race to flee to this area, they are probably at the end of their ropes. They are probably thinking of combining all forces, not even leaving out us prisoners imprisoned in the remote mountains. Together, we have to fight against the black-armored demon god, and will probably promise our freedom. However, against the black-armored demon god, what role can we play? The azure-clothed scholar said with a self-deprecating tone. The Tian Yuan World's Elder Consortium was powerless against the black-armored demon god, so they had no means of even putting up a resistance. Song Yan still had an indifferent attitude as he laughed, saying, "City Lord, why do you keep sighing? Isn't it just a black-armored demon god? Even if I can't beat him, I'll also take a bite at him." Even if he is called a demon god, he's just a single entity. Can he really destroy the entire world by himself? Now, we might not be his match, but there will be someone who will eventually be able to destroy him. I heard in recent years, a peerless genius appeared in the Tian Yuan world. At a young age, this kid was already on equal footing with many of the big figureheads in the Tian Yuan world. It sounds completely outrageous from the sound of it. According to what the Desolate Race said, this kid not only played an important role in subverting Blood Moon, he is also the hope that to defeat the black-armored demon god. If I had to say, in a few hundred years, this kid might finish the black-armored demon god. The remote mountains were void of information. Song Yan had recently heard of a terrifying youth appearing in the Tian Yuan world. He was initially very alarmed as the information sounded unbelievable. It completely overturned everything he knew. However, all the Desolate Race who escaped to the remote mountains had said the same thing, so slowly, Song Yan could only believe it with a pinch of salt. Hopefully. I wish this peerless genius was not fabricated by them. The azure-clothed scholar said as he shook his head. He had naturally heard of this news, but he refused to believe it. When people faced times of hardship, they needed a hero. Even without a hero, people would create one, as heroes brought hope to people. The azure-clothed scholar suspected that the sudden appearance of a genius was to make people have confidence. He would be what kept people going, that as long as they remained resilient, one day this hero would defeat the black-armored demon god. But was this true? This person definitely existed to be portrayed as a hero, but to say that he had such fearsome power at such a young age, the azure-clothed scholar found it unbelievable. Many rumors were often exaggerated. Chapter 702, Distinguished Elites Gathered. In the remote mountains, a magnificent Desolate Race palace stood erect. This palace was an enchanted companion treasure of the former Desolate Queen. She could keep and take it anywhere she wanted. As such, this palace was brought to the remote mountains. As for the other palaces that were not refined into enchanted treasures, they were left in ruins back in the original territory of the Desolate Race. At this moment, there were already large numbers of warriors gathered in the Desolate Race's palace's meeting hall, numbering more than 10,000. Amongst these people, there were not only members of the Desolate Race, but also people from the human race. When the Tai Divine City Lord and Song Yan arrived at the meeting hall, they were startled when they saw the scene. They were previously held in prison deep in the remote mountains, so they had only heard some murmurs about what had happened in the external world. They only believed that the Desolate Race had retreated into the remote mountains, and they did not really know that there were so many members of the human race gathered here. From the looks of these humans, they were most likely from major factions in the Tian Yuan world. Even the human race had withdrawn to the remote mountains? City Lord. Uncle Yang. After the Tai Divine City Lord walked into the crowd, they were received by a few people. The two in front were dressed in black long robes. The two of them were kings of the Tai Divine Kingdom, and following right behind them was a girl in her 20s. She was a princess of the Tai Divine Kingdom. As for the others, they were the elders of the former Tai Divine City, including Elder Jiangu. With the calamity before them, the prison rules were no longer upheld. These people were for all purposes practically freed. The people involved in the meeting are all inside. Only people at the peak of the Dao Seed Realm can enter. A few of the Desolate Race guards stopped a large number of warriors outside the meeting hall. As for the Tai Divine City Lord and company, their cultivation level was high enough. They were led into the Grand Hall by the Desolate Race's guards. As they walked through, there was a solemn atmosphere lingering in the air. The birth of the black-armored demon god gave all of them an apocalyptic feel. Former Backwater East's Tai Kingdom's Yuan opening realm warriors have arrived. The Desolate Race Guard said a sentence to simply introduce the azure-clothed scholar and company's identity. Be they once a city lord or a member of royalty, that did not matter. To be in this meeting hall, only their cultivation level and strength mattered. The azure-clothed scholar also knew that no matter what status they held in the Tai divine kingdom, that was actually negligible here. The guards outside the meeting hall pushed the door open with deadpan expressions. As the azure-clothed scholar and company walked into the grand hall, they were met with a wide room. There was a round table in the middle with more than 20 people sitting around it. These people all had powerful auras and they gave off a strong repressive feeling. Even at this moment, despite them already converging their auras, they still made anyone who glanced at them palpitate in their hearts. Without a doubt, these people were the strongest figures of the desolate race and the human race. They were figures given the title of imperial kings. And what was most surprising was that amongst this group of strong warriors, there was a girl who looked like she was in her teens. She sat high above on a seat of honor and she held a bone staff that was engraved with runic patterns. She wore a red long dress and she had 3 cinnabar marks on the spot in the middle of her eyebrows. She really had the unsurpassed beauty of a generation. The girl's aura was clearly weaker, but her bearing was no less weaker than any of the mighty imperial king figures present. She should be the new desolate queen. The Tai divine kingdom contingent secretly thought. They had recently heard news of the new desolate queen, that she was young in age, but she had a bloodline that was unparalleled. She had obtained the recognition of the sacred spirit, inheriting the position of desolate queen. As for what past this girl had, they did not know. The new desolate queen sure is exceptional. The azure-clothed scholar exclaimed in whispers. For the girl in red to not lose out in her aura despite being amongst so many mighty figures, this alone was quite amazing. Her strong bloodline meant that her life force was a level higher. A powerful life meant that even if her cultivation level was not high enough, her aura would not be much weaker. However, it was such a peerless beauty that led so many members of the human race and desolate races imperial kings, as well as so many of the primordial true spirits gathered in the remote mountains. Despite having so many powerful existences present, they could do nothing against the black-armored demon god who would come. The atmosphere in the meeting hall was extremely heavy. People were not in a panic, but they were silent. These peerless figures were all waiting for the moment where the final judgment of their lives was determined. After the azure-clothed scholar and company arrived, they were left standing on the outer perimeter of the meeting hall. Inside, only about 20 people sat down, all imperial kings. As for the Yuan opening realm warriors, they could only stand as there were too many people. The azure-clothed scholar also knew that in this calamity, the role they could play was nearly negligible. The upper echelons of the desolate race had probably mentioned in passing to release all the prisoners in the remote mountains prisons, and they did not put it much at heart. The hall was quickly filled with people and soon, they numbered in the hundreds. The people present were at least at the peak of the Dao Seed realm, but not every peak Dao Seed realm warrior could enter. They had to be the peerless geniuses nurtured by large factions. Everyone, today in this meeting hall, we have gathered the most elite force of both the human and desolate race. The purpose of gathering everyone here today needs no saying. It is to discuss the final moment, and how we are to deal with it. The person who spoke was Jiang Xiaoro's mother, the former desolate queen, and also the true person who decided on matters in the desolate race. As she spoke, the former desolate queen glanced at a couple sitting beside her. They were the highest-level decision-makers in the Tian Yuan Elder Consortium, the Sanctuary Island couple. Back then, it was also them who had discovered the corpses of the upper echelons of Blood Moon who had fled. There was another decision-maker in the Tian Yuan Elder Consortium, the Sovereign of the Eventide. He was the only person in the Tian Yuan world who managed to reach the middle stages of the Heaven Ascension realm, but he did not appear. About half a year ago, there were droves of factions from the Tian Yuan world who escaped into the Divine Wilderness. Like the Lin family, many large Tian Yuan world factions realized that the Divine Wilderness was much safer than the Tian Yuan world. To those factions seeking refuge, the desolate race did not turn them away. The desolate race knew that the entire world was on the brink of death. They had to put aside the differences regarding their species. They could not watch these large factions die without doing a thing, letting the black-armored demon god drain the Tianyuan world of its strength. At the same time, the Desolate Race could not let these factions enter the Desolate Race's headquarters. If that happened, the Desolate Race headquarters would have too many experts gathered, which might lead to them being a target of attack of the black-armored demon god. That was equivalent to suicide. Hence, many of the fleeing human race factions could only hide in various enclaves in the Divine Wilderness. Eventually, the black-armored demon god still came to the Divine Wilderness. The vast Divine Wilderness with its large swaths of forests and mountains was nothing in the eyes of the black-armored demon god. He could easily find any of the hiding spots of the refugees in the Divine Wilderness. The massacre that continued made people feel hopeless. Many refugee factions were either destroyed or escaped further into the depths of the Divine Wilderness. Chapter 703 The Sacred Spirit's Protection. The human race was not the Desolate Race after all. By residing in the Divine Wilderness, they could not avoid coming into contact with all sorts of powerful desolate beasts. The deeper they went into the Divine Wilderness, the more powerful the desolate beasts they encountered were. Under such circumstances, even if they were not found by the black-armored demon god, they would still suffer heavy casualties. Hence, many human factions slowly gathered in the remote mountains, and this place was their final destination. But now, even this final destination was facing a deadly threat. They were faced with two choices: fight or flee. When these choices were brought up in the hall, the mood turned into a depressing one. Fighting meant a fight to the death. Many people lacked the courage, especially when there was no hope of victory. As for fleeing, where else could they go? They were already in the remote mountains of the Divine Wilderness. Beyond the Desolate Race's sphere of influence, the surroundings were filled with primordial desolate beasts. Escaping through it was not easy. Furthermore, they were still facing the threat of being hunted by the black-armored demon god. The black-armored demon god seemed to have astral methods. Although he was one person alone, he seemed to be able to appear in any place instantly. It was almost impossible for people who were hunted by him to survive. Your Highness. Previously in the battle between the Desolate Race and the black-armored demon god, I was lucky to witness something. I wonder if the Urace's gigantic Skyfox, which managed to withstand the black-armored demon god's attack using its own power by activating the Desolate Race's divine bone altar, is still able to fight. When the black-armored demon god attacked the Desolate Race's headquarters, no one from the entire Desolate Race, Lin family, or the handful of experts from other factions in the Tianyuan world were any match for the black-armored demon god. Against the black-armored demon god, they were not even comparable to eggs striking a rock. Without a doubt, it would have been a massacre. Without any morale to fight, they were only thinking of how to escape. And just at the moment many people were in despair, a gigantic Skyfox appeared. Back then, when the human warriors saw the Skyfox, they were either distraught or alarmed. The Skyfox had gigantic eyes that looked as clear as a lake, and it had a look of apathy in its eyes. Its body seemed to cover the heavens and earth. It had 6 tails that resembled 6 flood dragons, and they were as red as fire. They waved in the sky like shiny divine flames that roared into the sky. The human warriors had no idea what it was. And when the Desolate Race warriors saw the Skyfox, despite the black-armored demon god attacking them and with their lives at stake, all of them knelt down, bowing to the Skyfox. This Skyfox was the sacred spirit that protected the Desolate Race. Many years ago, not long after Jiang Shiro joined the Desolate Race, she had obtained great power and awoken her bloodline, becoming the new Desolate Queen. It was largely attributed to Jiang Shiro completing the rites on the Divine Bone Altar, receiving the recognition of the Desolate Race sacred spirit. Even the young team of geniuses who were nurtured by the Desolate Race and entered the Soul Tomb to battle Blood Moon were also known as Skyfox. The Skyfox was a symbol and totem of the Desolate Race. However, the Skyfox usually slept in the Divine Wilderness. Ignoring human experts, even many of the former desolate queens had never managed to see the Skyfox in person. For a desolate queen to see the Skyfox appear was her luck, or they were like Jiang Xioro who had obtained the Skyfox's recognition. The human race did not know of the Skyfox's existence. To many of the desolate race, the Skyfox was nearly a legend. The Skyfox was mysterious and powerful. Although it protected the desolate race, it was not subservient to the desolate race's orders. The Skyfox had never appeared in the multiple battles between the desolate race and the human race. To the desolate race, the Skyfox was their most primordial god. But in fact, only the desolate queens knew that the Skyfox was a young fox brought to and left behind in the Tian Yuan world by the Azure Yang Lord tens of millions of years ago. This Skyfox that protected the desolate race came from a place in the 12 Empyrean heavens known as Sinkhole. It had been injured in its youth and it was rescued by the Azure Yang Lord. Later on, it had accompanied the Azure Yang Lord to this world. In the war tens of millions of years ago, the Skyfox was still weak and it did not participate in the battle. Later on, with the Azure Yang Lord leaving, the Skyfox stayed behind in the divine wilderness. Instead of saying it protected the desolate race, it was actually protecting whatever the Azure Yang Lord left behind. Over the tens of millions of years, it was loyal only to the Azure Yang Lord. However, the tragic thing about it was that it grew in a lower realm. It could not absorb the worldly essence of the 12 Empyrean heavens, and it lacked the heritage of the Skyfox race. This meant that it could never reach its life's potential. It was just like the 9 neonate born in the lower realm which could not survive the 9 heavenly tribulations. The Skyfox was facing a similar fate. Over tens of millions of years, it was already very old. Its life had been spent in the divine wilderness. The vast divine wilderness that was beyond a mortal's imagination was like a tiny pond to the Skyfox. A koi that grew up in a pond would never transform into a divine dragon. The Skyfox was a god spirit of all the desolate beasts in the divine wilderness. It only silently watched over them. Only when the black-armored demon god attacked the desolate race did it enter the battle. Even for members of the desolate race, it was the first time that they witnessed the Skyfox fight. Its power was shocking. It could use heaven-earth yuan qi, and the moment it battled, it brought about tumultuous changes. With the Skyfox's strength, not only did the desolate race send the black-armored demon god retreating, they had even injured him. This was the first time that the black-armored demon god was injured after its appearance. After the black-armored demon god retreated, this allowed the desolate race and the Lin family to be saved. A number of disciples were killed in the black-armored demon god's first wave of attack. As for the majority of their elites and experts in their clans, they had sufficient time to retreat to the remote mountains. The reason they had retreated was because the Skyfox had received injuries. It was too old. In the lower realm, its powers and lifespan were restricted. Even in the past million years, it had been sleeping, and its life was slowly coming to an end. Even if it kept sleeping, it could not survive for long. And this appearance in the battle had greatly expended a lot of its vitality. The Skyfox now was already extremely weak. And although the black-armored demon god had been repelled, the former desolate queen's intuition told her that he would slowly recover and return once again in a relatively short period of time. The death of my race's sacred spirit is approaching, so it probably will not be able to participate in any more battles. The former desolate queen shook her head. Her words also immediately made the hearts of the human warriors, who had pinned their hopes on the Skyfox, sink. It can't participate in a battle just because it's dying? But at this point in time, a human legendary figure said his sentence midway. He was implying how that with the survival of the human and desolate race on the brink of destruction, with numerous people sacrificing their lives in battle, he wished that the desolate race would also sacrifice something if possible. Upon hearing this legendary figure's words, the former desolate queen frowned slightly. My race's guardian's sacred spirit is not a desolate beast tamed by my race. It is our race's god. In the past tens of millions of years, it has watched over our race, and it has done enough. I have no right to let my race's god to sacrifice itself for my race. There is no need to mention this matter again. This legendary figure's words made the former desolate queen a little irritated. Sacrifice was easier said than done. When one had to really sacrifice himself for a noble cause, very few people present could really do it. If that is the case, then we can only retreat. A legendary figure said as he gave a wistful glance at Jian Xiaoro. During the black-armored demon god's attack of the desolate race's headquarters, a small detail had surprised him greatly that he had secretly kept his mind on. Chapter 704, The Desolate Race's Decision. Are we still left with no choice but to withdraw? Withdrawal was equally something that made many of the warriors present have a heavy feeling in their hearts. It was unknown how many people would survive in this act of withdrawal. Even so, there was always hope. If they were to fight to the death and without the desolate race's sacred spirit, there was probably a few who would survive. A few human race legendary figures exchanged looks and they came to a unanimous decision to flee. There was no other way. They would attempt to escape into the deep depths of the divine wilderness as far as they could go. An imperial king from the Tian Yuan Elder Consortium stood forward and said to the former desolate queen, "Your Highness, my race has decided on evacuating this premises. To ensure all of our survival, we plan on splitting up to move in multiple directions. We wish the desolate race would work with us by splitting up too. Every group would both have members of the desolate race and the human race. In this way, we can take care of each other on our fugitive paths." The imperial king's mention of taking care of each other was actually just the desolate race taking care of the human race. This was because the chances of survival of the human race escaping through the divine wilderness was very low. The desolate beasts did not care if the human and desolate race were on the brink of destruction. They would attack humans the moment they saw them, treating these human warriors like food. They had to have powerful members of the desolate race following them. They could not be too weak either, for they needed to be able to communicate with the primordial desolate beasts that filled the divine wilderness, so as to ensure their safety. However, the former desolate queen rebuffed the human expert's suggestion. "Sorry, I am afraid that I cannot agree to your suggestion." The former desolate queen had an unquestionable tone, with no room for discussion. When the legendary human figures heard this, they were momentarily stunned. The desolate race did not plan on dividing their forces to go with them? Then how were they going to flee? Even those imperial kings, who could have a relatively easy time entering and exiting the divine wilderness, did not want to waste their strength fighting primordial true spirits. Furthermore, Yuan opening realm warriors lacked the ability of self-preservation. There was no need for the black-armored demon god to kill them, for a large number of them would likely end up in the bellies of the primordial desolate beasts in the divine wilderness. "Your Highness, what do you mean by this?" A legendary figure from the human race frowned. "Don't you agree that we should split up while escaping, and instead we are to go as one? Wouldn't it be a clean sweep if the black-armored demon god catches up to us?" "You misunderstood what I meant." The former desolate queen shook her head. "I do not plan on my people to escape with you." "Oh." The former desolate queen's words made many of the legendary figures of the human race have an ugly expression. "Your Highness, at this point in time, can't you let go of the differences of race? Are you bound on seeing us humans die? Is your Highness planning on abandoning the principles of righteousness so as to see all of us die in the divine wilderness?" One legendary figure after another turned anxious. Some of the more grumpy ones were already furious. The desolate race was abandoning them? Wasn't this adding insult to injury? The former desolate queen did not respond. At this moment, an elder from the desolate race stood forward and said calmly, "You have all misunderstood us. Our race is not abandoning the human race. We have already come to a unanimous decision to fight the black-armored demon god. If you want to leave, you are free to leave." "What?" The elder's words stunned many of the human warriors. Fight the black-armored demon god? The Desolate Race's sacred spirit was already injured, so what else did the Desolate Race have to fight the black-armored demon god? Wasn't this equivalent to suicide? Furthermore, the crux of the issue was that the death of the Desolate Race would implicate them. How were they to flee in that case? A young genius from the human race stood up anxiously and said, "It's all right if you are determined to fight to the death. However, by doing so, aren't you pulling us to join you in death? This is a form of abduction. You are forcefully binding us to your war chariots, forcing us to fight for you. Your Desolate Race may want to uphold the glory of your race, but we don't have the obligation to." As he was anxious, the genius spoke without mincing any of his words. He was still young and he did not want to die here. The moment he said those words, it immediately made many of the warriors from the Desolate Race find it jarring. Who did this person think he was? Shut up! At this moment, the Sanctuary Island's island lord spoke. This shout contained the will of an imperial king. The young junior, who spoke mindlessly, immediately turned pale from the shout. With a grunt, he took several steps back and immediately lacked the courage to speak. He did not dare to rebut the Sanctuary Island lord's reprimand. "This lad is young and foolish and he has been rude to your highness. Please forgive him," the Sanctuary Island lord said humbly and courteously. Even the Desolate Race felt deep respect for the Sanctuary Island couple. He was strong and modest. He was easily well liked. The Desolate Race's determination to fight is naturally your race's freedom. We are due not the right to interfere. Furthermore, your race has no obligation to protect my race. Escorting my race to escape is a kind act, and not escorting is simply to be expected. After all, our race's escape into the divine wilderness was our race's choice. It was not an invitation by your race. But when the Sanctuary Island lord said this, he switched gears and carried on. "This lowly one has something that he doesn't understand. What is the reason for the Desolate Race to want to fight the black-armored demon god to the death?" When the Sanctuary Island lord asked this, the former Desolate Queen turned silent. Beside the former Desolate Queen, Jiang Xioro had a complicated look. She looked at her mother, wanting to speak, but she decided against it. In fact, she never knew about her mother's decision prior to this meeting. Only when her mother said that they were to fight to the death did she know. Her heart had skipped a beat and guessed something bad. This guess made her feel repressed, nearly suffocating. At this moment, she felt that she had to say something so as to make things clear. However, just before Jiang Xioro opened her mouth, a legendary figure of the human race spoke up first. He was the one who had previously witnessed the black-armored demon god's invasion of the Desolate Race's headquarters. At the moment he was shocked by the Desolate Race's sacred spirit's power, he was puzzled about a particular detail in the battle. That was at the moment the black-armored demon god appeared, breaking through the Desolate Race palace's defensive array. He had reached out his hand, forming a gigantic black hand, grabbing at Jiang Xioro. Jiang Xioro had no way to resist him and she was immediately lifted into the air. If he wished, a simple squeeze would have killed Jiang Xioro. However, the black-armored demon god, who had always been bloodthirsty, did not do so. Instead, he seemed to want to take Jiang Xioro away. And at this moment, the Desolate Race's sacred spirit appeared and engaged the black-armored demon god in combat. The sacred spirit's attack saved Jiang Xioro. During the battle between these two terrifying existences, the shockwaves from the battle were extremely terrifying. The legendary figure believed that this would spell certain death for Jiang Xioro, who was in the middle of these two existences' battle. However, he never expected Jiang Xioro to miraculously survive. For this to happen, it only meant that these two existences had deliberately avoided harming Jiang Xioro. The Desolate Race's sacred spirit was extremely powerful, and it was able to call on the worldly power of Desolates, allowing it to send the black-armored demon god in retreat. The black-armored demon god was injured. Just as he was about to flee, he reached out his hand once again, hoping to abduct Zhang Xiaoro before he escaped. To be distracted during a battle and forcefully abduct Zhang Xiaoro was an extremely risky maneuver. It was even more so when facing the Desolate Race's sacred spirit. Hence, the black-armored demon god revealed a flaw in his movement, allowing the Skyfox sacred spirit to injure him once again. As such, he had no choice but to retreat in defeat. However, this scene was imprinted into this legendary figure's mind. The black-armored demon god was clearly seeking Zhang Xiaoro. Hence, during this meeting between the human and Desolate Race that debated on the topic of whether they should flee or fight, this legendary figure stepped forward and asked, "Your Highness, I have something that I want to know. The reason why the Desolate Race is planning to fight to the death, has it got to do with the new Desolate Queen?" If I didn't guess wrongly, the black-armored demon god seemingly wanted to capture the new Desolate Queen? And it is likely because of this reason that the Desolate Race cannot split up and escape, and have to fight the black-armored demon god to the death. If not, the moment you split up, your race's warriors would have no chance of withstanding the black-armored demon god. When the legendary human figure said this, it startled many of the people present. The black-armored demon god was planning on abducting Zhang Xiaoro? As such, the Desolate Race had to fight to the death? Was this true? Everyone's eyes suddenly landed on Zhang Xiaoro. Zhang Xiaoro's body slightly turned stiff. She gently lowered her bone staff, with her face turning slightly pale. Chapter 705, The Curse of a Bloodline. Although others did not know, as the person in question, Zhang Xiaoro knew it very clearly. Just before the black-armored demon god arrived at the Desolate Race headquarters, she had felt an invisible energy locking onto her. This energy suddenly grew more intense the moment the black-armored demon god appeared. It was an energy that was extremely difficult to describe. It was as if there was a superior but cold life staring at her from a different, invisible spacetime dimension. And following that, the black-armored demon god made his move against Zhang Xiaoro. With his irresistible powers, he had captured Zhang Xiaoro. At the moment she was caught by his energy, Zhang Xiaoro felt like her life was no longer hers. If it wasn't for the sacred spirit's appearance, she would never have been able to come back alive. Hence, Zhang Xiaoro was sure that the black-armored demon god was targeting her. This was also most likely the reason for the black-armored demon god to appear in the Divine Wilderness. After all, the Divine Wilderness was sparse in population. Even if there were quite a few refugees gathered here, in terms of overall warrior density, it was inferior to the Tian Yuan world. The black-armored demon god could achieve a higher efficiency in killing people in the Tian Yuan world. However, why did the black-armored demon god want to catch her? Zhang Xiaoro could not figure it out. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoro was already the focus of the entire meeting hall. Zhang Xiaoro was not afraid of death, but she did not wish to implicate her race or her mother because of herself. Zhang Xiaoro exhaled before standing up. Her originally pale face had returned to normal. She said, "Regarding the black-armored demon god and myself, I will give everyone an answer." With Zhang Xiaoro saying that sentence, everyone else in the meeting hall looked at Zhang Xiaoro with odd expressions. Zhang Xiaoro did not deny it, which was enough to prove that the likelihood of this matter was true. They did not know why the black-armored demon god wanted Zhang Xiaoro, but without a doubt, it was due to Zhang Xiaoro's existence that they were unable to withdraw. Were all these people going to perish together just because of this one person? They could ignore it if the entire Desolate Race perished, but to let the human race perish along with them? Many people had such thoughts in mind, but they did not say it out aloud. "Your Highness, is this matter true?" A human race elder asked. The former Desolate Queen's gaze was cold. She did not answer the elder's question but instead retorted, "Why? If it's true, do you plan on letting me send my only child to the black-armored demon god?" The former Desolate Queen's words were aggressive, making the elder displeased, but he momentarily choked up. He gritted his teeth for a moment, before saying with an ugly expression, "It seems that your esteemed race has made the decision. For your daughter-mother duo, for your survival, you plan on ignoring all principles and send this world's elite forces to their death? We can forget our human race, as you have no obligations to care about us, but what about your desolate race? As desolate queen, are you planning on letting your race perish along with your daughter? The elder's words were extremely venomous. When he said those words, the atmosphere in the meeting hall turned tense. Many warriors of the desolate race were already standing up. As for the human warriors, they had subconsciously pressed down on their interspatial rings. Actually, what the human elder said was on many humans' minds. Wasn't it ridiculous to sacrifice an entire race just for a girl? Shepherd Boy stood silently in front of Jiang Xioro. His gaze was locked onto the human elder who had just spoken. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Uncle Cheng. Jiang Xioro held onto Shepherd Boy. There were many human race experts present. Although it was impossible for them to fight, by causing a racial rift, it would be extremely disadvantageous to the future resistance against the black-armored demon god. This was something Jiang Xioro did not wish to see. Sorry, I spoke without thinking it through, but good advice is usually jarring to the ears. What I said was true. If your highness were to let your entire race perish because of a girl, I don't think that is justifiable. After all, this was the desolate race's territory, so the human elder did not dare insist too firmly. However, despite him apologizing, he did not mean to take back his words. The former desolate queen pressed her hand on the table. A slight chill was revealed from her beautiful face. She had yet to make the necessary arrangements on this matter, but the matter had already been pointed out by a legendary figure from the human race at the meeting. She was, without a doubt, placed in an extremely disadvantageous position. Jiang Xioro remained silent. At this moment, what else could she say? She could sense that every human present gave her a gaze that resembled a needle. When their lives were at stake, people found it difficult to accept perishing en masse in order to save a young girl's life. You said that I'm ignoring the principles of caring for my race? The former desolate queen sneered while standing up. I might as well tell all of you that the black-armored demon god is indeed eyeing Xioro, and I have already guessed the reason. When Jiang Xioro was locked onto by the black-armored demon god, Jiang Xioro's mother had already thought of the reason. The world was so large, filled with numerous geniuses. Why would the black-armored demon god eye Jiang Xioro? The only possibility was that it had to do with Jiang Xioro's father. Jiang Xioro's father, who came from the 12 Empyrean heavens, was not an ordinary mortal. The child he left behind might have something that the black-armored demon god needed. However, the former desolate queen would not explain these things. If Jiang Xioro's father was mentioned, then there would be even more people who would plot against Jiang Xioro. Have you not thought that capturing Xioro would necessarily be helpful for the black-armored demon god? Not long after, the black-armored demon god will return once again, and when that happens, the black-armored demon god would be even more powerful than now. Handing my daughter over to him will lead to disastrous consequences. The former desolate queen may love Jiang Xioro, but she was the desolate queen after all. She could not simply sacrifice her desolate race just for Jiang Xioro. She had her own reasons. What your highness says makes sense, but forgive me if I'm being straight. Even if what your highness suggests is true, we actually also have other means of avoiding this scenario. A legendary human figure said and looked with a strange gaze at Jiang Xioro. This gaze came with a hint of malice and pity. He did not finish his sentence, but the meaning from his words was very clear. His words implied destroying Jiang Xioro completely. If the black-armored demon god would become stronger after obtaining Jiang Xioro, then wouldn't destroying Jiang Xioro prevent that possibility? On the brink of life and death, to carry on surviving, killing a talented young girl to prevent an inferred possibility was not a difficult choice. After all, the entire Tian Yuan world already had so many ruined family clans, with numerous people dead. What was one more? Of course, the decision lay in the hands of the desolate race. Many of the human race experts looked at Jiang Xiao indifferently. They were waiting for the former Desolate Queen's decision. They knew that this was a difficult decision, but with the survival of their race in question, it would force the former Desolate Queen to make a decision. Pressure. Even though she had encountered all sorts of situations and she had been ruling over the Desolate race for many years, the former Desolate Queen felt immense pressure at the moment. She could ignore the human race, but for the people of her Desolate race. Your Highness, I, Xing Kuei, am willing to follow your Highness to die in battle. The shepherd boy was the first to speak with a resolute voice. No one doubted that he would die for the Desolate race and Jiang Xiao without any hesitation. However, Cheng Kuei was not everyone in the Desolate race. Even if all of them did the same, the former Desolate Queen would not let the entirety of her people perish for Xiao. They had the right to live on. They were not born for the royal family, nor were they meant to die for the royal family. Your Highness, why don't we end it here today? At this moment, the Sanctuary Island couple stood up. We cannot interfere in your esteemed race's internal matters. However, since your esteemed race's sacred spirit is unable to fight, then even if those remaining were to fight to the death, the chances of victory are slim. Hence, I wish your esteemed race will weigh the consequences. Of course, I wish that your esteemed race will have a better choice. The sanctuary couple looked at Jiang Xiao with complicated expressions. They stopped speaking and finally only shook their heads. They felt very sorry for this beautiful, young girl. Her bloodline had given her powerful life and strength, but it was a curse that brought her many disasters. As for Jiang Xiao being left in the cloud wilderness, and how she was nearly refined into a pill in the Tai Divine Kingdom, they had all heard of these matters. And now, she was eyed by the most terrifying black-armored demon god, who wanted to capture her. Her fate was one of death. No matter how the Desolate race chose, the final outcome might be impossible to change. If Jiang Xiao was destroyed, then it naturally meant her death. However, even if they were to fight it to the death, Jiang Xiao's outcome would probably be her being abducted by the black-armored demon god. It was likely that shortly after, the Tian Yuan world would be faced with the destruction of their race, and the news of the young Desolate Queen dying. My race needs to think of what to do as well. We shall bid you farewell first. The Sanctuary Island couple said. They spoke tactfully, but from the human elder from before as well as the other human experts leaving with ashen expressions, it was clear that these people did not wish to fight alongside the Desolate race. If the Desolate race insisted on fighting to the death, they would rather leave at the risk of dying in the bellies of desolate beasts. Chapter 706, Warriors Gather. At dawn, just as the first ray of sunshine shot out from the east, the remote mountains were still shrouded in endless morning fog. The mountain fog was thick and dense, and it covered the mountains, lakes and trees, causing everything to appear as a blur. The fog lingered on without dispersing, causing the remote mountains' weather to become especially cold. Shrouded in the morning fog, inside a modest-sized room in the Desolate race's palace, Jiang Xiao was sitting in front of a bronze mirror. She was dressed in a thick red long robe, and was slowly combing her hair. The mirror reflected her beautiful face, and the bit of cinnabar in the middle of her eyebrows was beautiful but brought with it a tinge of sadness. As Jiang Xiao looked at the mirror, her eyes were still the replaying scenes inside the meeting hall yesterday. The human race's geniuses looked at her with hatred, while the Sanctuary Island couple gave her a look of pity. Jiang Xiao did not mind too much about the human race. But for the Desolate race, she couldn't not mind. To protect her, it required the entire Desolate race to fight the black-armored demon god to the death. In the words of the human race, that was equivalent to severing heritage and the flames of life. The black-armored demon god seemed to be able to extract the powers of the strong by killing them, and as a result strengthen himself. If that was the case, the more experts killed by him, the more terrible the situation would become. Jiang Xiao sat in the empty room with a deep sense of loneliness. She was like a person cursed by the heavens. At this moment, the door was pushed open, as Jiang Xiao's mother walked in. She did not say a word, and neither did Jiang Xiao turn back. She quietly took over the comb in Jiang Xiao's hand, and while holding a tiny lock of Jiang Xiao's hair, she began combing her hair bit by bit. Her motions were very slow and the comb silently glided down her smooth, black hair. As the strands of hair split into tracks after tracks, they resembled stripes of black silk. "Mother, I want to go to the divine bone altar." Jiang Xiao, who had her back towards her mother, suddenly spoke. Her voice was soft, but it caused the former desolate queen's hands to tremble. She let go of the comb which glided down Jiang Xiao's smooth hair like flowing water till it dropped to the floor. Pa, the walnut-wood comb dropped to the floor with a very soft sound, but it sounded very clear in this quiet room. The desolate race's divine bone altar was a place used by the desolate race for worshipping and sacrifice. For worshipping, Jiang Xiao had done it once, and from that time, she was recognized by the sacred spirit. As for sacrifice, that was to let the sacrificed person give all their blood and life, as well as their soul for sacrifice. With that, the outcome could be imagined. Jiang Xiao's wish to go to the divine bone altar was naturally not for worship. She had been eyed by the black-armored demon god, and had nowhere to go. Even if she committed suicide, her corpse might still be found by the black-armored demon god. She did not know if this might lead to terrible consequences. Since she was dying, she might as well die more thoroughly. By sacrificing all her soul, blood and life, the black-armored demon god would receive nothing. Mother, shepherd boy, the citizens of the desolate race and Yunar, she did not want to implicate them, which could result in their deaths. If the desolate race chose to flee, they could still leave behind some flames of life. And if they chose to fight to the death and get wiped out, then she would be a sinner. Behind Jiang Xiao, the beautiful former desolate queen, who was dressed in a long robe, pressed down on Jiang Xiao's hair. After a moment of silence, she articulated each word clearly: "Mother will not let you die." She could not watch her daughter being made a blood sacrifice. She had already abandoned the original territory of the palace grounds. Did they have to once again abandon the remote mountains and escape deeper into the divine wilderness? Getting every member of the desolate race to hide throughout the deep mountains, leaving behind flames of life? However, could these flames of life truly be able to reignite it in the future? The sacred spirit can still battle another one more time. What the former desolate queen said was what the sacred spirit had said the previous night itself. However, the former desolate queen knew that this battle would probably be the battle that would consume all of the sacred spirit's life force. However, Jiang Xiao still wanted to say something, but the former desolate queen only pressed down on Jiang Xiao's shoulder. "Xiao, even if you die, the outcome will not change. Indeed, it will result in some of those people dragging out an ignoble existence, but what we want is not to just merely live on," the former desolate queen said as she held on to Jiang Xiao's hands and walked out the palace. Today, there was still a meeting in the meeting hall. The human race was waiting for the desolate race's decision. The decision was to fight or to take flight. However, when Jiang Xiao reached the meeting hall, she was stunned. At this moment, on the square, there were large numbers of desolate race warriors gathered. These desolate race warriors had experienced a great escape not long ago, and many of them were still injured. However, they still came here, wearing battle armor with weapons in hand. They surrounded the entire meeting hall. They were all battle-hardened warriors after years of training in the divine wilderness. Even if many of them did not possess a high cultivation level, their bodies embodied a killing aura. The glory of their race was already rooted deep in their bones, giving rise to a sure-win belief. The group of desolate race warriors numbered only in the thousands, but the stance from these people caused the surrounding morning fog that spanned tens of miles to disperse. With the morning fog dispersed, Jiang Xiao could see that far in the deep mountains, there were black shadows shrouded. They were primordial true spirits lurking in the deep mountains. They let out low growls which sounded like resounding thunder, causing one's blood to rush. These primordial true spirit seemed to have sensed that a war was coming. They were gathered here, waiting to face the upcoming final battle. All of you. Zhang Shiro could not calm her heart. She noticed that even the Skyfox team members were gathered on the square. And leading them was Shepherd Boy. Last night, Shepherd Boy had mobilized the Desolate Race's army. With his prestige amongst the Desolate Race, he was able to easily rally multitudes with one call. Your Highness, the human emissaries are waiting in the hall for you. Shepherd Boy said lightly. At this moment, he did not say words like fighting to the death, but instead used his actions to express everything. Zhang Shiro was momentarily dazed. She looked deeply at all the warriors on the square, and nodded her head forcefully. At this moment in the meeting hall, the legendary figures of the human race had ugly expressions. Although the gathering of the Desolate Race's army seemed like they were prepared to face the black-armored demon god, they had also surrounded the meeting hall. Other than that, there were many primordial true spirits far into the distance, staring fiercely over. Although they were not weak, with the Sanctuary Island couple being able to produce extremely terrifying combat power when they joined hands, this was after all the Desolate Race's territory. Their hearts were still beating like drums. It was unknown if the Desolate Race would suddenly turn rash and do something without considering the consequences. The Desolate Race is here. The Sanctuary Island's Island Lord said lightly. He was looking far into the distance through a window. It was unknown what he was thinking. What they had to face, eventually had to be faced. At the moment the former Desolate Queen and Zhang Shiro stepped into the meeting room, the former Desolate Queen felt Zhang Shiro's body freeze up, with her face also turning extremely pale. Oh? Shiro? The former Desolate Queen's heart tightened. Zhang Shiro took a deep breath and subconsciously held her chest. At just that instant, she had felt a powerful spiritual force lock onto her. Is it the black-armored demon god? Zhang Shiro turned her head and looked far into distance, up at the sky and murmured, "He saw me." Chapter 707, Meeting Old Acquaintances. The remote mountains was known to have millions of mountains. Not only were there many mountain peaks, they were all extremely tall. A mountain peak might span tens of miles in radius, and it would not be surprising for it to be more than 100,000 feet tall. This caused the remote mountains to be deep and vast. Even with a map, trying to find a hidden location masked by arrays was not easy. At this moment, on a snow-capped mountain, sunlight was illuminating an area of perpetual ice and snow, reflecting silvery beams of light. The temperature here was so chilly that saying water droplets would immediately freeze was not enough. However, to a couple, who were wearing thinly, they were unfazed and did not appear cold at all. The male looked like he was a youth at 16 or 17 years old. He was dressed in black and was handsome, while the girl was dressed in clothes whiter than snow. Her clothes fluttered in the cold wind, making her look like a snow lotus in full bloom. This man and woman duo were Yun and Lin Shintong, who had flown for 2 full days before arriving in the remote mountains. It's here? Lin Shintong stood on a tall mountain overlooking the remote mountains. All she saw was endless mountains stretching past the horizon. In the foggy mist, everything far in the distance looked as small as pebbles. It's here, but it's also not easy to find their exact location. Yun had obtained a rough map from Zhang Shiro of this area previously. After all, Zhang Shiro would not have expected Yun to have to search for them in the remote mountains on his return, so why would she have specially given Yun a detailed map of the remote mountains? Lin Shintong frowned slightly. The Desolate Race should also have set up a location hiding array. It wouldn't be easy for us to find them. It's all right. That location hiding array is useless against me. As Yun said, he flew up from the snow mountain. As he flew, he opened the purple crystal's energy vision. With the Desolate Race's ability to set up arrays, the location hiding array they set up naturally could not hide from the purple crystal. And in the Pure Yang Sword Palace, Yun had received a breakthrough in his insights towards Heavenly Tao. His spiritual energy had also improved, so with the purple crystal's energy vision, Yi-Yun could search through vast regions in just a few seconds. He had a general idea of where the Desolate Race's camp was, so it was just a matter of time before he found it. As such, Yi-Yun searched for 2 hours, and suddenly he froze up and let out a surprised sound. Oh? Why? Lin Xintong had outstanding perception, but despite her trying her best to search, it was fruitless. Yi-Yun paused for a moment before murmuring, "It's true that you can meet each other anywhere in the world. I never expected. Yi-Yun's reaction made Lin Xintong baffled. She asked, "Who did you see?" Yi-Yun remained silent for a while, but his facial expression turned from amazement to nostalgia. He then faintly said, "I saw a few old acquaintances. They were my beloved mentors more than a decade ago." That period of time sure was memorable. The time back in the Taiya Divine City was considered an extremely blissful period for Yi-Yun. In the city, he was improving by the day. He had competitive rivals as well as beloved mentors who were both master and friend. He also had friends and partners who fought alongside him. Yi-Yun of the past had simple thoughts. It consisted only of constantly becoming stronger. Once he became powerful enough, he could be made king or take on high positions. Not only would he be able to let his sister lead a good life, it would also ensure that his sister and himself would have a sufficient status in life. Although Yi-Yun had the ambition to rise to the peak of martial arts when he was 15 or 16, it was mostly just because he wanted to control his destiny and lead a better life. From the Cloud Wilderness, Yi-Yun had endured being poor, difficulties and hunger. Seeing how his sister, Jiang Shiro, skimped on her own food and clothing for him, experiencing intense humiliation, he had a strong desire to change his fate. And the Taiya Divine City gave Yi-Yun everything he wanted. That was really a period in which he received happiness after experiencing suffering. All sufferings have their reward, it was the fortunes in life. With his own strength, Yi-Yun obtained everything. He slowly became the shining star of the Taiya Divine City, but those high-spirited days did not last long. The sudden catastrophe caused Yi-Yun to be embroiled in the swirling arms of a world's disaster. From then on, Yi-Yun separated from Jiang Shiro, and also bade farewell to his simple and peaceful days. He constantly battled and trained. The most primordial bliss that was originally conceived in his heart slowly disappeared. Replacing it was the wish to defy and conquer fate. Such a change might not seem beautiful, but to Yi-Yun, this was also an important step in his life. It was only a tiny portion, for his life was still long. Beloved mentors? Lin Xintong was surprised. Let's go. We should seek them, and it's very likely they know where the exact location of the Desolate Race is. In the remote mountains, in Ice River Valley. This valley was surrounded by mountains hundreds of thousands of feet tall. The mountains melted ice and snow gathered here, forming a large icy river, giving it its name. At this moment, beside the icy river, there was an azure-clothed scholar dressed in battle armor, walking upstream along the river. Beside him, there was an elder with a sword on his back and a comely maiden. These two people were Elder Jiangu and Taiya Divine Kingdom's royal princess, Yang Qingyun. Last night, they as people from the Taiya Divine City were assigned to take on the task of being first-hand alerters. They were summoned to the army, so they naturally had a mission to fulfill. With the black-armored demon god coming at any moment, guard patrol was indispensable. They knew that once war broke out, they as precautionary warriors might die in the remote mountains. Although they would die in battle in a different race's army, the enemy they faced was an enemy of the entire world, so it was also their Taiya Divine Kingdom's enemy. Hence, they did not resist the duties or the upcoming war. However, with their lives at risk, not everyone could be like the azure-clothed scholar, remaining calm and composed. For example, Yang Qingyun found it difficult to handle her emotions. "I wonder how father and mother are." Yang Qingyun sighed slightly, worried over her own country. However, they were now hidden in the deepest depths of the divine wilderness and had long lost contact with the Tianyuan world. Even the upper echelons of the desolate race did not know the situation with the Tian Yuan world, much less the Tai Divine Kingdom in the backwater east. Your Highness, you don't have to worry. Our Tai Divine Kingdom, when compared to the large family clans of the Tian Yuan world, does not have many experts. Unless we were really unlucky, the black-armored demon god would completely ignore the Tai Divine Kingdom. At this moment, a muffled voice sounded out. Yan Qingyun looked up and saw an old man dressed in black. He was chewing on some roasted fish from an unknown source, and walked over from upstream to meet up with them. The roasted fish in his hands was all black, but he still ate merrily. This elder in black was Elder Song Yan. He too was assigned to the task of being an alerter. However, to Yuan opening realm warriors, for a task of being vigilant, they did not need to put too much effort to patrol around their guard posts. Using Song Yan's words, if the black-armored demon god really came, even if they were fully vigilant while ready to battle, or if they were shitting in the toilet, it would not change the result of them being killed. Of course, the pretext was that the black-armored demon god would be interested in killing them. Hence, their so-called role of being alerts was actually just waiting to be killed. Once they were killed, the desolate race would receive news of it, allowing them to do precautionary measures. And since that was the case, they might as well be more relaxed. They should eat and drink as they wished. Sighing or lamenting would not change the fact that the black-armored demon god would arrive. The outcome would be the same, being happy and worry-free, so since their days were numbered, why not be more merry? Song Yan was waving his hand at the azure-clothed scholar and Elder Jiangu, when he suddenly felt something. He looked sideways and saw a black-dressed lad and white-dressed girl far in the sky. They were flying over quickly. In the beginning, Song Yan only thought of them as two young elites from the Tian Yuan world, but when he was able to discern their looks, especially that young lad's looks, he was completely stunned. His mouth opened wider and wider. Even the fish he was chewing halfway fell out, staining his clothes black, without him realizing it. This kid, could there be a mistake? Chapter 708, Unable to See Through. Song Yan never expected to meet Yi Yun under such circumstances. In fact, Song Yan's memory of Yi Yun was only up to the moment that Yi Yun left the Tai Divine City. After that, Tai Divine City was overrun by Shepherd Boy in a day. Song Yan and the rest of the Tai Divine City elders were captured. From then on, they lost their source of news. As for the feud Yi Yun had with Shintu Nantian, Song Yan did not know a thing. In the Tai Divine City elders' impressions, those geniuses who left the Tai Divine City had a bleak future. The desolate race swept through the backwater east, and as geniuses of the human race, they had yet to mature fully. They were like tiny seedlings that had to face a terrifying storm. The chance of them being destroyed was very high. And now, deep in the divine wilderness, in the remote mountains, Yi Yun rode the winds as he approached them. He was dressed in tidy clothes and he had a beauty accompanying him. He appeared to be in pretty good shape. "Kid, you are here as well." To meet again in a foreign land, and to see his most outstanding former student, Song Yan was delighted. He strode forward to welcome him, and just as Yi Yun landed, Song Yan gave him a heavy pat on his shoulder. "Ha ha ha. I knew that this kid wouldn't die that easily. How are you? From your looks, you went to the Tian Yuan world? You came to the remote mountains together with a Tian Yuan world faction?" The remote mountains were too deep in the divine wilderness. In Song Yan's impression, it was impossible even for Tai Divine City's elders to traverse the divine wilderness into the remote mountains, much less the members of the younger generation. Then, the most likely reason was Yi Yun had followed a particular large faction from the Tian Yuan world, and he was led here by the desolate race. More than 10 years ago, at the moment the desolate race invaded the Tai Divine Kingdom, with Yi Yun's cultivation level, it was an extremely difficult task for him to go from the backwater east to the Tian Yuan world. Song Yan never expected that Yi Yun managed to do it, and from how he looked, he should have been thought highly of by a large faction in the Tian Yuan world. He most likely led a pretty good life, or he would not be brought to the divine wilderness for refuge. To be born in the Taiya divine kingdom and to cause a stir in the Tian Yuan world was definitely not easy. After all, the Tian Yuan world's family clans had very high standards. Behind Song Yan, Yang Qingyun also looked at Yi Yun. She was also feeling quite surprised. As a princess of the Taiya divine kingdom, she had naturally heard of this peerless genius, Yi Yun. So he is Yi Yun. Back then, he was the #1 person of the Taiya divine kingdom. He was even stronger than third brother. Yang Qingyun's third brother was one of the cream of the crop amongst the Taiya divine kingdom's royal family. However, compared to Yi Yun, he was much more inferior. Yang Qingyun was curious as to what Yi Yun's strength was now. In her imagination, Yi Yun was already so powerful back in the Taiya divine kingdom. Now, having gone to the Tian Yuan world, and going through training in the Tian Yuan world, his strength must have improved greatly. He might even be quite a famous genius amongst the Tian Yuan world's younger generation. If that was the case, Yi Yun would have won a lot of face for their Taiya divine kingdom. It's been more than 10 years. Yi Yun, your looks haven't changed a bit. Reuniting with Yi Yun, the azure-clothed scholar could only sigh. Their separation had been more than 10 years, but Yi Yun had only grown a little taller. He still looked like when he was still a teenager. The scenes of their separation was still vivid in their eyes, but now, the situation was completely different. The Taiya divine city already ceased to exist. Furthermore, with the sudden appearance of the black-armored demon god, the entire human race was facing a great disaster. Yi Yun greets City Lord, and greets Senior Jian Gu. Yi Yun bowed to the azure-clothed scholar and elder Jian Gu. Beside Yi Yun, Lin Xintong also followed suit and bowed a junior's greeting. Actually, with Lin Xintong's status, she was completely on a different level to the people from the Taiya divine kingdom. There was no need for her to bow. However, these people were Yi Yun's seniors, and as she was Yi Yun's Dao partner, and his husband and wife, she naturally needed to bow when Yi Yun bowed. The azure-clothed scholar and elder Jiangud noticed Lin Xintong. Lin Xintong's eyes were like autumn water, and her skin was ice like jade. She had a face that was as beautiful as the moon, and she did not seem to belong to this world. Much stranger was that such a peerless woman did not seem to be contaminated by the world, yet she gave off a calm aura, as if she was one with nature. Such a girl was truly amazing. Behind the azure-clothed scholar, Yang Qingyun could not help but take another glance at Lin Xintong. She roughly guessed that Lin Xintong was a proud daughter of heaven that came from a particular large faction in the Tian Yuan world. Such a peerless woman came from an honorable background, and he was worthy of admiration. This lady is. The azure-clothed scholar smiled and asked Yi Yun. He noticed the details of Lin Xintong's bow that accompanied Yi Yun's. Clearly, this white-dressed girl had a deep relationship with Yi Yun. This excited Song Yan. The little rascal back then that he thought highly of not only did well in the Tian Yuan world, he even got a large faction's daughter of heaven as a wife? The large factions of the Tian Yuan world had extremely large amount of resources and they had rich heritage. Marrying such a wife would allow him to fight on thousands of years in the future. This disciple of his really lived up to his expectations. Actually, Lin Xintong might have gone to the Taiya divine kingdom, but she had only attended an old friends gathering with Su Jia. At the banquet, she met a few princes, and she was pursued by them. As for Song Yan and company, who were in the Taiya divine city, they naturally had never seen Lin Xintong. Eh? The azure-clothed scholar exclaimed suddenly. Previously, due to the joy and reflection over reuniting with Yi Yun once again, he did not specially pay attention to Lin Xintong's cultivation level. Now, he realized that he could not see through Lin Xintong's cultivation level. There was a nomological aura swirling around Lin Xintong's body. It gave people the feeling that there was a cloudy mist surrounding her, preventing others from seeing through it. This woman. The azure-clothed scholar was slightly taken aback. And at this moment, Song Yan and Jiangu also noticed that not only could they not see through Lin Xintong's cultivation level, even Yi Yun's cultivation level was specious. Yi Yun's body did not have a persistent lingering nomological aura. Compared to Lin Xintong, Yi Yun was even more simple and easily approachable. But even so, Song Yan and Jiangu still could not sense how strong Yi Yun's cultivation level was. Such a scene made Song Yan find it extremely strange. "Kid, which faction in the Tian Yuan world did you enter? Did you cultivate some cultivation technique that conceals your cultivation level?" The first thing Song Yan thought of was that Yi Yun was using some mystic technique to hide his cultivation level. With the Tian Yuan world's heritage, such mystic techniques were not rare. As for it being their difference in cultivation level, resulting in him unable to see through Yi Yun's cultivation level, Song Yan never thought of it. Song Yan himself was at the Yuan opening realm. Only if Yi Yun reached the Heaven Ascension realm would he not be able to sense it. As for the Heaven Ascension realm, that was already the peak in the entire Tian Yuan world. The Tian Yuan world's Heaven Ascension realm warriors were all old freaks that had lived for tens of thousands of years. So with Yi Yun's age, it was of course impossible. Yi Yun's cultivation level was indeed still at the Yuan opening realm, but the laws Yi Yun comprehended and the cultivation techniques he cultivated far exceeded Song Yan's comprehension. The difference in laws made them appear to be warriors on completely different dimensions. He was beyond their comprehension. This made Song Yan unable to see through Yi Yun's cultivation level. Yi Yun chuckled and said, "This junior can be considered to be a member of the Tian Yuan world's Lin family. The girl beside me is Lin Xintong, she too is from the Lin family." Chapter 709, A Long-Awaited Warmth. Tian Yuan world's Lin family? Lin Xintong? So you are Lin Xintong. I have heard of your name. Yang Qingyun suddenly spoke out. Although she had never seen Lin Xintong, she knew that more than 10 years ago, Lin Xintong had visited the Tai Divine Kingdom. Furthermore, she had caused quite a stir amongst the upper circles of the Tai Divine Kingdom. She was extremely talented and she had outstanding bearing. She was a disciple of a sage-ranked Desolate Heaven Master, so of course, she attracted the attention of people. She had everything: talent, looks, bearing and standing. Such a perfect girl naturally caused many of the Tai Divine Kingdom princes to pursue her. They were infatuated with Lin Xintong. Even the Divine Kingdom's crown prince wanted to marry Lin Xintong, so she could be crown princess. However, at that time, the Tai Divine Kingdom's princes only knew Lin Xintong's identity as a sage's disciple. They did not know that Lin Xintong actually came from the Tian Yuan world's Lin family. Song Yan and Jiangu had lived for long enough, so they had a general idea of the Tian Yuan world's factions. They had heard of the Lin family before. It was one of the top factions in the Tian Yuan world. For Lin Xintong to come from the Lin family, and from her looks, she appeared to be one of the elites of the Lin family's younger generation. Then naturally, Lin Xintong was not someone that the Tai Divine Kingdom's princes was worthy of. So their pursuits from back then became a joke. But now, Lin Xintong was beside Yi Yun. And from the looks of their relationship, even if they had not become a Dao couple, it looked very promising. Just thinking of this, Song Yan and Jiangu looked forward to it greatly. They did not dare to ask about their relationship, and they only wished that Yi Yun would soon be together with Lin Xintong. In that way, Yi Yun would truly enter the Lin family. That would great fated luck. All the resources and heritage accumulated over the years by the Lin family would be extremely beneficial to Yi Yun's growth. So it's Miss Lin. Qingyun has long heard of Miss Lin's fame. Seeing you today, the descriptions I heard of Miss Lin were far from a tenth of what Miss Lin is. To Yang Qingyun, Lin Xintong was too amazing. Of course, this was because in the past 10 or so years, Lin Xintong was completely reborn. Compared when she was touring the Tai Divine Kingdom, Lin Xintong was slowly joining back her naturally terminated meridians, and she had the charm of the ancient great empress. Back then, so many princes chased after Lin Xintong, but they would never have imagined that it was a grassroots youth like Yi Yun, who came from the Cloud Wilderness, who managed to win her heart. Lin Xintong was not good with words, so towards Yang Xingyun's praise, she only smiled and she did not say anything. This Lin Xintong really is. Jian Gu and the Tai A Divine City Lord exchanged looks. Although they could not see through Lin Xintong's cultivation level, just from the fluctuations of her nomological aura, it was already extremely terrifying. Such a peerless woman had strength and talent that were unfathomable. She was no doubt from a large family clan from the Tian Yuan world. Now, they felt that the large factions of the Tian Yuan world were much more powerful than they originally imagined. Just a junior like Lin Xintong already caused them to feel apprehensive. At this moment, Ian said, "Senior Song Yan, City Lord, this junior wants to go to the Desolate Races camp. I wonder if you seniors can help guide this junior." After reminiscing old times with Song Yan and company, Yun was already a lot more assured. From the looks of it, the second attack from the black-armored demon god had not come. If not, the mood would not be that relaxed. With Song Yan leading the way, Yun did not need to search by himself, and he could meet Zhang Xiao much sooner. "Oh? You haven't been to the Desolate Races camp? Alright, I'll take you there." Song Yan thought that Yun had followed the Lin family and lived in the outer perimeter of the remote mountains, which was not something odd. On the way, as he had reunited with Yun, Song Yan was so happy that he appeared like he had drank alcohol. He kept chatting with Yun using his Yuan Qi transmission. "Kid, you sure are capable to be able to enter the Lin family. This old man has heard of the Lin family when I was in the Tai A Divine Kingdom. That is a great martial art family. To be able to enter the Lin family is a rare opportunity. You must cultivate well and grab hope of this opportunity. In the future, you will soar and reach the Heaven Ascension realm. This is much better than when you were in the Tai A Divine City. And that beauty beside you, you must hold her right and marry her. Not only will you have a beauty in your arms, you can even lessen your struggles by a few thousand years." Song Yan's voice transmission did not stop at all. Yun was at a loss whether to laugh or cry hearing him. However, as he heard old man Song's exhortations, he felt a warmth that he had not felt in a long time. The old man was still the same. Ian felt like he had returned to a time more than 10 years ago. Old man Song would tell him many things to consider at the Sword and Saber Tomb, as well as in the library when he was choosing his totem mystic technique. That feeling was really a cherishable memory now that he thought of it. Hence, no matter how old man Song rambled on, Ian only quietly listened. He would at times nod and answer with a few words. "Senior, you can be rest assured. I will naturally work hard in my cultivation. Besides, my current strength has already improved very quickly. If you were to see it, you should be quite surprised." Hearing Yun's words, Song Yan laughed out loud. "Kid, when have you not given me a huge surprise? I know your strength increases fast, so what if it's fast? This old man is already mentally prepared, so don't you be complacent." Ha ha ha. Be it Yun entering the Sword and Saber Tomb for cultivation, and how he came back after training outside in the Divine Wilderness, as well as the outcome of the battle with the Yunlong Divine Kingdom, it had shocked Song Yan at that moment. Hence, Song Yan was already accustomed to Yun's strength increasing by leaps and bounds. This time, he too was hoping to see Yun's maturing. It was unfortunate that the black-armored demon god was attacking. Yun's environment for maturing was not too good, and even the Lin family's current situation was bad. If they could survive this calamity, the path for Yun was limitless. He would definitely become a person who could cause waves in the Tian Yuan world. As the few of them chatted along the way, they finally arrived at the Desolate Races camp. From far, Yun could see the primordial true spirits and primordial species lurking in the deep mountains. The massive desolate beasts stood between the heavens and earth. They would from time to time emit a deep growl that sounded like thunder that shocked people. There were thousands of Desolate Race elite warriors gathered in the square surrounding the meeting hall. With war coming, these elite warriors exuded an aura that formed an invisible force field that blew the clouds in the sky away. Yi Yun's eyes lit up when he saw this. What a good bunch of soldiers! The battle against the black-armored demon god was not something that Yi Yun and Lin Xintong themselves could handle. He had to rely on the strength of others. Yi Yun looked at the meeting hall, and with the purple crystal's energy vision, he could tell who was inside at a glance. Sis Xiao. Although he had guessed that everything was fine, only when he saw Jiang Xiao sitting in the middle of the meeting hall, dressed in red, with her hand holding a bone staff and other than looking a bit pale, she seemed fine. Yi Yun was completely relieved. Sis Xiao was safe. That was great. Yi Yun rejoiced and he began walking towards the meeting hall. Yi Yun's actions stunned the Tai A Divine City Lord. Yi Yun, you want to go to the meeting hall? The upper echelons of the Desolate Race and the human race emissaries are having a meeting. You might not be able to enter. In the previous meeting, it was a discussion on the strategies to deal with the black-armored demon god, so other large family clans geniuses and Yuan opening realm warriors were invited. But for this second meeting, it was to decide whether to fight or take flight. The requirements were a lot more stringent. Even the Tai A Divine City Lord was not qualified to enter. Yi Yun said, "It's fine." As he spoke, Yi Yun was already in front of the meeting hall square. Chapter 710, Desolate Queen Token. Seeing how Yi Yun was walking towards the Desolate Race warriors who were guarding the meeting hall, the azure-clothed scholar, Song Yan and company were stunned. Song Yan and company were members of the human race after all. In their impression, the Desolate Race and the human race did not have much courtesy between them. Once they were offended, they might be killed without any forgiveness. Yi Yun did not seem to walk fast, but he actually only took a few steps to arrive on the square. The thousands of elite Desolate Race warriors guarding this zone immediately stopped Yi Yun and Lin Xintong when they saw them. They sized up Yi Yun and said, "Who are you?" "The Desolate Queen is discussing matters with the human race now. Entry is forbidden." These Desolate Race warriors were not members of the Skyfox team, so they naturally did not recognize Yi Yun. "Kid, what are you doing? If you are so rash and careless, be careful of being captured. If anything happens, the Lin family can't protect you." Song Yan hurriedly came forward. He had been imprisoned by the Desolate Race in the remote mountains for more than a decade, and prison discipline had been inculcated in him. Who knew what would happen if they ran afoul with the Desolate Race? The current situation was that even though more than 10 large family clans from the Tian Yuan world were gathered together, they were considered relatively weaker than the Desolate Race. Even the strongest people in the Tian Yuan world, the Sanctuary Island couple, were equally vulnerable in front of the Desolate Race, what more the Lin family. None of them would dare cross the Desolate Race. Song Yan was just about to pull Yi Yun away when Yi Yun smiled and touched his interspatial ring. With a flip of his hand, Yi Yun took out an ancient bronze token and waved it in front of the Desolate Race soldiers. Yi Yun did not need to explain anything to those Desolate Race warriors who blocked his path. He just needed to take the token given to him by Jiang Xiao out. The simple token was engraved with 3 ancient Desolate Race characters, and the back had a lifelike 6-tailed skyfox engraved on it. Upon seeing this token, the few Desolate Race warriors were shocked. Desolate Queen Token. This was a token only the ruling Desolate Queen was qualified to give. Throughout the Desolate Race, people who had the Desolate Queen token were people on the level of the shepherd boy. And this male youth in front of them did not look like he was a member of the Desolate Race from his clothing, and he looked more like a member of the human race. He actually had a Desolate Queen token? The Desolate Queen token was something that these Desolate Race warriors never had the chance to see in person before. They had only seen pictures in books. With their status, it was not easy to come into contact with a Desolate Queen token. However, they knew that the Desolate Queen token was not fake. Once the Desolate Queen token was taken out, it would resonate with the bloodline of the desolate race members. It was a reverence and awe that came from the difference in life's natural order when facing the desolate queen. The few desolate race warriors did not say another word, and they bowed towards the desolate queen token. Seeing the desolate queen token was like meeting the desolate queen in person. Other than desolate race imperial kings, all of them needed to bow. You are. After the bow, a person who looked like the team leader of the desolate race warriors asked Yi Yun politely. He had a rough idea already. For a human to have the desolate queen token, he had to be the desolate queen's younger brother, Yi Yun. As the desolate queen's brother, with Yi Yun also being extremely powerful, and him saving Jiang Shiro and the Skyfox team in the Soul Tomb, Yi Yun enjoyed great prestige amongst the desolate race. He was equivalent to royalty in the desolate race, no less inferior to Shepherd Boy. Besides, Yi Yun was even younger. His future was limitless, hence Yi Yun had already become the idol of many desolate race warriors, especially the younger warriors. Can I enter now? Yi Yun asked. Of course. Of course. The few desolate race warriors hurriedly made way and guided Yi Yun. They were extremely polite, and from the looks of it, they wished that they could get a sedan chair to carry Yi Yun over. This respect towards Yi Yun was from their heart, and not due to the deference derived from the desolate queen token. And behind Yi Yun, Song Yan and Jiangu were completely dumbfounded when they saw this situation. Even the azure-clothed scholar, who always looked calm, seemed to have his words stuck in his throat, unable to speak a word. What's going on? Yang Qingyun's mouth opened up like the size of a small quail egg. Her eyes were fixed on the token in Yi Yun's hand. That token was so magical? What sort of token was it, and how did Yi Yun have it? To be able to have and use such a token, what sort of status did Yi Yun have in the desolate race? She naturally knew that this token was not stolen or picked up, or Yi Yun would not have used it. Yang Qingyun felt like her brain wasn't big enough to process all of this. She could not figure it out. The desolate race was the strongest superpower in this world. Although the human race and the desolate race seemed to be equals, that was only when they were considered in their entirety. In fact, the various large human race factions were independent from one another, and they continuously fought each other. As for the desolate race, they were almost monolithic. Under such circumstances, not a single human race's faction could compare to the desolate race. Amongst the Tai Divine Kingdom people, Song Yan was the most impatient person. At this moment he was surprised, curious, and excited. He could not help but rush over to Yi Yun's side and whisper, "Yi Yun, quickly tell me. Where did you get that token from?" Song Yan was previously imprisoned for more than 10 years. The desolate race, who appeared impersonal and fierce, had suddenly turned respectful towards them. Although they were only being respectful to Yi Yun, Song Yan decided to be the fox that assumed the majesty of the tiger, as it did not prevent Song Yan from having a psychological climax. For a lowly prisoner of more than 10 years, wasn't it exciting to be able to suddenly walk with his head held high? Besides, the way Yi Yun took out the token so calmly and casually waved it made the curiosity in Song Yan's heart itch like a monkey's bottom. Song Yan knew that although the Lin family enjoyed an extraordinary status in the Tian Yuan world, they were also nothing much under the desolate race. They would definitely not be able to receive such an important token. Yi Yun smiled and said casually, "This token is because I have some relations with the desolate race. I received it more than half a year ago, and I didn't know it was so good to use." When Jiang Shiro gave him the token, it was to make things convenient for Yi Yun. After all, the number of desolate race members who knew Yi Yun only added to about 100. This would prevent Yi Yun from encountering any problems when traveling amongst the desolate race. Yi Yun did not think too much about this token that made things more convenient. Only today did he know that such a token was extremely rare in the desolate race. If not, the guarding desolate race warriors would not have guessed his identity just based on the token. The casual explanation that Yi Yun gave nearly made the few desolate race warriors in front of him stumble when they heard him. He was the present Desolate Queen's brother, and the person that the Desolate Queen cared about the most. You call that some relations with the Desolate race? The Desolate race warriors were quite speechless. However, they would not complain about what Iyun said. Was there any reason for soldiers to shoot their mouth when an emperor was speaking? You have relatives in the Desolate race? When Song Yan heard this, he was completely dumbfounded. Jian Guo and Yang Qingyun were also stunned. How did Iyun, a human, have a relative in the Desolate race? Besides, what sort of relative of Iyun was this? How could a typical relative have such an important token? And to have the right to give it to Iyun? Yang Qingyun was also extremely curious. Just as she wanted to ask Iyun, they suddenly heard an explosive boom from the meeting hall. A divine beam shot up into the sky, piercing through the meeting hall's dome. In the sky, it formed a gigantic ancient beast phantom image. It was an aspect totem. Oh! Iyun was surprised. What just happened in the meeting room? Chapter 7:11 Laws went in hand with the speech. The ancient beast aspect totem had 2 wings on its back, and it was in the form of a tiger. It ran amok high in the sky, and its eyes were like 2 divine beams of lightning that streaked through the void. The Desolate race warriors present felt distraught when the tiger's gaze landed on them. The tiger totem had an extremely strong aura, and when it spread out its wings, it covered the entire sky above the meeting hall. An aspect totem of a Heaven Ascension realm human expert? Iyun recognized it immediately. Human warriors who reached the Heaven Ascension realm could merge their aspect totems into their bodies and also summon them as well. An aspect totem, when fully displayed, would push a human imperial king's aura to its maximum. Such situations usually happened in battle. And in the meeting hall in front of him, the human and Desolate race were just negotiating. Although they had serious differences about whether to fight or take flight, Iyun did not believe the 2 races would fight regardless of the reason. They would suffer losses before the black-armored demon god came if that was the case. However, now with the aspect totem summoned, it clearly meant that the negotiations in the meeting hall were extremely intense. Roar! 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 At this moment, in the long stretches of mountains in the distance, there were earth-shaking roars. The primordial true spirits lurking there produced a stunning roar. 7 gigantic shadows the size of mountains appeared. They stood up formidably. There were a giant python, a divine turtle and a musical dragon amongst them. A terrifying aura dispersed the haze. Compared to the Heaven Ascension realm human's aspect totem, that aura was exceedingly powerful. A confrontation of this level was something that most warriors had never witnessed in their lives. Even the Tai A Divine City's city lord was struck by this scene. Iyun, are you sure you want to enter now? The azure-clothed scholar said in alarm as he looked at the tiger totem in the sky. The powers of a Tian Yuan World Heaven Ascension realm expert was truly terrifying. In the eyes of the azure-clothed scholar, the meeting room was probably on the cusp of a breakdown. The Desolate race and the upper echelons of the human race were comparing their strengths and competing against each other. Under such a tense situation, it was inappropriate for the bunch of them to enter the meeting hall. However, Iyun had already moved a foot and walked into the inner sanctums of the meeting hall without a word. With the Desolate Queen token in his hand, Iyun was met without resistance. Behind Iyun, Jian Guo and Song Yan were both shuddering with fear. Such a situation exceeded their original imaginations. Compared to the 2 powerful forces of the human and Desolate race, as Yuan opening realm warriors without any background, they were nothing. Iyun carried on striding forward, without batting an eye. His body had an indescribable stance that made it seem like the scene in front of him did not matter. Such a Iyun caused Song Yan to hesitate for a moment. Just a moment ago, the feeling that Iyun gave him was still simple and amiable. It was not much different to more than 10 years ago. It was as if he was still his junior, that green youth who had first entered the Tai A Divine City. But now, the Yi Yun who was striding into the meeting hall suddenly seemed to change. Such stance and confidence was a shocking impact that was beyond description. Behind Yi Yun, Yang Qingyun looked at his back, without knowing what to feel. She felt that this young man was full of mysteries. What sort of person was he? The corridor of the meeting hall was not that long. The inner sanctum was approaching, while Sun Yan and Jingu felt a tremendous energy surging behind the door. If their cultivation levels were too weak, opening the door suddenly might cause the surging energy to pour out, injuring them. And at this moment, Yi Yun had nonchalantly grabbed hold of the door's handle. Zhi! The door was loudly opened. Terrifying pressure surged out and Yi Yun's clothes and hair blew around due to the aura, yet he stood firm on the spot, not moving one bit. Inside the hall, there were two distinct sides. There were the legendary figures of the human race and the sanctuary couple on one side, while the former desolate queen and shepherd boy formed the other side. These people looked at Yi Yun together with gazes that contained the will and powerful spiritual energies of imperial kings. Such imperial king's spiritual energy was sufficient enough to send primordial species fleeing in fright. As for Yi Yun, he faced such attention calmly. But behind Yi Yun, Sun Yan and company turned pale. As Yuan opening realm warriors, the pressure of being noticed by so many imperial kings was obvious. Before they could think too carefully, a few voices echoed out from the circular table in the middle of the hall. Yi Yun! Yunar! The legendary figures of the human race were surprised about Yi Yun's sudden appearance. As for the desolate race camp, Jiang Shiro was pleasantly surprised and worried after seeing Yi Yun. Their expressions were vividly seen by Sun Yan and company, and they were momentarily dumbfounded. Yi Yun's appearance caused all these top members of the human and desolate race to have such great a reaction? Yi Yun scanned every human race expert present. The person who had conjured the aspect totem was an elder in black. Yi Yun had an impression of him. Back at Greatsword Mountain, when the Tian Yuan Elder Consortium invited Yi Yun, this elder was present as well. At this moment, the black-dressed elder was hovering midair. Energy was emitting from his body as all his hair flaring. If it wasn't for the meeting hall's protective array, the walls and the dome of the meeting hall would have been blown apart by the elder's energy. Yi Yun looked at the black-dressed elder, as he looked back at Yi Yun. Against Yi Yun, the black-dressed elder turned weak. Previously at Greatsword Mountain, he had witnessed Yi Yun's terrifying combat strength. Even a figure as strong as Shintu Patriarch could not resist Yi Yun. Even the sovereign of the Eventide, the Tian Yuan world's strongest expert, could not have a temper in front of Yi Yun. Even if the sovereign of the Eventide was unhappy with Yi Yun, he could only let him be. Not even the sovereign of the Eventide, even Shintu Patriarch, was someone that the black-dressed elder felt much stronger than him. He was absolutely no match for Yi Yun. Besides, there was Lin Xintong beside Yi Yun, and she was not necessarily weaker than Yi Yun. Looking at Yi Yun in the eyes, the black-dressed elder felt fear. For some reason, it felt like a suppression that came from a difference in life's natural order. Yi Yun's gaze seemed to be a deep black hole, as if his soul was about to be sucked in. This made him have a vague feeling that just in this period of half a year, Yi Yun had now reached a point beyond his understanding. Such a monster really grew in strength rapidly. No one could bolster the courage to face him. What's the matter? Can't we sit down and discuss? Yi Yun said these sentences lightly. And these sentences were filled with mysterious laws. Laws went in hand with the speech. A simple sentence that sounded like a morning bell resonated in the black-dressed elder's ear. With a tremble, all his aura was dissolved just from a sentence from Yi Yun. His energy drained out in all directions, and it quickly dissipated. And the ancient beast aspect totem that was bearing its fangs also began to rapidly shrink like a deflated ball. The aspect totem was spiritual. Against Yi Yun, the ancient beast had also lost its formidable stance. It very quickly entered the black-dressed elder's body and disappeared. The black-dressed elder's expression was extremely ugly. The forceful stance he developed was destroyed by a simple sentence from Iyun. As he looked at Iyun, about to say something, he lacked the confidence to say it. This youth was too terrifying, so terrifying that he did not dare face him. In what sorts of laws did he gain insight? Why did he have such unfathomable strength? Iyun did not look at the black-dressed elder anymore, but at the Sanctuary Island couple. He said with a smile, "What is the matter of discussion? Why is the scene so intense?" He nonchalantly walked towards the negotiation table. There was a seat that was emptied when the black-dressed elder moved to display a show of force by hovering in midway. And now, Iyun had imposingly sat down near the table, taking up that seat. The black-dressed elder was quite dumbfounded. He was an imperial king. Ever since he broke through to the Heaven Ascension realm, no matter what the occasion was, or when it was, there was no reason for him to stand, but now, his seat had been taken by Iyun, leaving him only to stand. This was a great loss of face for him, but he was out of options. No matter how bold he was, he would not dare to chase Iyun away. Towards Iyun's inquiry, the Sanctuary Island couple only smiled, while the island lord, surnamed Ing, said, "It's just a small dispute. It's nothing intense." With his reply, the entire mood in the venue changed. From Iyun's appearance, a few simple words of his caused the tense situation, which was at the point of them coming to blows, to reverse suddenly. The imposing aura that came from an imperial king disappeared. The yuan qi flow that was surging violently to the point of breaking through the meeting hall had disappeared. The scene turned peaceful and natural. Be it the human race or the desolate race, they all exercised great restraint. And where Iyun sat at the round table seemed to become the center of the meeting hall. Everyone, be they the human race's leaders, the Sanctuary Island couple, or the former desolate queen, they were all looking at Iyun, waiting for him to speak. And at this moment, Song Yan, Jian Ge, the azure-clothed scholar as well as Yang Qingyun were still standing at the entrance of the meeting hall. The four of them had expressions like they had seen a god in the middle of the day. They were in complete shock. What? What had just happened? The Iyun in front of their very eyes was not even 30 years of age. No matter which faction he was placed in, he was considered a member of the younger generation. Coming out of the Tai Divine Kingdom, if he was in a first-class power in the Tian Yuan world, and rose up amongst the younger generation, becoming the number one person amongst the younger generation, that in itself was a miracle. But now, he actually managed to disperse a human imperial king's aura with a sentence, and he was on equal footing with the Sanctuary Island couple? And there was even a hint of respect that the Sanctuary Island couple had for Iyun. This far exceeded the comprehension of Song Yan and company. Song Yan had originally said that every time he did not see Iyun, his return would show him strength that pleasantly surprised him. With them not seeing each other for more than 10 years, even if Iyun's strength had improved tremendously, Song Yan would have been psychologically prepared, and he would not be too surprised. But now, Iyun was on equal footing of the most exalted figures in the Tian Yuan world, the Sanctuary Island couple. A simple sentence reversed the tense mood in the meeting hall. Song Yan said he would not be surprised, but now, he was so surprised that he thought he was dreaming. Iyun. What sort of person was he? Chapter 7:12, Embarrassed. After Iyun took his seat, the black-dressed elder stood on the side like a wooden stake. His expression was extremely ugly. Previously, Iyun had said to him, "What's the matter? Can't we sit down and discuss?" However, after Iyun said that, the black-dressed elder didn't even have a place to sit. With so many people in the room, other than the imperial kings sitting in the middle, they were surrounded by Pikuan opening realm warriors. Everyone was looking at the black-dressed elder, making him feel very embarrassed. At this moment, the former desolate queen waved her hand, indicating to the desolate race guards to bring a chair over and place it beside Iyun. Seeing the chair being brought over, the black-dressed elder's face relaxed. With a cold grunt, he was about to take the seat. But to his surprise, Iyun gently pressed down on the chair's armrest and waved to Lin Xintong. Shintone, come over here and take a seat. Oh. The black-dressed elder was startled. His foot that had just moved forward suddenly froze. He watched as Lin Shintone, in her white dress, slowly walk over. In the dark hall, she was like a fairy walking in the dark night. At this moment, the black-dressed elder was much closer to the chair. He just needed to take 2 steps to reach the chair before Lin Shintone, but he did not have the guts. It was not that the black-dressed elder was afraid that Yi Yun would do anything to him. Under the current circumstances, he could ignore the aura that was released by Yi Yun to suppress others, but there was no way that he could start a fight. The real reason why the black-dressed elder lacked the courage was because of Lin Shintone, who was slowly walking over. Every step of Lin Shintone formed nomological runic patterns under her feet. Her strength was long unfathomable. She was usually low-key, and she followed behind Yi Yun most of the time. She seldom made moves, and she had never shown her prowess. The black-dressed elder knew deeply that he was absolutely no match for Lin Shintone. In a warrior's world, the strong were respected. Under such circumstances, the second chair was only right for Lin Shintone. How would he have the guts to compete with Lin Shintone? Without strength, if he were to bite the bullet and fight Lin Shintone over the seat, even members of the human race would think that he was not qualified. Hence, he could only watch helplessly as Lin Shintone calmly sat beside Yi Yun. The black-dressed elder's face had turned completely black. At this moment, Song Yan and company, who had witnessed all of this not far away, finally understood one thing thoroughly. It was a matter that seemed completely unimaginable and unbelievable. That was that Yi Yun and Lin Shintone had extraordinary status. Even their strength, for some particular reason, had reached the peak of the standards of the Tian Yuan world. Yi Yun and Lin Shintone had not only been given imperial king titles already, and they were amongst the cream of the crop amongst imperial kings. In front of the two of them, the black-dressed elder could not even bring himself to make a fuss. Just as the black-dressed elder was feeling extremely embarrassed, the former desolate queen gestured to a desolate race soldier, who slowly brought a second chair over. This chair was only placed at a corner by the meeting table. Mystic Tiger Immortal, you don't mind sitting over there, right? The former desolate queen said nonchalantly. There was a lazy and derisive smile hanging on her face. Mystic Tiger was the black-dressed elder's title. It was obtained from the form of his aspect totem. The former desolate queen did not have a good impression of this black-dressed old man. The black-dressed elder grunted. He was about to flick his sleeves to leave, but he knew that if he were to leave in a fit at this moment, it was even more shameful. Besides, the negotiations between the human and desolate race were not over. He could only endure the grievance that he had and sit down. However, he no longer had the formidable stance to break out his aspect totem. Mystic Tiger. Don't mind it. We are now more vulnerable. So what if we let them be all high and mighty at this meeting? Besides, the black-armored demon god is about to arrive soon. Jiang Xioro has been locked on to by the black-armored demon god, and she basically has her name struck off from the Book of Life and Death. So how long can the desolate race remain haughty? Besides, would that Yi Yun ignore Jiang Xioro? If he doesn't, I want to see how he protects her. While the black-dressed elder was feeling aggrieved, a Yuan Qi transmission echoed in his ears. The person who transmitted the voice was another Tian Yuan Elder Consortium member. More than half a year ago, Yi Yun had been invited to Greatsword Mountain, and he had witnessed Yi Yun's strength. He naturally did not wish Yi Yun, who would easily be in control of his life, to mature. Mystic Tiger snorted and transmitted his voice, saying, "You are right. I want to see how much longer they can remain haughty. That desolate race which girl won't be able to live past the next few days. If only the desolate race and Yi Yun would perish together." As Mystic Tiger had such thoughts, he hatefully glanced at Yi Yun. If Yi Yun perished in an internecine struggle, Yi Yun, the desolate race and the black-armored demon god would all be destroyed in one go. It would be a joyous occasion. Of course, he was only thinking. He knew very well that the black-armored demon god's strength was tremendously strong. It would be nearly impossible for Yi Yun and the desolate race to perish together with him. Yi Yun could sense Mystic Tiger's animosity. After gaining Dao enlightenment in the Pure Yang Sword Palace, Yi Yun felt that everything around him was in his control. He did not even need to look over with his eyes. Young Master Yi, ever since our separation at Greatsword Mountain, it has been less than 10 months. Yet to meet young Master Yi today again, your strength have improved once again. It's really unbelievable. The Sanctuary Island's island lord spoke to Yi Yun politely. As Yi Yun conversed happily with the Sanctuary Island couple, he engaged in a voice transmission with Jiang Shuro. He had to understand the background of the negotiations. In a few words, Jiang Shuro had told him everything that had happened. When he heard that Jiang Shuro was being locked onto by the black-armored demon god, Yi Yun's heart tightened. Sis Shuro, why is the black-armored demon god locking onto you? I do not know either. Jiang Shuro sighed. She felt her own existence brought the desolate race and Yi Yun a great deal of trouble. For Yi Yun to arrive in the remote mountains now, Jiang Shuro inevitably felt happy, but she also felt even more worried. Back when the black-armored demon god invaded the desolate race's headquarters, they had only managed to escape with the sacred spirit's resistance. Back then, Jiang Shuro had left a message to Yi Yun before evacuating, telling Yi Yun their direction of escape. But following that, the situation had changed. The black-armored demon god followed closely behind and it had locked onto Jiang Shuro. This caused the desolate race to begin their second escape. At that moment, Jiang Shuro did not wish for Yi Yun to be in the remote mountains. Up to now, Jiang Shuro could faintly feel the black-armored demon god's vague spiritual lock onto her. Maybe in the next second, the black-armored demon god would suddenly arrive. The human race could also sense that the black-armored demon god's next attack would happen in the very near future. Hence, their negotiations with the desolate race had turned so intense. The human race had no way to request the desolate race to do anything for them, but it was not like the human race did not have anything. The human race gathered in the remote mountains were quite a force to be reckoned. If the human race could aid the desolate race, then there might be a slim chance for the desolate race to resist against the black-armored demon god and turn the tables. For a group of weaklings to face a mighty force was analogous to a herd of sheep resisting a tiger. Under normal circumstances, no matter how many sheep went forward, they would all end up dead. The differences between the two was an insurmountable gap. It was not something that volume could make up for. The human and desolate races were in a similar situation against the black-armored demon god. In a direct clash between a herd of sheep with a tiger, they were bound to fail. The only thing that could narrow the gap between the two was to gather the weaklings' powers together, and that was with an array formation. With a top array formation technique, the sheep's energy could be gathered together, causing harm to the tiger. In the field of formation arrays, the human race had a greater attainment in it than the desolate race. The desolate race was adept at controlling desolate beasts, while the human race had greater attainment in alchemy and array formations. Besides, they had a cosmic infinite array, whose level in array formation refinement far exceeded the Tianyuan world's human race's standards. The cosmic infinite array came from Blood Moon, and it was an array formation passed down since ancient times. In its most powerful form, it needed 8 imperial kings and 64 sages to control it. Once it was activated, it could stir the cosmos and cause disturbance in the yin and yang. In the divine wilderness, the human race had once used the cosmic infinite array against the black-armored demon god by activating it with 5 top human race powerhouses. Although it failed to injure the black-armored demon god, it had managed to trap the black-armored demon god for a period of time, saving the lives of the faction's elites. The desolate race craved this array formation greatly. Without the array formation, a group of unfocused desolate race experts entering a head-on clash with the black-armored demon god would just be charging to their deaths. However, how could the human race agree to the desolate race's request? This cosmic infinite array contained very profound and intricate nomological Dao runes. To produce a replica? Difficult. Especially with the black-armored demon god running amok, it became even more important. This array was the crutch that the human race was relying on to resist the black-armored demon god, so how would they be willing to hand it over to the desolate race? The desolate race suggested that they were willing to send a desolate race imperial king and a primordial true spirit to send the human race out of the remote mountains and ensure their safety. And this array formation was just to be borrowed. But even so, the human race scoffed at it. Borrow it? What if the array flags and array discs were destroyed by the black-armored demon god? By leaving behind the cosmic infinite array, that was equivalent to handing over the sharpest knife in their hands. Ignoring their future clashes with the black-armored demon god, this would cause the human race to lack the ability to resist the desolate race as well. Hence, there was a conflict surrounding the terms and conditions. Against the black-armored demon god's battle, regardless of the outcome, the desolate race would make the greatest sacrifice. As for the black-armored demon god, it was not only the enemy of the desolate race, but also the enemy of the human race. The former desolate queen could imagine how when they were fighting the black-armored demon god to the death, the human race would be hiding by the side watching the fight in a joyous manner. They would look forward to such a battle, hoping that the desolate race would destroy the black-armored demon god, while losing all the elites in their race. The former desolate queen knew about the human race's thoughts, so how could she just watch her own people die for the human race? They were desolate race. For their mission, honor or Jiangxiaro, they could fight to the death, but why should the desolate race sacrifice for the benefit of the human race? There was even the possibility of them taking the opportunity to wipe out the desolate race after a victorious battle. The Tian Yuan world's cosmic infinite array was the terms proposed by the former desolate queen. The human race could leave, and the desolate race would send imperial kings to escort them, so as to ensure the safety of the human race, but the cosmic infinite array had to be left behind. The intense disagreement resulted in the legendary human figures springing back. They were at an impasse, because the legendary human figures proposed even more conditions for exchange. And these conditions were things that the desolate race could not accept. What the human race needed now most was combat strength, so as to ensure that they would survive. They suggested that 3 desolate race imperial kings should control 3 primordial true spirits to fight for the human race. To bind these desolate race imperial kings, a soul contract was naturally needed. And this was not just any ordinary soul contract. It was the most overbearing kind that was as close to a slave contract, which could control one's thoughts. Only with such a contract would the human race feel assured, or the conditions would become empty clauses. With 3 desolate race imperial kings and 3 primordial true spirits, it was equivalent to the joining of 3 imperial king-level experts. It could barely make up their losses. Their array refinement masters were also studying the cosmic infinite array. In the future, they might be able to make a replica. Although it would not be as powerful as the original one, they might be able to set up a few and use them. And this condition had annoyed the desolate race. Be it the desolate race or the human race, an imperial king was a mighty figure that stood up high, being able to rule over a race's destiny. So to let an imperial king be a slave? That was an insult. Besides, by losing 3 imperial kings and 3 primordial true spirits, it would result in it being a much more difficult battle against the black-armored demon god. So how could the desolate race agree to it? What made the desolate race and the former desolate queen unable to accept and be infuriated was that amongst the 3 imperial kings that the human race requested to be enslaved, Shepherd Boy's name was top on the list. They actually had their sights on Shepherd Boy. Shepherd Boy was a supernatural existence amongst the desolate race, second to the desolate queen. He was extremely loyal and he had fought the Tian Yuan world for the desolate race and retrieved Jiangxiaro. He had great achievements in battle with all sorts of honors bestowed to him. Be it the members of the desolate race, the former desolate queen or Jiangxiaro, they did not treat Shepherd Boy as an ordinary member of the desolate race. Even externally, to the humans, Shepherd Boy's name was extremely famous. By listing Shepherd Boy, the human race clearly did not only covet Shepherd Boy's strength, they also had the intention to seek revenge. By letting the extremely proud Shepherd Boy become their slave was more tormentous than killing him. The former desolate queen flatly rejected this request. However, the human race's response was extremely adamant. By not agreeing to this request, there was no need for the discussion of the array disk. At the beginning of the dispute, Shepherd Boy had remained silent, listening to the debates from both sides. He had lived for a very long time. He had seen how numerous people had looked at him with gazes filled with hate or fear. There was once that he was the representation of the desolate race amongst the human race. He was terrifying, powerful, and unsympathetic. Such a Shepherd Boy, be it himself or others, would never believe that he would be willing to be a slave. But now, after the debate went on for an hour, to the point of a complete breakdown in negotiations, Shepherd Boy suddenly stood up. He minced his words clearly and said, "Only I alone will sign the contract, and I will fight for you for 1,000 years." He did not say much, but the words that Shepherd Boy said were not something that simple. Shepherd Boy had bowed down. With the existence of a foreign enemy, the desolate race could not destroy the human race who had the cosmic infinite array, so as to rob them of the array disks. Then, the only way was to compromise. For a desolate race imperial king like Shepherd Boy, who treated his honor like his life, he would rather die in a glorious battle than sign an enslaving contract, becoming a puppet of the human race. But now, for Jiang Xiao and for his race, this was the first time Shepherd Boy had lowered his proud head in more than tens of thousands of years. He had to endure such a great humiliation. Jiang Xiao and the former desolate queen had mixed emotions to Shepherd Boy's yielding. This pain was indescribable. However, the human race did not appreciate the Shepherd Boy's sacrifice. This was because just Shepherd Boy's combat power alone was not worthy enough for a cosmic infinite array that could gather the human race's imperial king's powers. At this moment, the former desolate queen had reached her limits and she was on the brink of flaring up. As for the human race, they did not wish to be outdone. Mystic Tiger Immortal suddenly released his aspect totem, pitting himself against the desolate race. This aspect totem was just a show of force. Mystic Tiger was hinting that if all decorum was broken, they would not rule out the use of extreme tactics, and they might even use the cosmic infinite array. Such internal strife was something neither the human race or the desolate race could endure. And at that moment, Yi Yun and Lin Xintong had appeared. The mood also changed suddenly with their appearance. Towards the human race, Yi Yun and Lin Xintong absolutely had the terrifying power to destroy the balance of power. The human race did not expect Yi Yun and Lin Xintong to remain neutral at this moment, or even lean towards them. That was even worse than dreaming in the day. If Yi Yun and Lin Xintong combined forces, it was difficult to tell how powerful they would be. Even if the human race used the cosmic infinite array, it would be useless against the two of them, as setting up the array required time. And if Yi Yun and Lin Xintong joined forces with the desolate race, they would definitely not be given the time. Chapter 714, Warning. So that's the reason, no wonder the disagreement turned so intense. After hearing Jiang Xiao's narration of the dispute prior to his arrival, Yi Yun was not one bit surprised. When it came to the brink of a race's survival, it was very common for two large factions to fight so as to survive. And a formation array was indeed the best weapon a weaker party could use to withstand a stronger party. If not, Yi Yun would not have raised the question of borrowing the God-confining lock after choosing the Thousand Snow Domain and Death Soulwood. It was only because Yi Yun's nomological insights were too amazing that made the Sword Spirit and Chi Bai violate the rules set by the Pure Yang Sword Palace owner, resulting in the God-confining lock being given to Yi Yun as some gift and loan combination. Now, Yi Yun had the God-confining lock in hand, so he had the confidence resisting the black-armored demon god. If not, the black-armored demon god basically could only be fought by Yi Yun and Lin Xintong. Others as strong as Shepherd Boy could hardly be effective. Yuner, the situation was roughly like that. After updating him with the most recent ongoings, she felt her heart heavy. Yunner, I have previously discussed with my mother. The desolate race is determined to fight to the death. We do not want to flee again, and even if we all die fighting, we need to at least slice off a piece of meat from the black-armored demon god. Although we are determined to fight to the death, that is just a decision of the desolate race's upper echelons. We cannot put our desolate race's bloodline all to waste here. The desolate race still needs to continue on. However, after the battle with the black-armored demon god, even with the best outcome, the desolate race would suffer heavy casualties. With the race's experts sacrificed, under such a situation, if the human race finally destroyed the black-armored demon god that had been heavily injured by us, they might very well turn on the desolate race. And if that happened, the desolate race would not be able to put up any resistance. The mutual hatred between the human and desolate race runs too deep. They would not give up this chance, and only you and Miss Shinton have the ability to ensure that the desolate race's lineage will carry on. Listen to Sis' advice, don't stay behind in the remote mountains. Now that you are back, if you get embroiled in this war and if there is any mishap, the consequences would be disastrous. My mother and I will give you all the heritage accumulated by the desolate race for tens of millions of years. You and Miss Shinton are the future hope of this world. You are also the future guardian of the desolate race. If our fight was to no avail, then only you and Miss Shinton have the chance of killing the black-armored demon god in the future. Sis really doesn't want you to lose the forest for the trees just because of your emotions, dying in this world and ruining the desolate race's future. If you were to die here, it is a loss we cannot afford. All of this was said earnestly by Jiang Xiao. She really did not wish for Yun to stay behind. But the moment she thought of separating with Yun, Jiang Xiao felt a throbbing pain in her heart that made it hard for her to breathe. Unfortunately, she was now like a tiny bird being locked on by a hawk. She was destined not to accompany Yun, flying far away with him. This was her destiny. If possible, Jiang Xiao did not wish for so many desolate race warriors to die for her. However, be it her mother or the desolate race warriors, they were already determined to fight to the death. Under such circumstances, if she were to say anything more, it would only weaken the soldiers' morale. With the advent of a disaster, although it was not as bad as wiping out all life in this world, as this world's strongest group of people, there had to be some people who would pay the price so as to protect their race's heritage. Yunner, are you listening to me? Seeing how Yun did not respond, Jiang Xiao turned anxious. Yun smiled and said, Sis Xiao, my strength has vastly improved with my present return. Besides, over all these years, I have accumulated large amounts of treasures. These treasures are extraordinary, and just lack the opportunity to be used in the Tian Yuan world, as there are no opponents in the Tian Yuan world currently that are worthy for me to use these treasures. Yun spoke very confidently. There was no need to speak about the current him. Just a year ago, no one in the entire Tian Yuan world could threaten Yun. Now, against the black-armored demon god, I can test out my ultimate combat strength. Sis Xiao, don't worry. Even if can't beat him, I have the confidence of escaping. Yun's words did not seem to contain any tension that would come from the impending face-off with a monstrous enemy. Instead, it sounded very relaxed. Yun had already put in all his efforts preparing for nearly a year, all for this battle. Initially, Yun was in no rush to face the black-armored demon god in a head-on battle. He could slowly cultivate and slowly grow. But now, Jiang Xiao was targeted by the black-armored demon god, so Yun decided to take this opportunity and test out his ultimate combat power. Even if he was not the black-armored demon god's match, Yun believed he could safely escape. With the God Advent Tower, as long as he sucked Jiang Xiao into it and flew away with the God Advent Tower, then where could the black-armored demon god go in order to chase Jiang Xiao? It was even possible that his spiritual connection would be severed. Yunner, I said so much to you, yet you aren't listening. Seeing how Yun completely did not put her words at heart, Jiang Xiao was at a loss as to what to say. she knew Yi Yun very well. She also knew that it was impossible for Yi Yun to just watch her fight to the death. Her proposed idea of Yi Yun protecting the desolate race's lineage was reasonable and indeed necessary. But even so, she had failed to persuade Yi Yun. And at this moment, the human race had already been waiting for quite a while. As Yi Yun and Jiang Xiara were engaged in a transmitted conversation, the entire meeting hall's humans were waiting for his leanings. They knew Lin Xintong listened to Yi Yun, so Yi Yun was the ultimate arbiter. For the negotiation, he was extremely important and had the decisive say. His right to decide was a result of his strength. Young Master Yi, you should roughly know of the situation. So, I wonder, what is your decision? A legendary human figure could not bear it further and asked Yi Yun. Yi Yun only smiled and did not speak a word. His smile made it very hard for the humans to fathom his thoughts. They didn't appear overbearing, for against Yi Yun, they had nothing to put up a fight with him. Upon seeing Yi Yun's reaction, Mystic Tiger's face sunk. He could tell that Yi Yun was deliberately acting mysterious. Mystic Tiger said in a cold tone, Yi Yun, I know you are very strong, but don't you think that you can use your strength to rule over everything? The Cosmic Infinite Array is not just a set of array flags and an array disk. It has a special operational method. It was previously recorded on a jade scroll, but now, it is stored in our heads. It is an array handed down from tens of millions of years, and the array logic is profound and abstruse. Without the operating methods, it would be useless even if you obtain the array disk. Besides, the array disk has a self-destructing component. Mystic Tiger had already offended Yi Yun, so he was not afraid, hence he had to be the one who said those threatening words. He was warning Yi Yun not to use his strength to forcefully rob them of the Cosmic Infinite Array, for Yi Yun would receive nothing if he did so. Upon hearing Mystic Tiger's words, Yi Yun laughed. Having designs on your Cosmic Infinite Array? You sure think too highly of yourself. Chapter 715, Might. What are you laughing at? When he saw Yi Yun laugh, Mystic Tiger felt discomfort all over. Yi Yun was not even 30 years of age, and when compared to human imperial kings, who counted their ages in the tens of thousands of years, this young junior was not even enough to be described as a suckling child. For a suckling kid to produce such a smile in front of him, how could Mystic Tiger feel comfortable? Young Master Yi, now that you have arrived at the remote mountains to save the desolate race and Fairy Jiang, that courage is highly commendable. Furthermore, young Master Yi is accomplished at such a young age, and you have extraordinary strength. You are truly a hero of the human race. Then, I shall represent the human race and compromise. At this moment, another legendary human figure spoke up. He was afraid of Yi Yun and Lin Xintong's strength, and he had already come to a unanimous agreement with the other Tian Yuan Elder Consortium members through Yuan Qi voice transmissions. If young Master Yi wants the Cosmic Infinite Array, then we have two conditions. The first is Shepherd Boy. On this point, Shepherd Boy has already agreed to it, so I will not make it any harder. As for the second condition, I wish for young Master Yi and Fairy Lin to promise, using a soul contract, that after the black-armored demon god is vanquished, the both of you will never attack the factions that we belong to. As long as you assent to these two conditions, the Cosmic Infinite Array's array flag and its usage methods can be taken by young Master Yi. Towards Yi Yun and Lin Xintong, the humans still had their reservations. Now, they had raised this condition once again. In their opinions, although this condition limited Yi Yun and Lin Xintong, the limitations weren't that great. It was something easily agreeable. As for the first condition, Shepherd Boy had agreed to it himself, so it was not difficult. However, the humans never expected that the conditions that had little room for resistance made Yi Yun look at the speaking elder like he was looking at a fool. It's just a few crappy flags left behind by Blood Moon. In my eyes, it's just trash. You are using that stuff to strike a deal with me? Have you all fried your brains while escaping into the divine wilderness? Yun's sudden words not only stunned the human warriors, even the desolate race warriors were momentarily dumbfounded. No one knew who created the ancient array tens of millions of years ago was. Blood Moon was only the preserver of the ancient array, yet such a profound ancient array had been described as a few crappy flags by Yun? John Shiro was momentarily at a loss as to what to say. As for the former desolate queen, she too looked in alarm at Yun. As time passed, she was more aware of what had happened to Yun. She knew that he may be young, but he was not an insolent or arrogant person. Be it in the God Advent Tower or the Soul Tomb, Yun had managed to open a bloody path amidst his competitors and enemies, becoming the ultimate victor. All of these proved that point. Such a person caused the former desolate queen to be inclined to believe in his words. She did not speak and she allowed Yun to represent the desolate race. She did not know what Yun was planning. As for the legendary human figures, after being mocked by Yun in such a manner, they did not dare to rise up. Yun's strength made them lack the courage to retort with a taunt. In their hearts, they believed that Yun said those words to forcibly act awesome. A human elder said coldly, "Young Master Yi, you are probably just trying to weaken our negotiating chips by deprecating the cosmic infinite array so badly. This tiny trick of yours is completely meaningless. Since you can't accept our conditions, then don't covet the cosmic infinite array. Alright then, we shall leave. I believe that there is already no need to carry on this negotiation." As the human elder spoke, he stood up, preparing to leave. As he got up, he observed Yun's reaction. This feeling was like a mortal buying merchandise from a vendor. He might be unhappy with the vendor's offer price, but he was also reluctant to part with the merchandise. Hence, he would pretend to walk off, but he was in fact waiting for the vendor to change his mind to keep him there. This human elder was indeed hoping for Yun to change his mind. To get him to really rebuff Yun was not something he could stomach either. After all, the human race was afraid of Yun. If through the use of the cosmic infinite array, they could get Yun to sign a soul contract and ensure the peaceful coexistence between Yun and themselves in the future, it was worth it. However, the human elder was disappointed. Yun's hands were still nonchalantly placed on the meeting table. He was only looking coldly at the elder who pretended to leave. It was a look of "Well go, I won't send you off. What about the rest of you? Are you planning on leaving together with him?" Yun looked at the other legendary human figures, and he was completely unworried about them leaving. These legendary human figures were momentarily at a loss as to what to say. They could even make concessions towards their original conditions, such as not needing Shepherd Boy to sign a soul contract. They never expected that Yun did not even bother negotiating and let them all leave. Alright. Alright. How true it is that newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Mystic Tiger glared at Yun as his mustache quivered. I want to see how you can carry on acting tough in a few days' time. Having not seen the black-armored demon god, you will never imagine how terrifying he is. Those newborn calves, who aren't afraid of a tiger, only end up dying in the tiger's belly. Yun, when you face the black-armored demon god, you will know how arrogant and stupid you were today. As Mystic Tiger spoke, he flicked his sleeves and walked away. And behind him, Yun slurred, "You don't have to worry if I will die in the tiger's belly. But I have to admit that in a few days when I face the black-armored demon god, even if I'm no match for him, I have quite the confidence that I can escape. I have plenty of time. I can slowly drag it out. Once the danger of the black-armored demon god is over, I will personally go to your Senior Mystic Tiger's doorstep." Oh. I forgot to ask. Senior Mystic Tiger, what faction do you belong to? As Yun spoke, he scanned the desolate race present. He only knew from the former desolate queen's words that the black-dressed elder's name was Mystic Tiger. As for what his identity was, Yun did not know a thing. You? Yun's words caused Mystic Tiger Immortal's footsteps to falter. His expression turned extremely ugly. Just Yi Yun's present strength was enough for them to fear him, let alone a few years later. As for visiting him personally? When Yi Yun became the #1 person in the Tian Yuan world, he might even be comparable to the ancient Great Empress. Who would dare to let him make a personal visit? This was an unmarred threat. Mystic Tiger's faction was also a top-level faction in the Tian Yuan world. He may run, but his territory and faction could not be hidden. Once Yi Yun had the absolute strength, it would be extremely simple for him to destroy Mystic Tiger's faction. Yi Yun, if you do anything to my faction, all the large factions in the Tian Yuan world will feel insecure. When that happens, it will be equivalent to you making a move on the entire Tian Yuan world's human race. Do you really want to go against the world? Mystic Tiger knew that he could not overthrow Yi Yun based on strength, so he highlighted the entire Tian Yuan world, hinting to him that he would become the enemy of all. Are you threatening me? Yi Yun laughed. Do you think I'll be afraid just because you mention the world? Why don't you threaten the black-armored demon god? Why don't you ask him why he dares to make a move against the entire Tian Yuan world, and why does he dare to become the enemy of all? What a joke! The black-armored demon god has been destroying heritage and slaughtering lives. All of you just flee on sight, and now, even before the black-armored demon god has arrived, you are already discussing on how to escape. As for me, I'm more merciful. As a result, you start staring at me, imposing all sorts of conditions on me. Why don't you raise conditions with the black-armored demon god? Why don't you gather the world's forces to destroy this enemy of the all, the black-armored demon god? To those merciful to you, you think that they are easily bullied. To those who are forceful, you feel scared. What sort of meaning do the lives of such people like you have? Yi Yun's words was right to the point and they were extremely biting. When the humans present heard this, their faces turned flushed. They did not know how to refute him. Yi Yun compared himself to the black-armored demon god. He was too insolent. Although the humans present all believed that Yi Yun was still greatly lacking compared to the black-armored demon god, but as long as Yi Yun survived this calamity, in the future, his strength could indeed reach that stage. Yi Yun carried on. All of you have not understood the gravity of the situation. Today, I'm not here to negotiate with you, nor do I need to negotiate. I'm only informing all of you. For the next invasion of the black-armored demon god, if you were to join forces with the desolate race in battle, I will remember your contributions. If not, you are free to leave. The desolate race will not send a single soldier or peon to escort you safely out of the divine wilderness. How many of you can survive will be up to your own destinies. And once the crisis of the black-armored demon god is over, the Tian Yuan world will be in ruins. There will be a need to restore order. As for how this order will be decided. As Yi Yun said this, he dragged out his tone. I don't dare to say that I'll rule over the new order of the Tian Yuan world, but I will at least be able to influence it at 80 or 90%. And that is something I admit I'm capable of. Rest assured, I will not kill the innocent. It's just that the gridlock in the Tian Yuan world has existed for too long. It is time to destroy it and rebuild it again. And when that happens, whether the top factions continue being prosperous or be dispersed and replaced, I didn't think it is right for me to decide on it. But now, all of you have brought me to make a decision. By saying these words, he sounded extremely domineering. It was a spirit of ruling the world. When the humans present heard this, their hearts twitched, unsure as to what to say. As for the desolate race, when they heard Yi Yun's words, they felt their spirits raised. This negotiation was doomed and difficult to negotiate. But now with Yi Yun here, he had dispersed Mystic Tiger's forceful stance with a simple sentence. He couldn't even be bothered to raise conditions, and he refused to accept any conditions of the human race. He had made the human race leave the cosmic infinite array behind unconditionally, and even wanted them to stay behind to fight alongside the desolate race to the death. What was might? This was might. Chapter 7:16, Demon God Killing Order. The moment that Yi Yun mentioned ruling and deciding on the distribution of powers in the Tian Yuan world, the atmosphere in the meeting hall reached a stalemate. When the human race negotiated with the desolate race, despite the desolate race being stronger, they held a weaker position as they were looking for the human race's help. However, Yi Yun had completely flipped the tables. With strong and mighty means that no one expected, he caused every single human to turn speechless. As for the desolate race, they did not speak a word ever since Yi Yun arrived. They only moved 2 chairs over. As for Song Yan, Jian Gu, the azure-clothed scholar and company standing by the periphery of the meeting hall, they were at a loss as to what to say. They had already sensed that Yi Yun held a high position and he was very powerful. However, they never expected that he was so powerful that he could threaten all the factions in the Tian Yuan world. This far exceeded their level of understanding. Why? Aren't all of you leaving? Is there anything left for you to say? Yi Yun was aggressive. He knew that there was no way to move these old fools through persuasion. It was also meaningless to be submissive in the negotiations. Leave? All the legendary human figures were infuriated, but for them to turn and leave was something that they did not dare to do. They had already lived for tens of thousands of years. Although the natural end for them was not near, it was already impossible for them to break through to another realm and extend their lifespan. If they could have eternal life, they would only care for themselves. However, with no hopes for eternal life and before they entered their graves, they would put their efforts into the future generation as well as heritage. They wanted their bloodline and heritage to continue thriving far into the future. Every legendary human figure greatly minded the faction that was under their care. Yi Yun. Mystic Tiger took a deep breath. He found it difficult to suppress the rage that he was feeling. You want to rule over everything? Fine. Very fine. You are powerful and mighty. But all of this is established on absolute strength. You have not fully matured, yet you are so insolent. Aren't you being too full of yourself? How old are you? What sort of cultivation level are you at? You don't even think anything of the black-armored demon god? Your tone is as if you are guaranteed to kill the black-armored demon god, and to infect the world, rewarding people based on their contributions. Who do you think you are? If you can kill the black-armored demon god, you are a peerless emperor. If you can't kill him, then you are just a joke. While Mystic Tiger spoke, he had a ferocious expression on his face. Yi Yun's threats made him nearly go crazy. He had lived for very long, and he was accustomed to enjoying an elevated status. Usually, any junior would be respectful towards him, but now, he was threatened by a junior in such a way, yet, he had to endure the threat. How could he not be infuriated? Mystic Tiger's words were actually what was on many of the humans' minds. Yi Yun was powerful, but could he truly escape from the black-armored demon god? He had disappeared for more than half a year ever since the black-armored demon god appeared. Yi Yun had never had a direct clash with the black-armored demon god, so how could he know how terrifying the black-armored demon god was? Young man, don't be so insolent. Arrogant people tend to die due to their arrogance. Another legendary human figure spoke. Against Yi Yun's threat, the humans began their retaliation. Yi Yun could not even be bothered with them. Are you done? You can't beat me, so you root for the black-armored demon god, who slaughtered your immediate bloodline, your grandchildren, and chased you out of your territories to kill me? So this is your martial path? Pathetic! Yi Yun's every word was biting and harsh to the ear, so much so that the legendary human figures present had no way to rebut. Counting on their enemy to kill an enemy was indeed pathetic. Many of the legendary human figures could no longer stand the humiliation, and they were about to leave the meeting hall, but at this moment. Phew! A dark and cold aura enshrouded them without warning. Before the human race and desolate race warriors could react, they felt like they had crashed into an icy chasm. The cold aura was biting to the bone, as if it was about to freeze the flowing yuan qi and blood in their meridians. This is... Everyone was alarmed. This meeting hall had a protective array. What sort of sudden aura was this? Many looked at Yi Yun and Lin Xintong. Some of them suspected that such terrifying aura came from Yi Yun and Lin Xintong. However, seeing how Yi Yun was frowning slightly, this had likely nothing to do with him. Could it be? Upon sensing the intense aura, many people shuddered. Was it the black-armored demon god? The aura was extremely suppressing. It was so powerful that people felt like they were turning limp. Yang Qingyun, who had a weaker cultivation level, as well as the desolate race maids in charge of services in the meeting, could not withstand it at all. Their faces turned pale as they shivered all over. Upon seeing this, Ian split out a bit of his aura and injected it into Yang Qingyun and the desolate race maids, allowing them to withstand the terrifying aura. If not, the yuan qi in their bodies could even freeze up, so much to the point of their dantian shattering from frost. Thank you, Yang Qingyun said with a trembling voice. With her trembling lips, she felt as helpless as drifting in a storm. The black-armored demon god is coming. In the meeting hall, be it the human race warriors or the desolate race warriors, they were all nervous and distraught. The moment the black-armored demon god arrived, it would be a bloody storm. Yet, they had not made preparations to go to war. The black-armored demon god. Yi Yun interfaced his spiritual energy with the purple crystal and he spread his perception in all directions. Everything around him turned transparent. Immediately, far into the distance, Yi Yun saw a pair of red eyes. It appeared mounted in the dark space, staring right at him. Upon feeling these eyes stare at him, Yi Yun felt his heart tighten. He felt like every inch of his skin was being pricked by a needle. Yi Yun was already certain that the other party was no doubt the black-armored demon god. Through this gaze, Yi Yun could sense the black-armored demon god's soul. Cold, powerful, brutal, and a hint of chaos. His spiritual energy was extremely unstable. It was like there were dozens of spiritual energy turbulences rampaging. And every strand of spiritual turbulence was sufficient enough to destroy a human race Imperial King's soul sea. In this way, Yi Yun exchanged stares with the black-armored demon god through this unknown spacetime. And at this moment, the people in the meeting hall sensed that Yi Yun was facing the black-armored demon god directly. He was enduring most of the aura that the black-armored demon god enshrouded the meeting hall with. Yi Yun! Yunar! Lin Xintong and Zhang Shiro immediately turned tense. No one expected that the black-armored demon god would suddenly traverse across spacetime at this moment, projecting his spiritual energy over. Yunar, the black-armored demon god has locked onto you. Zhang Shiro said anxiously. She had once been locked onto by the black-armored demon god's spiritual energy. She knew very well what it felt like. And in fact, back in the desolate race headquarters, the aura that the black-armored demon god produced when locking onto Zhang Shiro was not as powerful. Zhang Shiro never expected that this meeting would have such an outcome. Yi Yun had been locked onto by the black-armored demon god. That was the worst news possible. Chapter 717, Going Against the Flow. I'm being locked onto by the black-armored demon god? To be able to lock his spiritual energy onto me through such a distance, what sort of magical power is that? Zhang Shiro's words made Yi Yun's heart wince. He could indeed feel the cold spiritual energy from the black-armored demon god forming a mysterious connection with his body at this very moment. It was most likely an extremely powerful spiritual energy law. Could it be that the black-armored demon god had been using the spiritual connection with Zhang Shiro to watch the situation in the meeting hall? Just thinking of this tightened Yi Yun's heart. This black-armored demon god was indeed not trivial. After the black-armored demon god's spiritual energy firmly locked onto Yi Yun, the pressure that enveloped the meeting hall slowly weakened, and shortly after, it disappeared like the receding tide. Everyone felt their bodies lighten. Their bodies' yuan qi and blood flow were no longer repressed. The demon god had left. After the pressure completely disappeared, people were sweating profusely. The pressure was too great, making them feel like the black-armored demon god would arrive at the very next moment and begin another massacre. What a close call! I thought that the black-armored demon god was coming. Fortunately, he left. He must not have recovered from his injuries. He extended his presence mainly because of Yi Yun. A human elder said as his eyes landed on Yi Yun. Actually, even if Jiang Shiro did not mention it, the people in the hall had already realized that the spiritual energy pressure from the black-armored demon god was mainly concentrated on Yi Yun. Yi Yun was the focus of the black-armored demon god's enveloping spiritual energy. Yi Yun has been spiritually locked onto by the black-armored demon god. The legendary human figures quickly realized this fact. This was similar to Jiang Shiro, and it was equivalent to appearing on the kill list of the black-armored demon god. It is most likely that the black-armored demon god has been monitoring the meeting through means beyond our comprehension. Yi Yun's arrogant remarks must have incurred the black-armored demon god's wrath. Indeed, if I were the black-armored demon god, I would not let such an insolent genius, who might one day threaten myself, exist. Yi Yun had been aggressive and insolent with his words. Other than threatening many factions amongst the Tian Yuan world, he did not even seem to show any fear towards the black-armored demon god. Ha ha! Mystic Tiger laughed. There was an obvious sense of schadenfreude in his laughter. What did that kid just say? Something like when facing the black-armored demon god, even if he was no match for him, he would have quite the confidence at escaping. And something like him having plenty of time and he can slowly drag it out. Unfortunately, he has been targeted by the black-armored demon god. What time does he have left? With the present situation, does he still have thoughts of ruling over the Tian Yuan world's new order? He even said that he could influence the new order by about 80 or 90% and that it was something that he admitted he was capable of. Now, with death at his doorstep, what arrogance is there left for him? Ha ha ha! Mystic Tiger was soothed in his heart. Many of the legendary human figures had been completely repressed by Yi Yun's aura and arrogance a moment ago. They were infuriated with nowhere to vent their anger. They could not do anything to Yi Yun, but the black-armored demon god could. Anyone knew how to brag. Behind the black-armored demon god, you could say anything that disparaged the black-armored demon god. But now, with the black-armored demon god marking you with a kill order, how are you to carry on with your charades? Being overly arrogant indeed doesn't let you live long. This Yi Yun basically caused his own death. Just a momentary slip of the tongue gave him a spiritual lock-on by the black-armored demon god. He will definitely be pursued by the black-armored demon god till the ends of the world in the future. He's doomed. The legendary human figures privately discussed this matter through voice transmissions. They naturally did not dare say such things openly in front of Yi Yun. Actually, they too were afraid that after Yi Yun was killed by the black-armored demon god, the black-armored demon god would slaughter the world. The best outcome was that Yi Yun would heavily injure the black-armored demon god before being killed, then that would be perfect. However, what made Mystic Tiger and company surprised was that they did not see any flustered or panicked expressions on Yi Yun's face. Yi Yun was only silent and he had not spoken a single word. He did not look at the humans, but instead, he quietly sat at his seat. He looked at his palm, like he was considering something. What is this kid up to? Ignore him. We can just leave. Yi Yun and Jiang Shiro have been targeted. This battle is already inevitable for the Desolate Race and Yi Yun. As the legendary human figures left, it was surprising that the Sanctuary Island couple remained. The two of them looked at Yi Yun and they did not disturb his thoughts. In fact, ever since Yi Yun appeared in the meeting hall, other than the couple exchanging a few pleasantries with Yi Yun, they barely spoke. Towards the human race's departure or their conditions, the two of them did not express any of their views. Iyun looked up and glanced at the Sanctuary Island couple. For the two of them to stay behind, it was apparent that they had something to tell him. However, he did not engage in conversation with them. He had something important to do. The black-armored demon god was locking onto him using a spiritual mark. It was a connection that reached across spacetime. After the planting of the lock, the black-armored demon god could precisely locate him at any time. This spiritual mark was after all just a form of spiritual soul energy. As long as it was energy, Iyun was not afraid. He had the purple crystal origins that controlled energy. A divine item like the purple crystal could absorb and manipulate energy, even if it came from the Azure Yang Lord, much less the energy condensed by the black-armored demon god. As such, as long as Iyun carefully examined it, he would have the ability to dispel the energy. However, what Iyun was thinking wasn't about dissolving this energy. He had the God Advent Tower and several hidden cards up his sleeve. He was already planning on fighting the black-armored demon god. Even if the black-armored demon god did not lock onto him, he would also not escape. There were no effects from being locked onto, so Iyun wasn't afraid at all. What was on Iyun's mind at the moment was how the spiritual soul energy lurking in his body was constantly connected to the black-armored demon god. This allowed the black-armored demon god to lock onto him, but then, could he use this fate link to travel upstream and lock onto the black-armored demon god's location instead? With the purple crystal, Iyun felt that it was not something difficult. If the legendary human figures knew about his thoughts, they would be absolutely stunned, rendering them speechless. Typically, if someone was locked onto by the black-armored demon god, it was equivalent to a death sentence. It would be not bad if one could welcome death. Others, who were more resolute, would think of means to wipe away the mark planted by this god of death. But just think of the black-armored demon god's power, could his killing mark be so easily wiped off? However, Iyun, who could use the purple crystal to wipe out this killing mark, not only did not do so, he even wanted to follow the vines to the melon, and find the black-armored demon god, taking action against the black-armored demon god. Such a crazy idea was probably something that the desolate race would not accept if they knew about it, much less the human race. Was he afraid of not dying earlier? This thought of Iyun's was not made at the spur of a moment. Finding his enemy's location definitely had its benefits. As for what to do after the black-armored demon god was found, it will depend on the situation of how injured the black-armored demon god was at the moment. Be it the human race or desolate race warriors, they were all thinking of how the black-armored demon god would come with a forceful stance after he recovered from his wounds. But Iyun's take on the matter was why not take the initiative to attack as compared to waiting for a prepared black-armored demon god, which would mean fighting him at his peak. Chapter 7:18 Alliance. The thought of finding the black-armored demon god lingered in Iyun's mind. He meditated for a full 15 minutes before he figured out where the energy mark was in his body. He was in no rush to go against the flow to locate the black-armored demon god. He looked up at the Sanctuary Island couple. "Is there something that the two of you want to discuss with me?" The couple looked each other in the eye as the man smiled and said, "It's actually nothing important. The both of us were actually leaning towards retreating from the remote mountains with the human race. It is not because we were afraid to die, but we felt that it was meaningless to make pointless sacrifices. However, with young Master Yi and Fairy Lin returning this time, it seems that there will be an intense battle. Since young Master Yi is so confident, I'm actually quite curious. After discussing it with my wife, the two of us have decided to stay behind as witnesses to young Master Yi's grand battle with the black-armored demon god. This is probably the battle that has the highest chance of seriously injuring the black-armored demon god. The two of us do not wish to miss such a battle. And by staying behind, we might give some insignificant help." The island lord, surnamed Ing, touched on the matter lightly, and he slightly surprised Iyun. The Sanctuary Island couple was actually planning on staying to fight to the death. He was confident that he could escape from the black-armored demon god, but the Sanctuary Island couple might not have the means. There was the danger of dying if they stayed behind. As members of the human race, to fight alongside the desolate race at the risk of death, this had won a lot of goodwill with Iyun. If one talked about fearing Iyun, the Sanctuary Island couple were the least afraid of Iyun. The couple were without kin and they were completely isolated. They lived in seclusion at Sanctuary Island and it was not a large faction. They were like as unworldly as the wild stock or floating clouds. Even if the factions of the Tian Yuan world were ruled and distributed by him, it would not affect them. Thank you for being so understanding of the correct principles. Iyun clasped his fists. He was a person who would settle scores with his enemies, but he too was a grateful person. He had noted the Sanctuary Island couple's goodwill. Since we have now forged an alliance, I wonder if young Master Yi plans on informing us of your ideas? From young Master Yi's expression, I feel like young Master Yi already has an idea of how to handle the situation. The Sanctuary Island Lord asked. He noticed how Iyun looked calm from the beginning. He did not have the panic that should have resulted from having a mark planted on him. Although he did not think that Iyun could do anything to the black-armored demon god's mark, since Iyun wasn't afraid, then it meant that he had plans in preparation towards facing the black-armored demon god in a life-and-death battle. If it wasn't for this, Iyun would also not have categorically rejected the human's conditions and shrugged off the cosmic infinite array. The Sanctuary Island couple had decided on staying behind to fight to the death, so it was reasonable to make such a request. However, the matter of how the purple crystal could control the black-armored demon god's spiritual energy was not something that Iyun wanted to explain. He pondered for a moment before saying, I originally had a plan, but after tonight, the situation might change. So, I plan on waiting for an outcome before making it clear to the two of you. The Sanctuary Island couple was surprised. With regards to the black-armored demon god, even if it were a few nights, there shouldn't be any changes. What was one more night? However, since it was said by Iyun, the Sanctuary Island couple looked each other in the eye before nodding. One of them said, if that is the case, the both of us shall await the news. All right then. The debate had gone on for a long while today. The both of you must be tired, so have an early rest and recharge yourselves. Iyun said politely. The Sanctuary Island couple could tell that Iyun had something to say to Jiang Shiro and company. So with a smile, they stood up and said, then we shall take our leave first. The former desolate queen summoned two maids, who respectfully led the Sanctuary Island couple out of the hall. As long as they fought alongside them, members of the human race would receive the respect of the desolate race. After the Sanctuary Island couple left, Jiang Shiro came in front of Iyun. She was worried and feeling terrible. She planned on persuading Iyun to go far away. But now, Iyun had been locked onto by the black-armored demon god. She believed in what Iyun said about being able to escape from the black-armored demon god, but now with the black-armored demon god locking onto him, it would be useless even if he could escape. After escaping, no matter which ends of the planet he was on, he would be quickly found by the black-armored demon god. It was like a maggot in a tarsal bone that could not be removed. Iyun was strong, but was he strong enough to escape from the black-armored demon god time and time again? Sis Shiro, there's no need to worry. Actually, I already have a plan. The black-armored demon god's lock onto me actually has little impact. Instead, it has given me a chance. Iyun said. What chance? The former desolate queen and Jiang Shiro were surprised. This matter was something that anyone would try to avoid as hard as possible, yet Iyun had said that it had given him a chance. Even Lin Xintong's eyes flickered. She too did not know what Iyun was up to. Senior Qing Kuei. Iyun suddenly looked at Shepherd Boy. Although his present status and strength was above Shepherd Boy, Iyun still owed him his life from before. So up to now, he was still extremely respectful to Shepherd Boy. Shepherd Boy nodded and said, Young Master Yi, please speak. I wonder if Senior Shepherd Boy is willing to accept the transference of the mark planted by the black-armored demon god on me to you? From Iyun's previous rumination, he had made a decision. He wanted to use the spiritual mark planted by the black-armored demon god and find him by following the vine to the melon. However, he could not bring the spiritual mark with him when approaching the black-armored demon god, or it would alert the enemy. Hence, the spiritual mark needed to be borne by someone. And this person had to stay behind when he went into action. A typical warrior could not bear the spiritual pressure of the black-armored demon god. The person most suitable here was Shepherd Boy. He was resolute and trustworthy. Shepherd Boy was momentarily surprised before saying immediately, "You can transfer the black-armored demon god's spiritual mark?" Be it the former Desolate Queen or Jiang Xiao, they were completely dumbfounded when they heard this. The black-armored demon god's spiritual mark was extremely powerful. Just removing it was almost impossible, and he wanted to transfer it to another person? Was it possible? I'll give it a try. I also do not know if it is possible. As long as Senior Qing Kuei agrees, then I can begin now. After the battle with the black-armored demon god, I will naturally remove the spiritual mark from Senior's body. Yi Yun did not say it with certainty. If it was removing a tracking mark, it was much easier compared to transferring the mark. I naturally am willing. Then, can you also transfer the mark on Her Majesty's body? Shepherd Boy hurriedly asked. He was loyal to the Desolate race and he would not hesitate to die for Jiang Xiao. Yi Yun said, "Senior, rest assured. This tracking mark is not a problem at all. Not only can I transfer it, I can also wipe it away. However, if I were to do that now, it might alert the black-armored demon god." Yi Yun never put the tracking mark at heart. As for Jiang Xiao's safety, he was also not worried. He had the God Advent Tower. With a few words, Yi Yun lessened the tension of the situation. His confidence and calmness infected many of the people present. It caused the solemn atmosphere of every man fighting to the death to become not as daunting. "Oh yes, Senior Qing Kuei, Your Majesty. These are my mentors and friends from the Tai A Divine Kingdom. Back when Tai A Divine City was invaded, they were captured and they have been held in the remote mountains for more than 10 years. Now, they have been conscripted into the Desolate Race Army." As Yi Yun spoke, he walked towards Song Yan and company. Song Yan, Jian Gu and Yang Qingyun were already at a loss as to what to say. Whatever happened today went beyond their understanding. Yi Yun not only possessed the status of being the leader of the Tian Yuan world, he had also become the backbone of the resistance against the black-armored demon god. What seemed like a hopeless situation seemed to be alleviated with his appearance. There was a feeling of hope. To be able to reverse the situation of the world while engaging in gaily chatter, Yi Yun had become such a figure in less than 20 years' time. It was truly remarkable. Chapter 719, Late Night Sneak Attack. Ever since Song Yan, Jian Gu and company were locked up in the remote mountains, they had led secluded lives. They did not know what had happened all these years. As for the Desolate race, they had also forgotten about them. Later on, when they were conscripted into the Desolate Race Army, their freedom was limited, and they were fated to die under the hands of the black-armored demon god. And because of Yi Yun, a Cloud Wilderness youth who had entered the Tai A Divine City more than 10 years ago, they had regained their freedom, and they had also received unprecedented treatment from the Desolate race. This made Song Yan, Jian Gu and company feel as if they were in a dream. They were sent to the Lin family's domain. These days, the Lin family enjoyed an outstanding status in the remote mountains. They did not join the human race's alliance, but the various factions of the human race would visit the Lin family on a daily basis in continuous streams. The Lin family had produced Lin Xintong, a proud daughter of heaven that would one day become a peerless great empress, as well as Yi Yun, a prospective son-in-law who was in no way weaker than Lin Xintong. Without any surprises, the Lin family would one day become the #1 faction in the Tian Yuan world. No faction would dare to offend such a family clan. Your Majesty. After settling in Song Yan and company, Yi Yun looked at the former Desolate Queen. Yi Yun, I really have to thank you this time. The former desolate queen looked lovingly at Yi Yun. Jiang Xiurou's brother was indeed remarkable. At today's meeting, if it wasn't for Yi Yun, no one knew how it would have developed. Your Majesty, I have an array formation here that I'll be passing on to you. As Yi Yun spoke, he took out the God-confining lock array's array disc and array flags. Array formation? When the former desolate queen heard this, she was delighted. So Yi Yun also had an array formation, no wonder he could reject the human race in such a manner. There were 81 array flags in the God-confining lock array. They were all sealed in the central array disc. This array disc was about a square foot in size. When the former desolate queen received it, she did not find anything special about it. However, she understood that for Yi Yun to produce this array formation, it had to be extraordinary. It might even greatly exceed the cosmic infinite array. Xintong, you stay with the desolate race to study this array. Senior shepherd boy, please follow me. Yi Yun took a deep breath. As he spoke, for precautionary measures, he had used the purple crystal to isolate the surrounding energies. He did not know when the black-armored demon god would recover from his injuries, so he had to make haste. All right. Shepherd boy looked calm, while on the other side, Jiang Xiurou and Lin Xintong were worried. From Yi Yun's words, they could tell that Yi Yun was planning something, and he was about to go into action. Yuner, are you going to make a move on the black-armored demon god now? Jiang Xiurou asked. Yes, if there's no surprises, I'll be going tonight. In such a rush? Are you going in alone? Lin Xintong's eyebrows pricked up slightly. She believed that she would accompany Yi Yun. If the two of them joined forces, their combat strength would be even stronger. Yi Yun said, Xintong, the responsibility of the God-confining lock array is yours. Me going alone is enough. I'll be even more flexible this way. It's better to do it sooner than later. If the black-armored demon god has recovered from his wounds, then there will be no meaning for me to go. Xintong, you organize the desolate race's experts and practice the God-confining lock array overnight. Be prepared for the black-armored demon god to attack at any time. The battle might happen not too far away. In a few words, Yi Yun had readied the battle instructions. No one questioned Yi Yun's ideas. They could only follow them at this point in time. With that, Yi Yun went into a cultivation chamber with Shepherd Boy. Be it the conversation from before or the transference of the energy mark, Yi Yun isolated all possible forms of probing with the purple crystal. After 6 hours, Shepherd Boy came out of the cultivation chamber with a weary expression. The spiritual energy of the black-armored demon god had been transferred into his body. And when the spiritual energy was transferred by Yi Yun also used the faint spiritual connection to roughly locate the black-armored demon god. Yi Yun had guessed that the black-armored demon god was sleeping. With the purple crystal's perception, the black-armored demon god's spiritual energy was maintaining a weak state most of the time. Yi Yun did not know what would happen during his sneak attack on the black-armored demon god. But even if it did not achieve the desired effect, it was definitely better than facing the black-armored demon god at his peak condition. Late into the night, Yi Yun shot up into the sky and flew far away from the remote mountains. After that, a miniature pagoda flew out of his body. The miniature pagoda was spinning in front of Yi Yun, and following that, Yi Yun's body constantly shrunk till he was sucked into the miniature pagoda. Yi Yun hid himself in the God Advent Tower, and then directed the God Advent Tower in the direction of the black-armored demon god's hiding location. By doing this, it was a matter of precaution. Yi Yun did not know if the black-armored demon god was able to be aware of his presence while treating his wounds. With the God Advent Tower's array protecting him and the purple crystal's energy isolation, this double level of insurance made Yi Yun believe that there would be no problems. With that, a miniature pagoda shuttled through the night sky. After Yi Yun flew out of the remote mountains, he flew tens of thousands of miles until he came to a spot above a pine tree forest. High in the sky, the light rays around the God Advent Tower distorted slightly as it was hidden with array techniques. It disappeared under the moonlight, with no one being able to detect the God Advent Tower's presence. Yi-Yun used his perception to bypass the God Advent Tower and he looked at the pine forest beneath him. He could vaguely sense that the black-armored demon god was hidden here, but as for the actual location, Yi-Yun had no way of confirming it. Since the black-armored demon god was recuperating, he had to conceal himself. If not, in the divine wilderness where there were numerous primordial true spirits, if one primordial true spirit was attracted to him, it might affect his recuperation process even if it could not harm him. The black-armored demon god's powers were unfathomable. With him having the intention to hide, no ordinary person would be able to find him. However, Yi-Yun was different. He had the purple crystal's energy vision. Under the energy vision, nothing could hide. With Yi-Yun's cultivation level and nomological insights improving, his energy vision could already encompass 50 kilometers. If he was patient enough, he would not take more than 4 hours to scan through the vast pine forest. The moonlight flowed down like water as the pine forest remained silent. In the pine forest, there was a clear mountain stream flowing. It meandered around with all forms of bends, with the source high in the sky. It looked like a haven of peace. Without any murderous intent or gathering of Yin energy, there was only the occasional breeze that rustled the forest. A thin layer of moonlight seemed to transform into a silver mist that slowly flowed through the forest. Just from this scene, it was hard to believe that this was the hiding spot of the black-armored demon god. However, Yi-Yun did not have any doubts as he searched area by area. Soon, he discovered a strange spot in the pine forest. There were almost no desolate beasts in this pine forest. Other than the sound of the clear spring water flowing, it was as silent as a cemetery, giving people a shuddering feeling. Chapter 720, Yin Spring. Yi-Yun looked down from high in the sky and he discovered that there were 9 rivers in the pine forest. These 9 rivers winded around and they eventually converged in the center of the pine forest. Here, there was a lake that wasn't very large. It looked like a beast's eye from high in the sky. The 9 rivers constantly provided it with spring water, but this lake was less than a mile in radius. There was no outlet, so it was unknown where the water flowed to. After watching it for a while, Yi-Yun suddenly had a feeling that the 9 rivers were like 9 flood dragons that revolved around a dragon pearl. This is... With a sudden thought, Yi-Yun probed his perception underground. Previously, Yi-Yun's energy vision was radiated in all directions so as to search the pine forest quickly. But now, Yi-Yun reduced the scope of his energy vision. Most of his spiritual energy was used to probe underground. With his energy vision constantly going deeper, Yi-Yun's heart jumped when he saw the scene underground. What looked like a tranquil pine forest actually had underground network of Yin roots. Every Yin root corresponded to a river. The rivers meandered and they eventually came together. And that lake was where all the underground Yin roots eventually converged. The lake was extremely deep. Instead of calling it a lake, it was better of describing it as a well. This well-like lake extended deep underground, becoming the gathering point of the Yin energy. This made Yi-Yun shudder because he felt like this lake was a passage to the underworld. So that is the reason. This strange land gathers all the Yin-killing energy of the ground together. The divine wilderness is so vast, so it's no surprise that such a place exists. And for the black-armored demon god to actually find such a place, he used it as a place for his recuperation. The black-armored demon god's energy leaned towards Yin-killing energy. It was not limited to the black-armored demon god, even Blood Moon was the same. Back then, the reason they chose the Soul Tomb as the Blood Moon's core was all for this reason. By recuperating under the Yin Spring, the black-armored demon god could achieve double the results with half the effort. Yi-Yun closed his eyes, and he carefully extended his energy vision into the deepest depths of the lake. And indeed, he sensed distorted spatial dimensional laws. The black-armored demon god was hiding in a warped space in the deep lake. But even such a warped space could not block Yi Yun's probe. He finally saw the black-armored demon god. The black-armored demon god had a majestic build. He was completely naked and his black hair sprawled down, covering his back. He was dark-skinned and it was like divine metal that had been tempered thousands of times. Muscles with trenchant-looking lines entwined around him like a dragon. The black-armored demon god's muscles looked like they would burst at any time, but surprisingly, they did not look jarring. In fact, his body's proportions were perfect. From top to bottom, his body was filled with the beauty of strength. In front of the black-armored demon god, he had taken off his black armor and he had arranged it in a human form. The empty helmet was facing the black-armored demon god, like the armor had a life of its own. The demon god had taken off his armor. When generals were leading battle campaigns, they would never take off their armor while leading the troops, resting or sleeping. They would remove their armor only when they were injured. As Yi Yun looked at the black-armored demon god, he seemed to see the scenes of the black-armored demon god wearing his armor, ruling the world in battle. However, the black-armored demon god was not a general in charge of the world, he was a demon that slaughtered all sentient beings. He was filled with the stench of blood and death. As Yi Yun observed the black-armored demon god, he had converged all his aura. But even so, Yi Yun noticed that the black-armored demon god had suddenly opened his eyes at one point in time. They were a pair of black eyes with a touch of crimson, seemed like a ghostly fire in the darkness, emanating coldness in all directions. The black-armored demon god definitely could not sense the purple crystal's presence, but the battle instincts of the black-armored demon god woke him up. However, when he probed his surroundings with his spiritual energy, he did not discover a thing. With the purple crystal and the God Advent Tower's double protection, there was no way that he could discover Yi Yun. Under these circumstances, even with the black-armored demon god's battle instincts, he eventually quietened down. There was no way for him to stop his recuperating process just because of a feeling that suddenly appeared and that disappeared just as quickly. He still had many things left to do. And at this moment, Yi Yun was like a patient hunter, waiting high above the lake. Through his energy vision, Yi Yun could see the black-armored demon god's energy flow clearly. The black-armored demon god was indeed injured. The wounds left behind by the sacred spirit had not only injured his physical body, but it had also wounded his soul sea. In the black-armored demon god's soul sea, Yi Yun could sense extremely chaotic spiritual energy, like his condition was extremely unstable. Yi Yun was waiting for the critical moment in the black-armored demon god's recuperation. Be it seclusion for breakthroughs or circulating their cultivation techniques for healing, warriors needed an absolutely safe place. At times, they would even need people to protect them. This was because they could not be disturbed at a critical moment. If not, they would suffer the backlash of their energies. If it was any more serious, they might even suffer a chi deviation. Yi Yun was waiting precisely for that opportunity, allowing him to severely injure the black-armored demon god. Time slowly passed as the bright moon set in the west. The eastern horizon suffused a glowing layer as the stars in the night sky dimmed. It was nearly dawn. The black-armored demon god had already completely ignored that unknown sense of foreboding. He was completely immersed in his recuperation, and now, he was undergoing a critical step in his healing process. He was fixing the wounds in his soul sea, wiping out the chaotic energy flows from his soul sea bit by bit. A human soul sea was the weakest. Even the black-armored demon god was no different. In the energy vision, Yi Yun spotted his chance as his eyes lit up. Now was the time. After waiting for hours, Yi Yun had constantly kept himself in peak condition. All his energy was poised to strike, all for this very moment. His Great Empress Heart Sutras circulated as his Yuan Qi exploded. His two powerful aspect totems, the Golden Crow and the Nine Neonate, appeared in the sky. For the strike after converging his strength for so long, Yi Yun did not use his sword, but instead, he used the God Advent Tower. Even if his strength improved greatly, Yi Yun was still unable to fully control the God Advent Tower. In a true face-off, Yi Yun could not use the God Advent Tower at all. He would be like a 3-year-old child waving a sledgehammer. It would be slow and it would be unable to strike anyone. It would also be extremely draining. But now, to strike a fixed target, the God Advent Tower was most appropriate. The force of the entire God Advent Tower slamming down was much more powerful than the Pyryang broken sword. Boom! The God Advent Tower mercilessly came slamming down, collapsing the void. There was a tumultuous explosion on the surface of the Yin Lake, as endless amount of lake water flew up into the sky. The God Advent Tower kept falling straight down, slamming the black-armored demon god right at the bottom. Yi Yun had used all his strength for this strike without holding back. He knew that he only had one chance to strike with the God Advent Tower. And if he fought with the Pyryang broken sword, it would be difficult for him to produce power of this scale again.